is up, beautiful people internet? I'm Wesley.
I'm Stephanie.
This is Wes and
Steph.
Today guys, we're acting in Vinland Saga Season 2, Episode 1.
I'm so excited.
I'm so pumped. We saw so much stuff just in general in that final outro shot. So I feel like there's going to be new characters.
The whole show is just the prologue, apparently. So
we're going.
And you guys said you cannot wait for Season 2?
We're
can't
here.
wait.
Let's go.
Whoa.
Why is everything so ominous? These are very normal things so far.
Wow.
That's demented. Just the imagery. Slave. Oh no. I don't think I can handle another subjugation of a poor little family that's living by themselves.
I know.
And we have another idealistic crush. Whoa, okay, no, they're on land.
They're gonna die.
Oh no. His face.
It's weird to me that they're not worried at all when they've seen, like,
What can happen?
I
Yeah.
mean, there's so much joy and happiness, but he just wants to protect that, you know? Oh, no.
This whole place is gonna get torched, right? Ever since we started watching Vinland Saga, and we got to about the middle of Season 1, I've been imagining how scary it would be to live in a village like this, where you never know what could come over the...
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, like, I've been imagining what it would be like to live in a agricultural society like this, where there's not really rule of law, there's not really...
And anybody
protection.
could just come over the hill with an army.
It's like, okay, cool. I could be living here for 5 years, see nobody, and then one random Tuesday, an army just comes and wipes us all out. Isn't that insane to think about?
And there's no technology, no warning that it's coming.
I was watching a video that said this is why feudalism as a system developed. Guys, hit me with your critiques. But they were saying that it largely was developed as a system to protect villages from invaders and raiders, which is why the peasants were so willing to be like, hell yeah.
I'll stay with you. Instead of just like, I'm leaving, peace.
They're like
that.
yeah, okay, cool. You'll protect us and we'll pay you tax of our production as like rent, right?
Yeah.
And we'll like be tied to the land, but you'll protect us because we are tired of getting wiped. Can you imagine living like this though? It's like you're living like you're a crop.
Yeah.
You are a crop. Your production is a crop that like you build the village back and then here comes raiders.
Oh, thanks for all
guys.
the food. I appreciate it. And all your jewelry. I'm going to take it now.
Thanks for all that hard work. Thanks for building back all the trauma you've accumulated. Take again. Ah. Do you think anyone's surviving, or is this just like set the tone story?
I don't know.
In a different show, I would think brother and sister both live.
In this show, I think they all die.
Yeah.
Or brother is the only one who lives.
Because he was opening shot. Ah. Poor mom. Go, bro. Ah. Oh.
Lung.
Oh, shit. Guys, she's gonna die and no one's gonna be safe.
Somebody shot the arrow, guys.
Yeah.
She's gonna get raped if you don't get her out of here, man. All that work he poured into that house to build it.
All of them. Guys!
I totally understand intellectually that they're like traumatized and that like, oh, my mom just freeze. They're frozen. My mom just died. I get it intellectually, but I can't help but be like, what? This is worse. Now your sister is going to be raped and dead too, or
as a parent,
raped forever.
It's worst nightmare.
This is your worst nightmare as a parent.
It's like, okay, cool. I die and then somehow my kids are in a worse situation because they felt some obligation to me.
Yeah, that's like my worst nightmare. I want to die and you guys live and get out of here.
Just get out of there, please. I don't want my life to make our kids' lives worse somehow.
It's weird they didn't
oh no.
At least go for the neck.
Whoa.
You know what's crazy to me is that, like, I've read so many young adult novels that are written for, like, girls, right? And that's something that, like, the main girl would do. She's like, I'm feisty. I'm going to stab him and try and get away.
And she gets rewarded.
And she gets rewarded for her feistiness or her, like, bravery. And there's never consequences for it. And this one where she's like, I'm going to stab him. He's not like, haha, she got a feisty one, which is what I expected him to say. He's like, hey, you hurt me. Screw you. And kills her. You know?
And even the girls are like, what?
That just took me aback because it's so different than most of what I read.
His whole life just...
I mean, was it possible it's a fate worse than death where they were going to take her, though?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He wanted to learn how to fight to protect them. They mocked him. This is a cool way to show that. Oh, that's brutal. Ugh. Oh, look how gaunt he looks.
He looks 10 years older. Whoa! Oh.
So you're sick, you die. Because they don't want her getting everybody else sick on the ship.
It's like you throw out a moldy apple or something.
They had combs for lice even way back then.
Whoa, they're putting cosmetics on to sell them. Really?
I'm surprised they didn't have him tied up.
This is not how I thought season 2 was gonna go, guys.
Oh.
Einar.
Stealing.
Whoa. Hey.
His face looks more and more gaunt and broken each time. Oh, ew.
I don't know why in my head I was like, oh, Einar's safe from being a sex slave. Leaf?
Why is he looking at him like that?
Are we jumping back?
I don't know.
So is this when he was looking for Thorfinn? So it's just like anybody in his age range or what?
Yeah. He called him his relative. Aww.
To have anybody that loves them.
Can you speak? Because sometimes they get their tongues cut out.
It's weird to me that he's asking.
I know.
You know what I mean? Even if it's just performative.
Compliant, agreeable. Can they be a team?
It's also weird seeing Slaver turn into, like, car salesman.
Yeah.
Which makes perfect sense, but it's very jarring to see that switch happen. Didn't you think that Leaf, we were going to go back into the main storyline?
I thought we were
I thought, like, okay, cool, he'll feel bad for Einar and, like, buy him anyways. And then that's how we end up in the...
I think the paths are just going to intersect at some point in the future. He seems like a very nice guy, considering he's,
yeah.
Like there's way worse options out there.
We'll see if he stays that way, yeah?
Wow.
Whoa. Where even are we now?
Oh, he's thinking about his little farm. Looks big to me.
I know this is dumb, but Lotta had a very interesting character design.
Yeah.
Compared to almost all the other female characters.
Yeah.
So I was just I was like, surely she's not going to get wasted,
Yeah.
Man, some of the shots are kind of making me feel Attack on Titan vibes a little bit.
Yeah, a little. His mom told him to live, really.
Thorfinn? What? Not the same Thorfinn, surely.
Can't be. There's no way.
No way.
But Leaf has already found Thorfinn. This can't be the same Thorfinn. Because Leaf just saw him. The timelines don't match up. Because Leaf already found Thorfinn. You know what I mean?
What? No, that's our boy, I think. Brown eyes, blonde hair. I think that's our Thorfinn.
That's how Thorfinn and I met.
Damn. Look at that forest. I think that's our Thorfinn for sure. So there...
I'm confused as hell.
Okay. The last time we saw Thorfinn was when Askeladd was dying.
Yeah.
So
maybe Leaf is just looking for him again.
So Thorfinn got lost.
Again.
Why is he on this farm? He didn't look unhappy. He
did a little bit.
You know what I'll say? That was
He's looked worse.
He's looked This is demure for Thorfinn. This is like, I mean, I've never seen him without this much anger since he was a little boy.
He looks kind of broken and empty, though.
I don't want to read too much into it because it can be hard to interpret with how the emotion's supposed to be drawn, right?
Yeah. He looks a lot older to me.
He looks way older to me. I don't know if that's just because he's scruffy.
So that's how Leaf knew who he was looking for. Small and blonde because he has already found him. Ah, that's how the timelines meet up. Okay.
He's definitely
that's how
changed, like, dramatically since the last time we saw him. His hair's way longer, too.
I like the way that they tee it up, too.
Whoa!
Yeah.
So are we just getting, like...
Is that Thorfinn right there? With his hair pulled back? And he's got his hand on him like he's his right-hand man.
Yeah, you're right. He sort of looks, like, listless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially, it's very weird because Thorfinn, I think of him as passion incarnate.
Yeah.
I would say, like, trauma-motivated passion, right?
Yeah.
But it's weird to see him without a spark here.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like the same person,
No, it feels completely different. So we're doing a time jump. So something happened, and he definitely looks older to me. He looks like an actual, like, man now. Before he looked like a teenager. And that I love the way that they tee up the story, though, where they're like, okay, that's how we met. And you're like, oh, what does that mean?
There's a
reason you're telling the story.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be telling them that if it wasn't important. It's just,
and by the way,
how they told it.
Into the prologue. Okay? That's how we met. It's such a cool way to say it. It feels legendary.
It does.
Doesn't it feel like a myth or a legend?
Yeah.
Or it feels like I'm sitting on a campfire and somebody's telling me it, the way that the titles go.
Yeah. I think that's
or you know, like the old thing where like how your dad or your mom would tell you a story and they're like, and we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see what happens.
Yeah.
For bedtime, and you're like, oh, Dad, can you just tell 5 more minutes?
It's giving that.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's giving that.
It's giving that.
It's giving that.
Oh, okay. It's giving that.
I'm sorry. I'm going to Instagram too.
This is so
I'm
good.
I'm so excited. That little picture with him on his right hand, or was his hand on his shoulder?
I love Einar, by the way.
Where are we going?
I feel so bad for Einar.
I know.
And it's such a twist, right? Because you never tell the stories about the person who gets thrown into captivity. Yeah. It's so rare. I mean, the only story in the Bible you get Joseph, who gets sold into slavery by his brothers, and it's his story of what he does after that, right? Mm-hmm. But I feel like so rarely do you go and do Daniel
in the Bible is a slave. So there's some out there.
There's some out there, but I guess like I can't think of many common stories.
No.
Spartacus.
Yeah.
Spartacus is a slave.
And he dies.
Spoiler alert, Stephanie. The story's only like several centuries years old. They might not have heard it yet. So I guess it's not that. It's uncommon, but it's not unheard of. Yeah. But I guess like I wouldn't have expected, because Vinland Saga, we always say it's like a philosophy show that's got a costume on of an action show.
Yeah.
So I feel like I wouldn't have expected, especially because we've been living with slaves and they've kind of been in the background. They very rarely are a feature of the story. They're kind of just like, this sounds really bad, but they're almost set dressing the same way that they treat livestock.
Yeah.
But it kind of makes sense because before we were telling the story from the perspective of Thorfinn and from even Askeladd, and that's how they would have viewed the slaves, right?
Yeah.
And like they wouldn't have really focused in on them like they would paid attention to them. They were always just in the background. There was that one girl who brought Thorfinn that food, remember?
Yeah,
that's the only time I remember. Oh, and the slave Thor's.
Yeah.
Thor's treated that one slave like a real human. But it's been a part of the story, but in my head I didn't realize how much I had started to filter it out and to myself dehumanize.
Because our main characters weren't paying attention.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's just interesting to me how the author can say like, oh, I feel like author's almost going like, hey, modern dude.
Don't forget about this.
Did you even realize that you were dehumanizing all the slaves? And I'm not even living in it. We're just watching it on the show, right? We watched it for 24 episodes. And I was already starting to subconsciously, like, create a caste system where I'm like, okay.
These people matter and these people don't. Yeah.
I mean, it's to the narrative and the storyline, but I feel like author did a really good job of doing that. And now they're like, hey, you know all those slaves? This is how they got to where they are. They all had horrible life experiences that could be their own story, you know?
I feel like they gave us just enough of Einar's background to fully understand his motivation. Because where is he at right now? He's looking for a reason to live.
Yeah, and he's broken.
He's broken and empty. He's looking for purpose and looking for more than just like existing.
And they did it so fast where they're like, he wanted to fight back, and he's given up hope of even that.
Yeah.
He's given up hope of getting away. He tried. He was plucky.
Yeah.
And nope.
Just broken.
He just caught and broke him. And he's like, I just need to live, but I don't really want to.
How many plucky characters just never got the chance?
Well, that's why I thought it was so powerful to have Einar, because like every slave we saw, right? And even the other slaves, I was kind of like, well, Einar's different.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Or his sister, she's plucky.
Yeah. But all of them, everybody, the human tragedy of every single life that got taken like this, it's horrible. And then you just kind of filter it out because it, you know?
Yeah.
Even the other slaves, it's like, well, Einar's the one that matters. These other people don't matter, but they do matter.
It's too painful to focus on everyone's story.
Oh, it really is. I just thought it was a crazy way to do it narratively in the story, to like rub it in our faces.
Yeah. They portrayed it
really well. Really well. I am so thoroughly excited to just see where we're going.
I know.
I don't know, man. I trust author so much.
I have a lot of ideas in my head. Like, is Thorfinn going to become a warrior and go fighting? Is he going to... Like... Is this going to be... Are we going to really slow roll his character growth? Or are we going to dive right into it? I don't know.
What is he even going to be like?
I have no idea.
Who is he? I feel like it's weird to me to have a time jump where I feel like normally in a time jump, a character gets older and kind of stronger, but they're the same.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've seen time jumps where like a character's so different, and we have hints as to why he's changed, right? With Askeladd and whatnot. But I almost feel like it's a childhood friend that I haven't seen for however many years.
I have no idea who
and I've come back,
now.
and I'm almost like, what happened to you? I don't recognize you.
Yeah, or who are you now?
Who are you now? Yeah. POV, you're 4, and you have to meet your mom's friend's kid.
仕事について説明しよう。エリナル、ここが何に見える？森ですか？うん、違うな。ここはな、未来の小麦畑だ。
This guy likes his wheat farms.
この森はわしの所有物だ。これをお前たち2人に貸してやろう。貸す？うん。一切任せる。この土地を買い込み、運用し収穫を上げろ。わしが正しい値段で買い上げる。
What?
その金額がお前たちの値段を上回ったら、自分で自分を買い取る。自分で自分をって、つまり自由になれるってことですか？うん、そうだ。自分の力と正しい手続きで自由になる。
I don't know if this guy's just like dangling a carrot that's never going to be possible though.
Like it's a trick.
Yeah.
I don't know how to read it.
But it also sounds like a really cool opportunity.
It sounds like the absolute best possible option for Einar, especially considering like he almost got bought as a sex slave.
Yeah.
He almost
this is
so much better. The guy who was the cute one, I'd be so pissed. And like you're like in the afterlife viewing shit, and you're just like, are you kidding me? I could have gone and worked my own farm.
I think also that's a really good point though, that good looks, depending on when you lived throughout human history, depending on what village you lived in, where you are, could have been such a curse.
So this is almost like pseudo feudalism or pseudo indentured servitude or something.
He's intrinsically motivating them. Do you see that?
I just feel like there's going to be some other thing that flips.
Oh, and he stayed.
So the slavery system is way more fluid then, and you can get out. You can like buy your freedom.
I don't know how common that is.
He looks so sad.
どういう人なんだ。デンマークじゃ当たり前なのか。俺の故郷にも奴隷はいたけど、俺はずっと奴隷のままだった。ああ、俺北イングランドの生まれなんだ。君は
Dang.
アイスランド。アイスランドか。アイスランドってどこ？すげえな。もうかなり来てるじゃないか。あとどれくらいなんだ？
I know this sounds stupid, but I feel like cutting down the trees is the easy part. Removing the stumps.
Oh yeah, that sounds
so
horrible.
hard.
こっち側全部だ。こっち側？そこに川があるだろ。その川からこっち側全部だ。川からこっち側。
That's a lot. We're talking like years worth of work.
Wow, whoa.
Damn.
Whoa, damn.
Man, the blisters you'd get.
I think Thorfinn would not have blisters because his hands already are warrior hands. And Einar's hands are already farmer's hands. Like me and you, yes, but... I mean, remember, I was chopping down just branches, not even chopping down a tree with a hatchet.
Yeah.
And it took all the skin off my... Like, all the skin off from my pinky to here, which is not, like, it's not a big deal. I didn't even really notice. But it was just weird seeing how quickly all the skin got worn away.
Yeah, without having those blisters.
And I worked for maybe 45 minutes. Maybe. It wasn't very long.
He's so much more calm.
Thorfinn now? Yeah.
He told you to observe. Instead of... Like,
he told you to observe! Yeah.
それならもう少し離れた木をやってくれ。それと川と直角に倒れるように切るんだ。そうか。川に流して運ぶんだな。
That's pretty much what I was doing. Just chopping off the
branches.
The branches.
あるよ。そりゃよかった。取りに行くのか？どっかにか？いや、そろそろ奉公人が持ってくる。本当かよ。至れり尽くせりだな。お、飯だ。そうだろ、トロニー。マジだって、お前だけだぞ、やってねえのは。知らんかったな。じゃあ今夜あたり行ってみるか。ああ、行け行け。行って振られてこい。そりゃないっすよ。あれじゃねえか、新入りってのは。ああ、そうみたいっすよ。アホ面だ。奴隷の面だ。どうも、私は。ああ、知ってる。聞いてるよ。
He ate part of his food though, you saw that?
Oh, I didn't put that together.
お前らのこれはだから弁当こんだけなんだ文句あんのかおい
So here's the other shoe.
文句っていうかこれ2人分かよだとよやれやれなあお前奴隷勤めは初めてかまあなら覚えとけよ食えるだけマシなお前らに自由民の俺たちがわざわざ弁当を届けてやったんだまずは礼だろ礼
I don't think the master would.
I don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
俺言ってみろありがとうございますって
But does it matter if Master's nice if
Yeah.
if his men are doing this?
なんだその目はてめえいただきますどうもありがとうございます
It's weird his Thorfinn could kick their asses. He's so broken.
It's weird because Thorfinn's always been the one who was willing to fight first, too.
なんだよあいつらサボりに来たんじゃねえかお前もさいくら奴隷だからってヘコヘコすんじゃねえよエイナル後ろから押してくれ俺は前で引く川岸まで運んだらイカダにする
I wonder, because they call themselves free men, I wonder if they used to be slaves. So they're just bullying the hierarchy.
もう少し来た方がいいんじゃないかそんな年寄りお前一頭じゃ無理だよ
Oh, they weren't, and they're just bullying because of the hierarchy.
短くはできないああこれあいつらの仕事じゃないのか普通奴隷に馬を扱わせたりしないだろしかもこんなしけた馬一頭きりでいいから行くぞ
Oh, horsey. Thorfinn is the horse.
You gonna push?
Yeah.
エイナ前を持ち上げてくれ分かった 公認ってあれだろ自分の畑がないから旦那の使用にやるしかねえ連中だろああなんだよそんなもんお前半分奴隷みたいなもんじゃねえか
All the more reason they'll treat them bad. Yeah.
従えるってことを確かめてるんだぜトルフィンお前もそう思うだろさあどうでもいいよそんなことどうでもいいことあるかよ俺たちは
And I'm hungry.
奉公人なんかがこき使っていいわけがねえ旦那に言いつけてやるやめとけ嫌がらせがひどくなるだけだお前なそんなんでいいのかよエイナルトルフィンどの様どうだエイナル一日過ごしてみた感想は報告がやめろ黙ってろ報告があります今日こちらの方向に
Oh. Come on, dude. Get it together. The music and everything. Master's daughter. Good luck with that.
He's even nice about that.
What a strange fellow.
What a strange guy. What an odd duck. I got distracted, okay, Thorfinn?
Does Thorfinn even see women? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
He's never has before that we've seen. I don't know if their job seems easier or harder.
Oh, I think their job seems hard, but easier than the clearing of the forest for sure. Think about it this way, okay? there were no ladies clearing the forest.
That's true.
Like, I'm sure this is not... It's very hard but
work.
It's like in a...
But not moving tree logs.
Yeah.
Kind of hard. Oh.
Oh, he works?
He's working too. Okay, why do I like the master so much? He seems like a really good guy. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
I think it's because you want to rate people, like, in the time that he's in.
Yeah. Like, for what he is, like...
He's treating people way
better than I expected.
Ever.
Than, like, any other person in the show who's treated slaves,
No,
right?
That we've seen, right?
Yeah.
And like you said, I feel like...
He's out there working, too.
Economically, I feel like it's a significantly better system for him also. Because I bet everyone works way harder.
If they like their master,
yeah.
right?
Well, if they can be free.
Yeah. Oh.
And everyone who's working there seems to like and respect him.
Yeah. Think it's his son?
Yeah, it's gotta be his son. Yeah. And there you go, right? Like, who cares if Master's nice? When system is sick, great. Now you got new Master. He's mean. You can't do shit about it.
He's an ass. Yeah.
So...
Don't give it to him. Prodigal son things? So he's all show. All hat, no cattle.
But he wants to be a warrior. So he's good with everybody except his own son.
No. Big surprise.
That's such a curse.
A trope.
That's such a curse. The thing I feel like as well, if why do we don't know his name? That's why we just calling him Master. I hope they tell us his name so I can stop just saying Master. But it sounds like Master probably made this massive fortune by being warrior. I kind of wonder if he's almost similar or along the same path as Thor's, where he's like, I did all of this fighting, and it did nothing.
So now I love my farm life.
But I wonder if Son, like, what if he was not home to raise Son?
Yeah.
And he's only been back for like 7 years or something.
Like, I don't care about this farm. I just want to go fight like you did, Dad.
So Omar is like Thorfinn.
If Thor's had lived.
Yeah, and because he's just still idealizing the story of his dad, not who his dad is now.
If his dad was actually a warrior.
Or just maybe the societal and cultural, like...
respect for him.
Narrative about warriors in general. Like you said, even if dad wasn't, he's like, but this is what
I want to be.
This is what we value in our society. I don't want to be a farmer. Canute. So he's like angsty teenager, but back in the day.
So she's a slave. She's like, can it be like really soon?
Yeah, so
I don't have to
away.
keep sleeping with you.
So Harold and Canute are fighting.
Oh.
So she. Whoa, okay, that's even weirder. That's what the fuck, G. What?
Like, you know this happened, but it's really hard to see it in a show. Like,
yeah.
So hard to see the parents being like, yeah, go pimp yourself out. And
yeah.
They think that he'll marry her? No. That's weirder. What did she do?
So they're not retainers.
Mm-mm. He's truly just like an angsty teenager.
Yeah. He's like, I hate this town.
Yeah.
It's so
he needs to listen to some early 2000s angsty punk rock.
Pop punk. Fort.
I feel like they also drew him not to be attractive. I think they're hoping to manipulate him and be sycophants.
Or that he'll just buy drinks or something. Maybe?
Even that simple. Always wanted to be used by everybody around you because of...
Your dad's rich. I mean, I kind of
still don't like him.
I don't like him at all.
Soldiers, they weren't even like just pirate Viking marauders.
The King of England burned them down.
That's weird, because I would have thought they...
Why would he...
For what purpose?
So his dad was in... So his dad didn't even die fighting the Danes.
Damn, that was cool. That was such a cool way to show it. The memories haunting him. Haunted. He seems haunted.
Yeah, he seems haunted. And he seems like he's... I don't know. It's hard to say if he's dissociated or he's just like, I don't know what the hell to do. I've got all of this.
Feels dissociated a little bit.
A little bit.
Like, I'm just going to keep on doing one day at a time.
Yeah, just like zoom out.
Yeah. The music, everything's so cool. The drawings. It's crazy how it goes from like, la-di-da-di-da, ha-ha-ha, we're all having fun, joking around, until like, epic.
Yeah. And it's crazy just that they're introducing all of the characters and all of the social dynamics here.
Yeah.
Kind of slowly showing us like, okay, this is what's going on. There's this angsty son. There's retainers. Mm-hmm. I guess these guys, they're from the fort, so they're not retainers. They must be like soldiers? Or mercenaries or something, right?
Or guard defense against. I don't know how. It's hard for me to gauge how big and important is this town, because like, is it just important for everybody who's, or not town, but like this farm? Is it just important for everybody who's there, or is he like basically a lord in the surrounding area?
Yeah.
You know what? I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Just the scale we're dealing with.
Yeah, like where's his house? Is his house kind of a hut, or is his house like a grand castle?
It's tricky too. It's weird because we also were doing like civilizational level stuff in the last season.
Yeah.
And we're talking about like, oh yeah, Askeladd is working. I guess we worked up to that.
And now we're just really
and now we've zoomed in, and now it's all about the dynamics on this farm specifically.
Yeah.
Man, it's so good. I'm so
Woo,
invested.
take you for a loop.
And Einar's talking, and Thorfinn's like, preach, brother. Everyone who goes to war is a beast, you know? And Thorfinn's like, I know that better than anybody.
I am one.
Yes. That's probably, I wonder if that's also why, we don't even know where his head's at with all of this, but if he's processed and he thinks that this is wrong, I wonder if you could just be scared of yourself, too.
I don't know if he thinks it's wrong.
I don't, what is he?
We don't know what his
We don't even know what he's thinking.
We have no idea.
No idea at all. He might not know. He might just be totally...
I think he thinks there's horror to it, but that doesn't mean that he thinks it's wrong.
Do you remember he was saying he even said it's so stupid, it's dumb, towards the end of season 1?
Yeah.
He didn't like it.
Yeah.
He actually severely disliked it.
Mm-hmm.
He was just doing it to get to his goal. He doesn't even feel like the same character.
It doesn't.
No.
It feels so... The author did such a good job. Like, just showing the time jump and showing him and where he's at.
I was just saying, mind you, we don't even know how the hell he's there.
No.
Mind you, like, there's this big...
They probably just sold him into slavery.
But who?
Canute.
Why?
Because he had to show punishment.
But I felt like he was trying to protect Thorfinn.
I think this was his way to protect him. Oh, I'm going to banish him. I'm going to sell him for a slave. But he's not dead.
Yeah, I guess.
But he had to do something to save face.
What is up, beautiful people internet? I'm Wesley.
I'm Stephanie.
To Wes. And
Steph.
today, guys, we're reacting to Farming Simulator. we were joking before, and I was like, I'm so pumped to watch Vinland Saga because I feel like I'm watching Farming Simulator. And
you guys call it Farmland Saga?
I thought that was so funny. When Stephanie said you guys were calling it Farmland Saga in the comments, I laughed my ass off. But there's a board game that we play. What's that one that you really, really like? It's
Caverna.
Yeah, Caverna.
I love
it
Caverna.
kind of reminds me of the game Caverna, where you're like managing your crops or Agricola and stuff. Doesn't it a little bit just the setting?
Yes.
Let's go. You never know. This could be a very dark episode with Vinland.
We're picking up right where we left off.
Oh, this makes me apprehensive.
They're just using him. I like how the voices are like so scuzzy.
Yeah,
and they make it so
scuzzy.
intentional. Whoa, snake.
Wow.
This is a big boy.
Yeah, big boy's getting kind of beat up. Aye. Wow. Are they dead? I don't think they're dead, but I don't know. They don't take that as seriously as us.
He's turned into a philosopher when he gets really drunk.
I didn't realize he was that young. I thought he was a bit older than 17.
Yeah, does that even have more sympathy for a 17-year-old? What 17-year-old makes like really good decisions? You know?
I really dislike my 17-year-old self.
Yeah, me too.
To be honest, I really dislike my 17-year-old self. So like, but at the same time, I'm thankful that 17-year-old Wesley didn't have like decision-making power over anybody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this kid is set up to absolutely fail.
This kid is actually more self-aware than I feel like a lot of 17-year-olds are. He's like, you're just using me, you're laughing at me.
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel I'm confused. I wonder why his dad. Well, I guess no matter what his dad did, if 17-year-old is enough of a shithead, just not because he's gonna be one his whole life, but just because he's 17.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter how dad. That makes me feel like he and his dad could have had a good relationship. He might just be a shitty 17-year-old.
Shitty 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hard to know. Like, was he a sweet kid when he was younger?
Oh, this is such a bad idea.
Oh no. Oh. Drunk 17-year-old?
I'm kind of glad. I don't know how to feel about the guards.
Oh, they're scuzzy. I feel like they teed that up to be like, hey, we're in such a peaceful village. Nothing bad ever comes here.
Flag.
Flag. And guess who they have who's actually a badass fighter.
Yeah. I have a feeling that these guys might be quite badass too.
I threw a temper tantrum. Well, you're acting like one. Oh gosh, he's getting. I tried to make excuses for him, but this is pretty bad, even for a drunk 17-year-old.
Oh no! Wow, that got dark.
That's not a good rite of passage.
Yeah, okay. That's horrifying.
What if he kills you? Is he like genuinely trying to help him?
Didn't know we had hired a ton of serial killers. Well, I knew that, but not, you know what I mean. Like, yes, you do want to hire serial killers to be your guards. But you don't want them to be that type.
Not that kind of serial killer.
Like, they've killed a lot in battle.
Yes.
But not like,
murderers. Serial murderer.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's so disarming.
Guess who it's going to be?
That's so shitty. On like 10 levels. The people that he's supposed to, like, because in feudalism, you're supposed to protect. It's not feudalism. Well, they're slaves. I don't know. It's slightly different, but.
I know, good luck with this.
Hopefully, they pick Thorfinn. They might. I know. I'm saying they might. This is what I'm worried about.
The other guy told a story from his perspective how he met Thorfinn. I don't care who he picks. Thorfinn's gonna get involved.
No. I'm saying there's other people on the farm.
You're saying hopefully they pick these two.
Yes, I'm saying because
I think that was implied.
That was what I think was implied, but what I'm worried is what if he gets
random innocent
off on it and starts wanting to do it more regularly. Not like, I'm not saying sexually. I'm saying like,
he's just excited.
I feel like a man, and so then
oh no,
it's like several, and then he picks.
Oh, that's beautiful.
One of the boys.
Oh no!
I just wanted to have farm simulator.
Oh no! Someone else is gonna be dead.
It's like Mafia.
Nice.
He's hydrated at least. That's good.
Next spring was your goal? Good luck with next spring. It'll take you years, dude.
Oh, PTSD. Wow. What he's been through.
Kind you don't want.
I'm kind of surprised he doesn't get those. After his sister.
He should have PTSD too. Oh. I thought we were going to watch a love story. Thorfinn does not care.
Whoa.
Aww.
Whoa. Well, now.
It's my
It's
heart.
my heart.
This conversation. Oh, Thorfinn. He can like sense blood's been spilled.
Oh, that's the first time we've been back in Thorfinn's head this whole season.
Yes. Something he...
Wait.
He hasn't lost his memories.
No way.
No. Oh, concubine or something?
That's gotta be the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're picking him.
Okay, good. We got the boys. We're good. You have no idea, my friend.
Thorfinn says, oh. Yes. Thorfinn could be a bodyguard. If he just showed, like,
the slightest bit, yeah. Einar is so funny.
He's so, like,
Einar.
relatable. No weapons.
Yeah, no weapons.
And now he's got an audience and people watching. This guy's an ass. I want him to die.
Thorfinn still hasn't even.
Sheesh. Imagine just waking up one day and being like, yeah, this random bodyguard decided that we're gonna die.
It's so stupid too, because like,
what
look
a
how
waste
much.
Of a life.
Well, look at waste of a life.
For him.
I mean, just waste of money too.
Not his money to waste.
Not his money to. Well, he should be thinking like it is if he was at like a modicum of responsible.
Well, he's not. Why is Thorfinn there? Because he wants him to kill 2 people? Oh. Man, let's kill this guy. Kill him. I bet his life is fine. That's just one less person for your dad to pay and waste money on. How about you kill him?
He can't kill him.
別に何も怖くねえ。じゃあやりましょうよ。ズババーっと。
Thorfinn looks so
nonplussed. Aww.
Aww.
Aww. That's actually really smart to tell Master. Come on, Thorfinn. I feel like you guys didn't need to tell him to shut up. He hasn't said jack.
Damn, he's strong. Even when they don't give him much to eat. He's so... Do I have to? Come on, Thorfinn.
Whoa, he meant that sincerely.
The problem is, Thorfinn, they'll just use him next time.
They'll just keep going. Yeah.
He doesn't want to live that much anymore anyway. Oh.
Which is the wrong lesson. Because it's different here where there's not a situation that requires a sacrifice. He's just giving his... It's like it's not a sacrifice, it's a suicide.
Yeah.
It's a suicide with like good intentions on top.
Yeah.
And I still don't think he's understood that what his dad did for him, even now. No. If he even remembers. We don't know if he has memory issues, but I feel like throwing away his life like this is the worst way to be... It's like sacrilegious to his dad's sacrifice to save him.
That's a big book. I thought the only one they had was the Bible back then. I thought they were like super expensive, and because it was before they
had to be copied by hand.
Good. No, you're a young fart.
Why the hell did we cut to that?
Is it an older brother? What?
なあトルフィン君、俺たち戦士の扱う商品って何だと思う？さあ、死だ。どんなやつでも死ぬのは怖い。 断言しよう。どんなやつでもだ。若様を見てみろ。他人の死さえ怖がってる。うるせえ。怖がってるか。それでいいんだ。怖いからこそ価値がある。そうでなきゃ剣で飯なんか食えなくなっちまうぜ。
Music.
Wow. But Thorfinn does not have fear of death. Who the hell is this guy? Stop interrupting our crazy scene. Whoa. He's a guard.
But we didn't like him.
Whoa. So this is like illustrating detachment, right?
Yeah.
I don't know though, because last season we learned that
What?
the philosophy of author, right? Which
Yeah.
is what we're ultimately like is pushing things. Detachment to some degree is good, but I don't think author is trying to make us think that Thorfinn's detachment right here is good. But there's detachment is an aspect. Like remember how Thorkel was talking about like rising above?
Yeah.
And he's like, there's something I can't quite see it. I think part of that is a type of detachment.
Yeah.
Where you're like, but it's because you care about other things more than your own life.
Yes. Not because you just don't care about life.
Yeah, like this is
the wrong kind of detachment.
Yeah, I feel like this is like I don't care about anything, even my own life.
Yes.
I am completely detached from the world. But it's like if this is the world, Thorfinn is detached this way.
Yeah.
And you need to detach because you have to detach because you're attached to better things.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Dog. Creepy little
I hate him.
scuzzbags.
Is this guy like the leader? Death by 1,000 cuts, I guess. I hate how true that would feel. Yeah.
But how untrue that is.
Yeah. Like you were loved by two parents and a sister.
And then every single subsequent decision that you've made has ensured that you haven't.
Yes. Yeah.
But of course then
that's how you see it.
That your perception, right, is nothing good has happened to me for these last years. Yeah. But you can't see like, yes, because of every single decision point that you made. Yeah. For Thorfinn.
Oh!
I bet he doesn't. I bet he doesn't even feel like the little boy who was happy. He doesn't even remember that. So he has memory. Oh, that. Whoa, what?
What? It is the boss. Not that we like him much more.
No.
He's scared.
Wide. Yeah, he's.
Whoa, he lost
teeth. He's like horrified. Are we supposed to like Snake?
I don't know. He's got main character energy. It's very bizarre. I don't know. Didn't feel like I should like him.
But he could also just be waking up, and you know how you can give shit
grouchy at the at your parents. Yeah, you're like, oh, where's my breakfast?
Like giving. Some people would have that relationship with their parents or grandparents where they're kind of giving them shit.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, you're useless. Why'd you sleep in so much? Where's my breakfast?
Yeah.
Help with the harvest.
I don't know.
Well, it makes more sense that he has gainful employment in something else.
She's like, why should I be helping with the harvest when I'm working my ass off over here? Well,
so maybe they were tricking us.
And he's a good guy?
Or at least not of the bad guy.
I don't trust a good guy to have dishonorable people working for you.
Yeah. But he might not be as scummy as these other guys. He might be a more honorable warrior.
Yeah.
Even if he's okay with violence and stuff, he's like, we're not gonna kill one of the master's slaves. Are you stupid?
Yeah.
He might be smarter.
Or he's yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's not a better guy. Maybe he's just a smarter guy. He's like, are you guys dumb?
Then how do I explain this?
Yeah,
you're just killing the master slave.
We have the cushiest job here. Are you stupid?
Yeah.
Are we gonna ruin our nest egg? I don't have to do the. Whoa, what if he's just lazy? What if he's just? I don't have to do the harvest with Gramps. We just sit up here doing nothing all day, and you guys are really gonna screw that up by killing one of the master's workers?
Yeah. And especially getting his son involved in it, the master would be pissed because his son is involved.
Yeah. It's like, dude, do you have a head full of rocks? You guys that dumb? You want to screw this up for all of us?
I don't know. He was reading too, which is weird.
That's
usually
odd.
You don't. And
like you said, I'm surprised he had a book.
It was suggested he was reading late into the night.
And fell asleep studying.
Usually
reading late into the night is like studying.
Usually you don't see villains portrayed that way. It's interesting. I'm curious.
Or these types of villains.
These types of villains. I'm curious to see where his character goes.
Who this guy is.
Yeah.
You know, I just had a thought.
What? Snake? Is that what they call him?
Yeah, they call him Snake. Maybe they were if they were hired as bodyguards. I'm assuming that means. And they seem, even if they're scuzzy, they do seem to have experience with violence. Yeah. So I assume that they're either Vikings or they've been warriors. Yeah. But if they've done either of those and they've raided settlements or they've raided, maybe they've even raided a monastery. Yeah. They could have taken the book.
That's true.
Even like an individual, that could be your share of the plunder. You could, and it would be very transportable, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we raided this monastery. Books are valuable. I'll take it. I'll throw it in my bag. It's in my treasure trove that I'm going to carry home.
Maybe we'll sell it at some point.
But he's reading. I'm curious. Right. Yeah, very interesting.
Okay.
Why is there a cricket?
Oh boy, that doesn't look good.
Yeah, dark.
All right. Well, this has been interesting. That was a turn of events. I thought we were just going to be clearing lumber for a while.
Thor's would have to be so bummed that Thorfinn was on like angry arc and now he's on nihilistic arc. And he's like, you've gotten every meaning that I tried to instill in you wrong. I didn't die so you would feel like there was no point in living, bro. Or not bro, son.
All right.
Well, I love this show so much.
It's really
so
good. It's interesting.
It hurt me because not because I've gone through anything nearly as traumatic as what Thorfinn's gone through.
Yeah.
But I've definitely been in that point for way less justifiable reasons where I have had those thoughts like, why do only bad things happen to me? Why?
Yeah.
Why should I continue to live if only bad things happen to me? And I hate it because it's one of those traps that it keeps you stuck because then you start to you create more bad things.
Of course, nothing good happens to you when you're in that mindset.
Because you don't have positive interactions with people because you've got really weird energy.
Enar's like, let's leave. Oh, look at the pretty girl.
Yeah. He's having great things.
He sees opportunity everywhere.
And if you had, this sounds really stupid and shallow, but from a different person's perspective, you'd be like, I had a great thing happen to me. I saw the pretty girl by the well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Thorfinn didn't even see her.
Yeah.
Like, even appreciating the natural beauty. Like, Einar's appreciating the opportunity of the farm. He's appreciating, like, the beauty of the farm.
Yeah.
Everything else taken out of
even
context.
with the horrors he's been through, losing his dad and then his mom and sister.
And I'm just saying, because, like, I've been where Thorfinn is for way less of a good reason.
Yeah.
And it's just disgusting how it warps your perception of everything. Like, even good things, it's like, they don't stick. They just
can't even see the beauty.
Even
of
if
the
good
sunset.
things you can't
you
explain
write away
away,
everything.
They just don't stick. You don't even see them. You only are like locked in on
the negative.
the negative.
Yeah.
It's such a and it's so pervasive and it's so hard to kind of like get shook out.
I think it's there with depression.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think most people who are in depression feel that way. Oh. I don't need to see that part again. I want him to be in trouble. I dislike this man. He's got cool presence, regardless if he's supposed to or not. Kitsune. Oh. Feels good.
Yeah, it doesn't feel bad at all.
You see all that meat?
Yeah, lots of yummy meat. Thorfinn still hasn't changed. Probably hasn't moved.
Did you hear what he said? What's the point of you bullying the slaves? The young master's got to do it. So he's still...
Still, like, not that good of a guy, yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa. Why?
His eyes do kind of have the same...
I thought the same thing about Askeladd. He kind of reminded him of me a little bit.
Really? That was crazy.
Just a tiny bit, but then I thought,
crazy
like, nah.
that they could draw that and you pick up on it too.
It's just a cool character, so I was like, oh yeah, no, it's probably just in my head. He's just a cool character because Askeladd was a cool character. Yeah. Yeah, you guys.
That was great. Do you think he knew?
I think he knew Thorfinn was special in some way.
Graciously. How does this guy have so much presence and this is what he does? Oh, he's got scars. Oh, that's Thorfinn. I thought it was the other guy. Yeah, he has no purpose.
Body doesn't need that. Body just needs to breathe.
Just reflex. That was such a cool scene.
That was so cool. I've never seen one of these in real life. Have you?
I don't know. That was bizarre.
A dung beetle?
Yeah. This is a very zoomed in shot.
Oh.
Who
the hell are you,
blown.
Dude?
Because he needs them.
本当に殺されたりはせんよ。いや、あのヘビって親分が来なかったら本当にやられてましたよ。ああいう連中は俺たちの命なんか虫けらほどにも。
That's why they showed the insect.
だとしても仕方ない。強いやつが弱いやつを殺す。当たり前のことだ。なんだとお前。ああ、いいなる。今後あの連中に絡まれた時はついていかず。
He's at least pretty nice.
それより傷が埋めていかん。薬を塗っておこう。
He is nice, but it feels weird because it feels like we're talking about little high school or like little boys in elementary school.
Yeah,
or
like,
something.
oh, I'm sorry, they're bullying.
Oh, they're a little mischievous. Boys will be boys. It's like, no, they just kidnapped and tortured.
Einer's like, what the hell?
Einer's like, where are we? What is this bizarre land?
パテルさん、俺たち薬代など気にせんでいい。お前たちの面倒は私に一任されている。駆けつけるのが遅れてすまなかったな。いえ、ありがとうございます。アルネーズにもお礼を言っておきなさい。私に知らせようと。
Aww.
What a nice girl.
That just looks like Canute.
It does a little bit.
If he meets Canute, he's
He
gonna
falls
feel
in
very
love.
confused.
Falls in love.
His face.
私から言っておく。それと私の古着で少し大きい。
Aww.
トルフィンにこれをやろう。
So you don't have the one covered in blood.
の服は穴だらけにされてしまったからな。
A little breezy.
Kindness.
お前な、パテールさんになんか一言ないのかよ。
He's like a parent.
あのな、こういう時はありがとうございますって言うんだよ。ほれ。
It's so yeah, parent.
さっきから頑張るで。感じ悪いな。みんながよくしてくれてるってのに。構わんよ。トルフィンが無口なのは知っている。
I know this sounds really weird to say, but our daughter kind of reminds me of Thorfinn.
She is.
Like significantly less muscly, less beardy, and less scarred. But even the way that Thorfinn's hair gets kind of messy across his face.
Blonde hair, brown eyes.
And our daughter even kind of gets in these moods where she's just kind of like, and we're like, say thank you. The lady gave you a lollipop. Please
Say
thank you.
She's usually
And
really
she-
good.
but
But
then
just
sometimes
every
she's
once
just
in a while,
kinda
a
like-
mood.
Thorfinn face.
ありがとうございました。
I thought it was so sad when he said, "Oh, I want to live."
Yeah. Oh, it's
Isn't
heartbreaking.
that sad?
今日は麦刈り休んでいいって言われただろう。森だ。こんなキスなんでもない。
Sheesh. Suffered through worse pain.
待てって。俺も行くよ。
What else are you gonna do? Just sit around, relax? Honestly,
For Thorfinn, nah. We saw what his dreams are like.
Inar's face has changed a little bit too.
Dolphin. お前、戦争に行ったことあるか？ああ。人を殺したのか？ああ。何人くらいだ？ 10人くらいか。
Did he count?
I don't. There's no way he counted. He's been killing people since he was like 10.
I know. Another life, another tree. Oh. Look like bones.
Oh.
I'm surprised he's opening up.
I think that's the first question he's asked Einar the whole time.
He was part of the ones who destroyed England.
He's at 5 or 6, though.
I know.
That changes everything so much.
We're not going to see how Einar reacted? See how different his eyes look?
Whoa. I think about his mom a lot.
Really?
When we're not filming.
Really?
Because I think about people I don't want to be like. And I think, wow, his mom was frustratingly dumb. So frustratingly dumb. And so unwise. And she made fun of Einar, who's like, wow, guys, you know, we had this horrible traumatic, it's not even just traumatic, like, our whole way of life and our people were almost decimated. Maybe we should think about how we're going to prevent that from happening again. And she was like, why would you worry about that? What's wrong with you?
Do you think she was just coping, like trying not to think about it?
Yeah, but I don't care.
Still not wise.
Like, it's, okay, cool, she's traumatized. That's her way of coping with it, by just being in denial.
Yeah.
But denial doesn't save your kids, and it doesn't save your farm. And they did nothing. They did literally nothing except just act like, you know what we said before? Like, they're basically livestock that the raiders come and harvest every few years.
If she let him go and like pursue that, though, she probably thought she was signing him up for certain death.
But they did nothing. They didn't even move.
Yeah.
They didn't even like go to London, which
know.
had walls, or just a walled city in general. They did absolutely nothing and just acted like it magically wasn't going to happen again. I think about this all the time, and I think I just do not want to be like that. Like, do not do the same thing and expect different results. Isn't that... I mean, it's horrible. Yeah. She literally was just like, la, 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 everything's fine, even though we've done nothing to stop this happening again. How stupid is that? I get more mad the further we go and the longer I think about that. Seriously, like, at first I felt bad.
Oh, he wants to kill him. We never saw Thorfinn killing innocent people.
But he killed a lot of combatants.
Yeah, but...
And the way he said it, though, I feel like he said it in a way, except for I was 5 or 6.
Yeah.
In a way that's the least sympathetic.
And to be fair, it could have been implied that he was killing innocent people.
Do you remember seeing that?
I never saw him kill a truly innocent person.
He facilitated villages.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I feel if Thorfinn was going to tell it, I feel like he would say, I might as well have.
Yeah.
I feel like he wants Einar to hate him.
Yeah.
That's why he said it the way he did, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like when people hate themselves, they want other people to feel the same way about them.
There's no way he's asleep, though. Damn. They're good at drawing eyes. Thorfinn's just letting him. Oh, no, he's like dreaming. I thought for sure he was letting him.
I thought so too.
He's lost because he doesn't have meaning or purpose. You see how he has a self-image of himself as just a little kid?
Oh, this was his first kill.
I didn't think he would do it. Oh, horrifying way to depict nightmares.
Oh. Ah. Oh, that's the lady.
Yeah.
That's the lady.
That's the lady.
That's what you said, like, oh, I didn't kill her, but I might as well have.
Yeah. I can't believe he didn't wake up when he was choking him.
It seems like it didn't even affect Thorfinn, really.
Studies to attack villages. By the time he was 5 or 6. Oh.
お前は知りたいのか。お前がどんなひどい目にあったかなんて知らねえ。どんな地獄で生きてきたかなんて知りたくもねえ。けどこんな地獄でのんきにくっちゃべってられんのも、飯食ったりクソして寝たりしていられんのも、誰かが俺らを生かしてくれたからだろうが。なんもなかったらって違うだろ。違うだろ。
I really like Einar.
I like Einar a lot too. If I was Einar, I would be extra mad because we saw him give up hope and he had to get it back.
Yeah.
So I feel like I wouldn't want to get sucked back into the hole that I was in before.
Yeah. He's fought to just live.
Yeah.
And not give up.
He did give up, remember? Yeah. And like you say, he fought his way out.
So you're spoiled and arrogant.
I think that would make Thorfinn's brain start to work a little bit more, though.
Yeah.
Be like, am I? He listened to the lesson.
No.
He didn't really have people teach him manners.
No.
At all, almost.
Yeah. He's like, now's the time you're going to practice your manners? More insects.
Oh, we didn't kill him, though. Wait. New character.
That's a graveyard. Did you see white hair?
I can't tell if it's like white or blonde.
Hey! He looks so different.
Canute?
Yeah. Cut his
That's Canute?
Tell me he doesn't look so... He looks like way more like a king.
Yeah, way more.
Oh, man. That's it.
That was a fast episode. Man.
It was interesting because not a lot happened. And they didn't even have hardly any dialogue.
No.
You know, the whole point was just, like, basically trying to bring Thorfinn back. Look, in this shot, his hair, you see how Thorfinn's hair is in a ponytail, pulled back?
I hope...
And Einar's there, like, with a hand on him. This shot makes me feel like this is where we're going, where, like, Einar's his right-hand man, and he's bringing him back.
It kind of feels like he's his parent brother person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Parent daddy.
A weird kind of mentor, but a mentor in like the nicer side of life.
Brother.
And
man.
Thorfinn's going to teach him how to fight.
But he's also like, hey, dummy. Do you think Thorfinn's going to teach him how to fight?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
Yeah, eventually.
Man, I don't know if that's this show.
Do you think Einar wants to fight?
I don't think he wants to fight anymore. I don't think that's... Remember? I feel like he kind of gave that up. And he wants to farm. I think it's very different because Einar wants to grow things and Einar wants to build things.
But Einar wants to protect what he's built.
Yeah.
He doesn't want it trampled on. I don't think he's going to give that part up. Everybody has a right to defend themselves.
Oh, I don't disagree. I think that we have to be careful not to project what we think. Because I think author has a different sense of like the role of violence.
Yeah.
Than what we would agree with.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I'm thinking like, if it was our values that were running the story, I feel like we'd be like, yes, Einar's going to learn and like, I don't know, they're going to have to fight. It'll be Redwall things.
Yeah.
Right? It would be like Redwall, and they're going to have to fight off the guests who all are also like foxes and weasels and predatory, right?
Literally.
So like we will fight them, all the farmers and the villagers, and even the master and the master's son, like they'll have to band together because the guest mercenaries have gotten too bad, and they'll have to like be strong and kick them out, right? But I don't think that this is that type of story because I think author's philosophy is that violence begets violence begets violence, and you have to figure out a way to not play into that cycle. I think that was pretty clearly the theme in season 1.
I think you're right on the author, but it's really hard for me to envision another outcome. Like where else would they go from here? Like they're just gonna farm and then to be like his mom, where they just come and get killed again.
But I think the difference is. And that's why I said, like, I wasn't mad at Mom for not becoming, like, Xena, warrior princess or something.
Yeah.
It was more so to me, I was like, well, you're staying in this village that doesn't have the defenses capable of protecting itself.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have the, whatever, like, there's no lord to protect you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're still vulnerable in the same way.
Yeah.
That's not, it seems like a different situation because Master has men and has means to protect the land. Yeah. And to have rule of law in some way.
Yeah.
To protect from raiders. Now, is that going to be the case? Will that stand up to stress testing? We don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I feel like it is slightly different as long as the guests don't go too overtly creating problems.
Mm-hmm. I like how at the end of the show they're like, oh, by the way, don't forget about Canute.
Canute looks sick.
Did you forget about him?
I don't know if I forgot about him, but I wasn't thinking about him. No. I thought we were just going to be like, okay, that was an interesting chapter.
Yeah, moving on.
Anyways, author was like, cool, that's a historical reference, and then we're going somewhere else. You know what I mean?
We're just literally going to live on a farm, live a happy life.
Yeah, I didn't think we were going to play court intrigue or conqueror. I didn't think we were going to follow Canute's story anymore. Did you?
I think Canute and Thorfinn are somehow going to interweave, and that's why I'm like, Einar's got to learn how to fight. Otherwise, he'll just get killed.
What if that's what his role is?
Oh, don't say that. I like Einar. Don't say that.
I'm just waiting for Thorfinn to get the man bun. Because I feel like it's very symbolic.
It is symbolic.
It's when he has everything, it's like, I don't care enough to do even basic grooming. I'm not going to face the world. There's something about, like, my hair, I'm not facing the world.
Yeah.
And this is like, I'm facing everything.
Yeah.
I'm not hiding from anything anymore.
I have my full peripheral vision so I can get shit done. That's what it means. All right.
Imagine how productive he'll be when he has full peripheral vision. He's already hauling trees like he's a freaking ox.
I know.
The littlest ox in the world. That being said, I love this show.
Oh,
I really am enjoying this.
It makes me think
a
lot.
If during season 1, when we were in the midst of, like, saga, like, we're fucking Vikings, we're going, and we were like, hey, baby, we're going to go live on a farm for a few episodes. I'd be like, what are you talking about? But I found this just as compelling as anything in season 1.
I agree.
And I like that Einar had to work through how he felt.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we've got Canute going through second puberty or something. Let's go. Path of Blood.
Are we with Canute right now? I thought that was just a teaser last time. Damn, the hair of a king now.
Is that Askeladd's voice?
That's what I thought.
俺の間合いの中だ。
I wouldn't even think Canute was the same character, guys.
No.
It really rubs it in seeing his old hairstyle and face. This is such a good scene. Wow, that could not believe that. I just couldn't believe it happened.
Even watching it back, it doesn't feel real. Oh, Askeladd. He was my favorite character.
He was my favorite character also. He's alone now.
Yeah, at the front.
Dude, I think that's crazy because look, now I feel the pyramid is symbolic, and this is a stretch, right? But Canute was always with somebody.
At the top.
Canute was always with Ragnar. Then Canute was always with Askeladd and Thorkel and Thorfinn.
Yeah, right behind him.
Now he's by himself in a wedge position, which is like a pyramid, right?
Yeah.
Hierarchy. It's only at the top. I feel like now he's a real king, whereas before he was a prince.
Yeah.
He was a prince.
Ugh.
And he can stand at the head of the column of all these soldiers by himself now. That just shows how much his character's done or changed.
For sure.
デンマーク勢力に
Oh, Danelaw.
奪われたイングランドであったが、1014年、デンマーク王スベンの死によって情勢は大きく変動する。デンマークとイングランドは再び剣を交える事態に陥った。父スベンの家業を引き継いだデンマークバイキング。
It's weird seeing the in between, isn't it?
Yeah.
He looks like a flapper girl. Or it's like a girl after she breaks up, she's like, I'm going to try a new look.
I'm going to cut my hair.
I'm going to cut my hair. But it's weird. You see the scar?
Yeah.
And the eyes are starting. It's just weird. I don't know. It was less jarring to me to see Canute before and then see Canute now.
Yeah.
It's weird seeing Canute in like his Charmeleon form instead of his Charizard. You know?
亡命先のノルマンディーから舞い戻り、福井を果たしたエセルレッド2世。
Wow.
両雄それぞれがイングランド王を名乗り、王権の行方は再び不確定状態となる。相次ぐ戦乱にイングランドは疲弊している。
How do you even have any men left to fight?
I've wondered that too when you hear about the wars that would be fought. But then you have to remember like birth rate.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
they had
people had way more babies. Because it's weird, right? Because you hear like, oh, this amount of the population was dying because of wars or whatever.
Yeah.
Or even the Black Death, right? Like half of the population just gets wiped out.
Yeah.
And you think, how is that even possible?
They had like 12 kids.
But even then, right? It's just crazy to think about it. Because it's like, cool, you had 12 kids, 6 died. But then those 6 had 12 kids. So it's like, boom, you can have these exponential population growth curves. Ugh.
He looks like he's getting broader, too.
Yeah. That's why I said I feel like... And maybe Canute was young enough that it is just actual puberty and it's not second puberty. Dude, he's even got stubble.
He looks... It's weird because he looks younger here. You know, he looks like a young... He looks older than he did, but he still looks like a young king. Like
a young man.
Really young man.
Yeah, a young man. Because he's only it's only been... We don't even know exactly, but maybe a year or 2 years tops. I feel like Canute looks like a warrior now. He doesn't even just look like a king to me. He looks like a warrior king.
Where's his brother?
Yeah, what happened to Harold? Oh.
中元の宝石と形容されたマーシアがこのありさまとはそこには時を要するでしょうな。ルンナル、人事のように言うな。荒らしたのは我々だ。
Oh, Gunner's still with him.
Yeah.
あれはなんだ？え？ああ、はい。これはこの地を制圧した我が軍の先遣隊です。そうではない。何をしているのかと聞いているのだ。そりゃあ略奪でしょう。小敷の中から売れそうな娘を探してるんですよ。禁じたはずだ。あの者たちの首をはねて道にさせ。
Whoa.
Good job.
しかし戦利品の収集は戦の管理です。やたら取り締まるのは。軍律を守れぬ者は我が兵ではない。首をはねて道にさらせ。
I know this sounds weird to say, but he felt Roman to me there.
Yeah.
Not Danish.
Yeah.
With the stereotypes that we've been seeing where it's like, marauders, we're Vikings, like we have tons of freedom.
He's like, no, we're disciplined army.
He feels like he's running a tight military now.
Yeah.
Which I didn't expect to be such a dramatic change. Like it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
From what we knew about Canute and why he's doing this, and the whole reason he's doing this is to bring heaven to earth, right? Yeah. It makes perfect sense that he wouldn't be okay with this. Yeah, I'm surprised, and what a cool way to see where we're at now, because it's like this is a transformation of their warrior culture entirely into like a military culture instead of a, I don't know, it was more free before, right?
Do as you want, do as you please.
I felt like that was the appeal. I could be wrong, but I imagine the appeal to a lot of the people who were fighting was that they could do whatever they wanted.
Oh, he's bowing.
I was wondering. Weren't you wondering what the hell happened to Thorkel?
Yes.
Whoa, he's fighting Canute? Why is he so pissed?
I don't know.
It's Thorkel. He might not even be pissed. Wow.
It's like, did you forget about me?
Frogs?
マーシア側から休戦の申し出があったのだ。この地での勝敗はもはや決した。ご苦労だったな、トルケル。やかましいわ。戦ってのはな、一度始まったら大将首取るまで終わらねえんだ。あとちょっとでエアドリクの首をぶった切れるとこだったのによ。こだわるな。マーシア伯エアドリクは一地方領主に過ぎぬ。戦局を大きく見よ。
He's like, I care about my fight.
Typical conversation between an S and an N on Myers-Briggs.
Look at the bigger picture.
No.
ヤシルレッドの小エドモンドは不穏な動きを見せております。どうか東部鎮定にお力をお貸しくださいませ。トルケル殿の圧倒的な。どこで誰とやるかは俺が決める。この野郎。サイコロ頭。ピネート。忘れちゃいねえだろうな。俺はあん時こう言った。お前がこれから何をして何者になっていくのか。この目で見届けてやるってな。おめえはまだ何者でもねえ。イングランド王でさえねえ。ただの若造だ。いいか若造。どうしたっておめえは戦を避けられねえ。おめえの道は血と鉄で切り開くしかねえんだ。アシェラットがそうしたようにな。忘れんじゃねえぞ。おめえの歩く道は始まりから血まみれなんだぜ。
I would hate to be my job.
Know.
That would be the worst job. Those are probably Thorkel.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Those would probably be like big ass dudes too. It's probably like the biggest dudes other than Thorkel. I feel like this reminds me of how much you can be a diva in sports teams is directly proportionate to how valuable
you are
on said sports team.
Because
it's like, dude, this is a D1 5-star recruit right here.
And he can be a diva.
He can be a diva. If anybody else had done this, their head be on a pike like months ago, man.
What are you gonna do? Kill him?
なぜだ一理ある貴重な忠告だ裏表のない男だあやつのように生きられるなら痛快であろうな行くぞ
But Thorkel felt empty, remember?
Yeah, he was looking for
Interesting. But I think Canute, it would... Obviously, when you're the freaking king and you have to worry about everything.
Yeah, you're like a pleasure to just say what you want and do what you want.
Be honest. And be so locked in on the micro. Yeah. I feel like Thorkel is the archetype or embodiment of everything that the Danes' old religion.
Yeah, that they respect and value.
And now Canute, even though he's kind of rejected Christianity to a degree, I feel like his philosophy is so informed by that and by the rejection. Yeah. It's really, I don't know why, he just feels very Roman to me. I don't know why exactly I feel that way. I think that it's because he's so disciplined. Mm-hmm. I think it's like a rejection of the afterlife and more of a concern with like, no, we need to do things here and now. Yeah, and we need to change this world. Yeah. And it reminds me, I feel like he's got stoicism influences a little bit. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It just, he doesn't feel Christian to me in his decision making anymore. He feels more Roman. Yeah. I don't know. It's just interesting. I'm trying to put a finger on it. I could be projecting.
He doesn't feel Viking-ish either.
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
I was hoping he was dying. Damn.
我がマーシアより軍を引き上げてくれるならば、さらに4000坪をしよう。悪い話ではないはずだ、クヌート殿。デーンゲルドということか。エアドリック殿。返答はいかに
He's not here for the money.
It's weird to see cocky Canute.
Yeah, that was weird. We've never seen him like that before.
Well, I think that's like very much
a mask.
A mask, yeah. It's
persona.
Just weird to see it. Oh, that was Askeladd.
Yeah, that was.
Man.
Coming through.
Oh, that was definitely Askeladd.
Yeah. Askeladd would do that, saying like kind of
play the cocky. Yeah. Yeah, while being totally calculated.
Farmland.
It's crazy how the author was able to make all of Canute's like mentors and father figures shine through in him so much now.
Yeah.
While still being Canute.
Yeah. Whoa. It's the symbolism. Trod on your gift. I don't blame him. If he's English, why would he want a Danish king?
Yeah, I don't blame him. But I also think that Canute is doing... He's not... It's like... You know how there's all these games about what countries acknowledge other countries as sovereign countries?
Yeah.
When there's disputed territory? He's playing that game.
Yeah.
And he's so smart because if he accepted this money, it's like he's saying, yes, you have a right to exist under your own influence and outside of my scope of power.
Yeah. He can't accept
that.
This music is weird.
No, he's saying he betrayed you a long time ago.
Yeah. Are they switching languages?
I can't tell. Do you think he's going to show the heads of his soldiers that he killed?
I don't know.
Man, he looks more like Floki than I thought he would. Like if Floki had a really, really, really hot wife, that would be Canut's parents.
Whoa, that's what they were building. Is it a pyre? Like a funeral pyre? You see all the straw at the base and the wood in the middle?
No, it's definitely a pyre. But to what? Oh. Do you think Gondor will answer?
Fires is such a cool way to communicate. Damn.
Wow, it's everywhere.
世と戦うとはこういうことだ。想像するがいい、エアドリク。たった今、マーシアは灰に消した。
It's just a symbolism. Damn.
This is just saying, like, look at our numbers, look at our logistics. We're everywhere.
わかったか。世がその気になれば、貴様らを焼き尽くすことなど造作もないのだ。
Just that would be intimidating.
の首を差し出して安寧を変え、それが利口だ。
Or you can die here and now.
He wants to use him, though.
Unflinching. That is so terrifying.
Can you imagine if we had started the story here and we flashed back to Old Canute?
No.
Like, imagine this was episode 1.
Yeah.
And then we get flashbacks of the back.
It.
No, I would be like, this isn't the same character. What is this? This must be Harold.
Yeah.
And that must be Canute, you know?
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh, dang. We're just going. Oh, I thought that was going to be the season. Whoa.
But he too died of illness.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. Whoa. It's crazy how powerful the Poisoner's Cup is, huh?
Huh?
It's crazy how powerful the Poisoner's Cup is.
Yeah.
It's just circumvents all of this.
Yes.
Just, okay, cool. Assassinate. Just like, it feels like there's this big force, right? Mm-hmm. And Canute just walked around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why fight when I could just kill you?
Like the linchpin of the alliance is the king.
Floki not happy. He wants to fight.
Thorkel?
Or Thorkel. Gosh. Ah. I think he turns against them. What do you think?
I think so too, but I don't... I thought he wanted to be shown this world. So I'm confused what Thorkel wants. Is it because Canut's like so pragmatic and realpolitik instead of detached?
ライバルたちの相次ぐ変死によって2018年クヌートは正式にイングランド
Damn. How does he stop himself from being poisoned?
Oh, his hair's long again.
And he's got a beard. I don't think it's that long. Do you?
It's longer.
Longer than it was.
Yeah.
He has a beard.
That was a sick episode.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't realize he could grow a beard. So, I mean, I guess that's good.
Are we gonna keep going in Canut's story, or is this kind of just like, and this was happening over here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now are we going to go back to Thorfinn?
I'm having trouble reconciling the timelines, like how much time has passed.
Like, are we about to jump back and it's gonna tell us the year that it is with Thorfinn? And it's like, Thorfinn's been on this farm for 4 years.
That was a sick-ass episode, though.
Oh, it was so cool.
And you know what was nice is it wasn't emotionally taxing, and I wasn't, like, worried about Thorfinn dying.
It felt like, oh, go off, Canute.
Yeah, that was a good-ass episode.
And it's like, oh, I didn't realize how nice it was to have a character who wasn't having an internal crisis.
Yeah, right?
I was like, oh, Canute knows exactly what he wants.
Yeah,
he knows exactly why he wants it. Yeah. He's not, like, wildly flailing, trying to find a purpose in life. Man, that was so different. But dude, his eyes, not the same.
The ability to draw that and to draw the changes in personality is freaking sick.
I think that I've never seen a show that has drawn a character pre and post puberty and pre and post the things that he's gone through and show it on his face so well.
I don't think many shows...
And be recognizable.
Yeah. I don't think many shows have this depth of character change in them.
Yeah, the fact that he struck Askeladd's pose in a similar negotiation, that in and of itself was amazing.
I feel like Attack on Titan does a really good job of that too.
Yeah.
Of showing like aging and changings in like the eyes to reflect like the inner battles and struggles. But this one does a really, really good job. And
the characters are so distinctive too, physically.
Yeah.
I'm so curious now because I feel like for Canute, he's an idealist, right? Mm-hmm. I'm curious, one, has he kept those same ideals or has he become much more like pragmatic? Remember that's what King Swine said.
Yeah.
I don't think he said it to Canute, but he specifically was like, yeah, when you're ruling, you're going to go from your lofty goals and you're going to be brought down to earth.
The weight of the crown.
Yeah. Right? And just the weight of the responsibility, like you're saying, right? So I'm curious if Canute even still has the same North Star.
Yeah.
Or if he still is like, he could have the same North Star, but he's been willing to compromise so much to get there. Or if he is just 100% locked in, and from his perspective, he hasn't compromised. He hasn't made any compromises, and now he's going to actually start to govern.
It makes sense why bloodlines are wiped out when you think about it, because you're like, if I kill these 5 people, then there won't be any more war between us. And then that saves thousands of lives. And it sounds really effed up. But at the same time, it's like, if you're like a 10-year-old kid and there are adults manipulating you because you have a name and a bloodline, it's like...
Yeah.
And then they grow up and they do become a threat.
It's crazy. It's interesting to me how centralized the power is around a specific family or a specific person.
Yeah. Why wouldn't somebody else just pick it up and go?
Well, that's right. That's what Canute did because when it's that centralized, you break everything when you take that person out.
Yeah.
But I also understand that it's super powerful to have it centralized around one person because they can make wide sweeping changes.
Yeah.
And so when it's working, it makes sense that like you don't have to go through, if it was a republic or if it was representative in some way or there was some type of parliament, right? There's so many more people who have to approve every choice that I could see how they would easily, if they had same number of forces, like one brilliant king can move and maneuver so much more quickly than it would take like the parliament, right?
Yeah, which would be really slow.
But like our military is super decentralized.
Mm-hmm.
So like, okay, cool. If you assassinated our president, right?
Yeah.
The military wouldn't cease to function in any real capacity.
No,
and neither would the government.
Yeah.
Because like the power is so decentralized. It's interesting to me that the rallying point is so like that is different in our system from this system, because in this system it's like, oh, the king is killed. Pretty much the whole government is now in chaos until we all fight it out and figure out who new king is.
Yeah.
Unless there's an obvious successor like here.
Because it'll just be infighting.
Yeah.
Like whenever you wipe out the person everybody assumes is going to take on the mantle.
But it's just interesting because like in our current system, it's more like the structure first and then the person.
Mm-hmm.
In this system, it feels like the person first and then the structure.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I think in this day and age, without a lot of communication, it would be very hard to have a decentralized team that were at Rome. They probably were only able to do it because of their logistics, which they were known and celebrated for,
super famous for.
And in any other capacity, I feel like it would take forever to reach conclusions and decisions if you have all the people who are in power spread out. And in Rome, they were all together.
Oh, and Rome became an emperor.
Yeah,
they did eventually switch.
Yeah.
So
didn't stay that way.
Yeah,
they had the
as the scope of the empire gets bigger too, right?
Yeah.
And they eventually became an emperor, so that kind of supports that idea also.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I feel like without the quick communications, it is way more efficient to just have one guy.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know how airplanes or airlines have hubs?
Yeah.
It's like the king is the hub, and all of the information flows through that hub, right?
Yeah.
Because it takes so long for the information.
Yeah.
Yeah. It really is like that. That's the organism of their rule, as opposed to when you can like send emails. I can send it to everybody.
Yeah.
So you don't need that hub anymore.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think
that's crazy to think about.
A poison, I would be terrified for. I'm surprised Knut's not more worried about it.
Yeah, because you would think like, oh, that was super effective.
Yeah.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's very. Because you have to be disciplined, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to be like,
I can't just grab these grapes off this kid's plate.
It's like, cool. I don't drink wine anymore.
Yeah.
Cool. I eat only the specific food prepared by these specific people that's tasted, and I have to wait like an hour after everyone else started eating.
Oh.
Like you'd have to be so regimented.
That would suck to be king.
And that's like, that's the stereotype, right? That when you become king, you become way more disciplined. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah, that's exactly what people do. I think Knut will.
I think Knut will too. We need a horse. That's what the title is. I just like thought that was so funny. We need a horse. It's very straight to the point.
So they can run away?
Why would they run?
Or they need a horse to drag away some trees.
Whoa. I'll say Patrick.
There's some symbolism there for sure.
I mean, there's literally a character named Snake. And there's two birdies.
Oh no.
But no, everybody said they like Snake, but we all liked Askeladd.
That doesn't mean that he's a good person.
Yeah, our interests don't necessarily align with the characters.
They need a horse to pull out the stumps. That's what they need. That's a big ass snake.
His hair's back. His hair's back.
He tied it back.
Let's go.
He looks so different. His ear's gone. At least they're both getting jacked.
You know how they'll do like, do you remember Toshi from JJK?
Yeah.
Megumi's dad? Yeah. They'd be like, oh, the Toshi workout. To get like the Toshi build, they're like, oh yeah, we're doing the Vinland Saga workout. So we actually became, what's the word? Shit, it would have been a good joke. What's it called? When you're a manual servant, you're a servant. You're
Laborer?
No, but you can't leave. Like you're not allowed to leave. Indentured servant.
Okay.
It's like, yo guys, what's up YouTube? Today we became indentured servants for 30 months to see how it would affect my physique. Here's me before, and now I just sold myself to a Danish overlord.
This is just one stump, Wesley.
Look how deep the roots are, too. Brother, they said they need a horse. I think they need an ox.
They're battling that stump.
Look how deep it goes.
なんで整地作業には馬がねえんだ。納得いかねえぜ。貸してくれたわけじゃない。奉公人たちの仕事をやらされただけだ。どうするエイナル。畑作りは後回しにして火を切るか。いや、もう一度あいつらに掛け合ってみるよ。無駄かもしんねえけど。しつけえなお前らも。ダメなもんはダメなんだよ。いやでもパテールさんのお許しはもらってるんです。パテール？はあの奴隷上がりめ。とにかくダメだ。馬はみんな他の仕事に使うんだ。お前らに貸す余裕はねえ。
They are sitting and eating.
Master's son was joyriding one the other night.
無駄無駄。サボってねえで森に帰れや。どうも。おや、ご挨拶が一個しか聞こえねえぞ。でかい方は相変わらず礼儀がなってねえな。はい、一個使うぞ。ああ。大体な、お前ら奴隷は言ってみりゃ牛馬と同等なんだよ。
Why you fight him and find
馬の
out?
くせに土地借りて畑やるってだけでも十分生意気なのによ。
It's interesting that I would have expected, and this is probably super naive, I would have expected the other men to have been nicer to them and Master to be out of touch and not kind.
Yeah.
It's just weird to me that Master is very much like, I just want you boys to do great, so get on out there. I freed Pater.
Yeah.
He's very kindly and seems to not view. He's like, oh yeah, you're a slave. That's a technical designation. I don't think of you as a lesser human.
Everybody else, because it's all about where you are in the hierarchy.
Yeah, but for Master, he doesn't. You would think he would be the most conscious because he's at the top. But then, but maybe he's so comfortable in his position that he feels more easily benevolent.
But also, it's in his best interest.
But yeah,
it's not in everyone else's best interest for them to do good.
Why would it be against their interest? Maybe because there's a limited number of horses, or do they just not want to be they don't want to be on the same level of a slave?
Yeah, they want to see seen as better than that.
We're not slaves. We should have privileges slaves don't have.
He looks so different.
He looks like Thor's, but little and blonde.
森はまだ広い。畑作りはもっと土地を開いてからでもいいんじゃないか。並行して作物をやるのは無理だ。トルフィン、どうしてお前はそんなにやる気がねえんだ。自由になりたくねえのかよ。無理でも何でも作物をやるんだ。そんなそれを旦那に言って自由の身を買い戻すんだよ。それには馬が必要なんだ。
Nina cracks me up. I love how determined he is.
ろくなもん食ってないのに。お前が元気なさすぎなんだよ。話は大体分かったぞ。何しとる。こっちじゃ。来い。話をするには遠かろうが。胸を踏むなよ。
Am I crazy? That's not Snake's grandpa or dad.
It might be. I think it is.
Is it?
こんにちは。何かご用でしょうか。名前は？はい。エイナルです。ドルフィンです。かっしゃろか。は？馬じゃよ。いるんじゃろうが。
Yes.
Please, sir.
いりません、いりません。マジっすか。助かります。いやー。っていうか、すいません。誰ですか？
I don't know why I find Ian are so funny. picking rocks out of fields. I've done that. In fact, I told my daughter a story about it literally last night. But we had a tractor and a trailer. Mr. Svirkle.
滑るけどさ、この石拾いはいつまで？石がなくなるまで。これ手が止まっとる。あ、すいません。よかろう。で、滑るけどさ、馬を貸していただけるという話なんですが。カゴを持ってこい。
She's really putting him to work. I really hope they get a horse out of this.
Does he even have a horse? What if he doesn't have a horse? And he's just lying.
Where's his horse?
さあ、俺も初めて会った人だからな。本当に貸してくれんのかな。いいようにただ働きさせられてるだけじゃないのかな、俺たち。
I think I like Einar so much because he just says what I'm thinking.
Yes, me too.
Like there's people who just are kind of cynical. And,
yeah. He's just so straightforward.
He's cynical, straightforward, and hopeful all at the same time.
俺たちは奴隷なんだから。旦那の奴隷だろ。お前らの身の上なんぞ知らんわ。これは契約じゃ。馬を貸す代わりにわしの家の雑用をやってもらう。馬を借りるときと返すときにじゃ。わかったな。
Good deal. Good deal.
If he has a horse, where's his horse? I haven't seen a horse. Hey, they've cleared stumps.
Dude, this feels like in a video game when you unlock something.
Yes, it does.
And you can progress so much faster. If anybody ever asks, like, an introvert's like, what's it like being an extrovert? I'm gonna show them Einar. I think he's just an extrovert, dude. Like, he's like, stuff's bad, I'm mad. Oh, stuff's good, I'm happy.
Externalizes everything.
Yeah. So this is like introvert hangs out with extrovert.
Yeah.
This is like if my dad and your dad, sorry, if me and your dad were the same age working together.
Yeah. I use that horse as long as you have it because he might always change his mind.
Dude, those things. This is saving them literal weeks.
Poor horsey.
Weeks and weeks. Is this
Dwarven looks so different to me. Oh, where he puts his hand.
This is the scene, yeah?
Or he just does that a lot. They're not. They have to be looking at the suns on top of a hill for the ending outro scene.
隙間を貸してくんないかな、あのじいさん。車輪がついた重いやつがいいんだけど。秋に何の種をまくんだ。そんなの。
Where are you gonna get your wheat seeds?
Ooh.
麦は秋にまくのか。待て待て。じゃあお前畑仕事したことは？ない。国では畑をやるやつなんていなかったし、ガキの頃から戦働きをしてきたから。畑のない国。
I know that he's in Iceland, and so they were hurting people.
Yeah.
And I heard something I thought was really funny. It said, you know how the saying hurt people hurt people?
Yeah.
This said herd people hurt people. Because historically, like, hurting people's become, like, conquering people's. Because they herd, like, sheep, and they herd the cows, and they herd all these things.
You have to fight over the land.
And you have to... you
defend your land.
Yeah, you have to defend your cattle.
Yeah.
Because someone can come and take your cattle away from you.
Right.
So they typically, historically, become, like, very, very, vigorous fighters.
Aggro.
And so then eventually they're like, dude, we're so sick at fighting. We should totally beat up those guys who are farming.
Take their cows.
Yeah, no, like we'll just take their land.
Oh, 信じらんない。おふくろや妹が聞いたら腰抜かすぜ。まあいいから畑のことは俺に任せとけ。なんて言ったってプロだからよ。おい奴隷ども、お前らその馬誰に断って持ち出したんだこれ。嫌なやつが来た。どうも。
He just always says hello.
これ黙って持ち出したんじゃないですよ。スベルケルさんが貸してくれたんですよ。あ？誰だって？スベルケルさんですよ。この先をずっと行ったとこの。嘘こけ！ここにはスベルケルなんてやつはいねえんだよ。とうとう盗みやがったな。ん？あれ？うちの農場にこんな馬いたかな？おい奴隷！この馬誰から借りたって？だからスベルケルさんですよ。知らないんですか？ハゲ頭の背の低いおじいさんですよ。ハゲ頭背の低いおじい。お旦那様か。そういやそんな名前だったかも。お旦那？お前やっぱり嘘だろ。すっげえ気難しい人だ。馬なんか貸してくれるわけね。ケテル様のお父。
Whoa, he's grandpa.
この農場で一番偉い人だ。
What?
Whoa. So he's not Snake's pops. He's Kettle's pop. Oh, he got a plow. They gave him a plow.
Hey! That was a weird cut.
この列やったら今日はもう上がろうや。わかった。ストップ！ストップ！また根っこだ。切り株は抜いても深いところの根は残ってる。仕方ねえ。今年は浅く掘り返そう。無理して借り物の隙を壊したら大変だ。
At least Einar knows how to farm. I wouldn't know.
あの荒れ地がたった一日で。ほら、あそこも、あっちも、あそこ、ほら、2台だ。今年4台買い足して、重量付けは全部で10台だとさ。
They've got 2 horses now.
Yeah.
そんなに高いのか。高いさ。俺の村じゃ8家族で1台。
Wow.
もう旦那のとこに1台あってよかったよ。奉公人たちに絶対貸してくんないもんな。人の手と桑で同じように耕すの大変なんだろうな。そりゃあもうこいつと馬があるとないとじゃ大違いだよ。すごい発明だ。これを作ったのは農夫に違いない。農夫の大変さをよく知ってる人じゃないと、
Yeah.
こうは作れないよ。本当に野良仕事を知らないな、ドルフィン。何でも新鮮。
It must seem very intuitive to him. He's like, everybody does this. Everybody knows how to do this. It's very straightforward. This is just, haven't you ever seen things grow?
I grow up doing this.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, like, for people who are really good at something, they kind of don't understand that other people aren't.
Yeah.
Even if they're good at it, not because they're like super talented, but just because they were taught it at a young age or grew up around it.
Yeah.
Like if there was a handyman who was a really close family friend of ours, and he like couldn't get that people didn't know how to do things that he could do easily.
He was super talented, like fixing
so
anything,
good.
right? And so then he didn't want to charge a lot of money for his services because he's like, oh, this is nothing. This is just a small thing.
Anybody can do this.
Anybody
and it's
can
like,
do this.
no, you can do this.
You can do this.
Like,
most
nobody
people
can do this.
Don't know how to do this, or it'll take them a really long time to figure out how to do it, and you can do it so quickly. And so, I don't know, we were always trying to tell him to charge more. He passed away.
降ってきた降ってきた。急ごうトロフィー。
Yeah, it's barely rained, actually. I feel like that would really change what they do each day.
の用意はあるのか。話をそらさんでくれ。わしは父さんの体を心配しとるんだ。 もう無理の利く年じゃないんだ。この前畑で倒れた時には
Whoa.
たまたま蛇がいたからよかったものの、畑で死ねるなら本望じゃ。だいたいその年で一人暮らしをすること自体無茶なんだ。力仕事もできんだろう。いらん世話じゃ。
Honestly, probably keeping him alive though.
Yeah, yeah.
父さん意地をはらんでくれ。ケティルよ、お前とわしは考え方が違う。一緒におればまた喧嘩になる。父さんが頑固なんだ。なんか入りづらい。今の話考えておいてくれよ。うん？なんだお前たちこんなところで。
He called them boys, not slaves.
Yeah.
I wonder if his dad is the one who loved farming and instilled the love in Kettle.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why he treats the slaves better than everybody else does.
Yeah.
Because he grew up with his dad valuing and respecting
People
farmers and laborers,
yeah.
not just warriors. And you know that old saying, it's like the grandpa makes the money, the son saw, or the grandpa made the money, the dad saw how hard grandpa had to work, so he really respects it, but the son didn't see any of it, so he doesn't respect it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's very much that dynamic here, even though we were surprised that we and most of you guys were kind of soft on Kettle's son because he's just a dumb 17-year-old.
Yeah.
But I hope he gets better. But it's just interesting because he values the warrior stuff.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Kettle, I thought he was the one who had done the great deeds and stuff. Maybe his dad is.
Or dad was
Or
just worked
something.
really hard as a farmer.
Yeah.
父さん、
But they didn't
お前
fight.
勝手なことはせんでくれ。俺らはわしの奴隷だ。濡れたな。ついでじゃ、その服洗ってしまえ。仲悪いんだな、あの二人。
Sword, spear.
さて、洗濯鍋はと。どうした？蛇だ。蛇がいる。蛇。
So he calls him Gramps?
なんでこんなところで。
He's reading again.
ぐぐ寝てたか。どういう神経質。寝相悪いな。
It's not the. You don't think it's Kettle's brother?
Maybe Kettle's cousin?
飯作ってるだろ。一人で食おうったってそうはいかねえぞ。起きよったか。
Tell me I'm crazy.
Gramps.
They look more alike than Kettle does.
He's calling him Gramps.
What if Kettle's his uncle?
Maybe.
But what if because they probably had more than one kid, just statistically. So then maybe Kettle had a sister and Snake is the sister's son.
I don't
So then
know.
Kettle's dad would still be Snake's grandpa. Huh? But he wouldn't be an heir. Sneak into my bed.
まったくしょうもないやつじゃ。西時にだけ起きてきよる。恥ずかしいと思わんのか。大の男が働きもせずによくも堂々と飯が食えるもんじゃな。抜かせじじい。泥棒は夜来るもんだろ。俺たちが毎晩巡回してっから農場の平和が守られてんだよ。だから食うもんね。若い女の家に入り浸って何がしてきた。若い女が盗まれないように警備してんじゃねえかよ。口の減らんやつじゃ。小言の減らんじじいだ。なんだ何してんだ。こっち来て食えよ。
Oh,
飯まだだろ。
I wasn't expecting
いいん
that.
ですか。食え食え。遠慮するような飯じゃねえ。お前が言うな。座れ。働いた者はその分食うてもよい。
Wow, they got
Sausages.
meat,
泥棒が来
bread.
るって本当ですか。来るさ、しょっちゅうだぜ。借り入れ前の麦だの豚だのが狙われんだ。へえ。武装してる奴らもいる。そういうのをぶっ飛ばして縛り上げんのも俺らの仕事だ。働いてんだぜ、ちゃんとよ。泥棒に盗まれる分とお前らの食いぶちどっこいどっこいじゃろうが。こんな老いぼれはカチンとくるね、いちいち。泥棒なんぞお前らの手を借りんでも追い払える。わしらもノルドの男じゃ。剣や槍の心得はある。 ああ、その年でチャンバラやるってかい。うぬぼれるな、ヘビよ。お前以上の使い手なんぞいくらでもおるわ。年寄りの体を心配してやってんじゃねえか。
I can't figure out their
お前に
relationship.
心配されるほどもろくしとらん。はっかすんなよ。また倒れるぞ、おじいちゃん。
I think it's his actual
実
grandpa.
際あんたが何と言おうとな、この農場の戦力は規模に釣り合ってねえんだよ。俺の手下は13人。
He only has 13. For some reason I thought it was so many more than
It
that.
felt like way more.
Felt like way more.
Yeah.
そうだな。5、60人も兵隊がいりゃ。
Oh, this feels like foreshadowing.
なあ、トルフィン。はあ、いえ、どうでしょう。
He remembered his name.
泥棒より手強いものなんぞ、この土地には来んわい。わかんねえじゃんよ。そん時慌てても遅えんだ
Oh
ぜ。
no, you're right. They set a flag.
Especially
It's gonna
because
happen.
Einer's family.
Yes.
Literally,
Einer just has bad luck, man.
Grandpa is saying the same things Einer's mom said. Like, no, it'll never happen. Don't worry about it. At least Snake's thinking about these things.
なぜここには泥棒より手強いものが来ないんですか。すみません。ハラルド王の意向じゃ。ケティルのやつは年に2回バカになる額の効能品を王に送っておる。
Damn,
それ
that's
ら
a
を受け
lot.
取る以上、王にはケティルを守る義務があるのだ。
Vassal Lord state, right?
愚かなことだ。平和を金で買うようなマネを。
Buying peace with blood, is that better?
守りきれぬほどの土地を持つ必要がどこにある。
So he's like, you're working so hard to plow all this land, and then you're sending a huge portion of it to protect all this land, but you need the land to send the portion to the king to protect it. It's like this very...
But it sounds like he's able to arbitrage like the profit.
Yeah.
To keep extending, because they also, remember, we saw them buy all these plows.
Yeah.
So
he is profitable.
I feel like this is the difference between a grandpa who built a small business and like a successful family business versus a son who's managing it and turning it into a big business, but he's not actually like farming.
Yeah.
But that's typical. Usually the people who are managing the business aren't engaging in what that business does. Yeah. Like if you have a beer company, the founder usually is brewing beer. Yeah. At least for a decent amount of the history.
The people who are running the business, they're just selling it, exporting it, marketing it.
And eventually they probably wouldn't be able to even brew beer.
Yeah.
Like the guy running it, right? And is expanding it. Mm-hmm. So to me, it feels like Kettle, now he feels more like a merchant or a businessman who's like expanding, getting bigger. He's paying people off here. But it was Harold that they were paying.
Yeah.
There's Harold.
Yeah.
Remember we kept saying, where's Harold?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
It's Harold. So
I didn't even think about that. That just went right over my head. So Harold's still alive and kicking over here.
And so Harold's ruling here. Canute's ruling in England? And we're not sure about the timelines yet either, remember?
Yeah.
実際に農場を守ってんのは俺らだっつうの。大きすぎる富は災いを呼ぶ。
Oh no.
富を増やしては失うことを恐れ、恐れを和らげるために金を使い、また稼ぐ。その虚しさにあのバカ息子は気づかん。ああ、やだやだ。ジジイは説教くせったら。お、晴れたな。
I feel like if you like farming, you would agree with Kettle.
But if you don't like farming,
then you would agree. Or sorry, if you like farming, you would agree with Grandpa. If you don't like farming, you'd agree with Kettle. Yeah. Because even with this, right? The more you develop and the bigger your enterprise gets, the more you get specialization of labor.
Yeah.
So like Snake gets to specialize as a guard.
Yeah.
He would have to
Doesn't seem like he likes farming much.
Exactly. If Grandpa had his way, Snake would be having to do his own farm.
Yeah.
And you'd be doing everything because there's economies of scale, right? Mm-hmm. And so now you can afford to have these 13 guards. Mm-hmm. You can afford to maybe have somebody who specializes in like baking. You get a baker. Like you end up getting all these specialized positions. Yes. And my perspective
Kettle's
would be,
doing exactly what he wants to do.
I feel like Kettle's doing what would theoretically be the natural flow of a developing civilization, which is that you naturally get these bigger industries that then you can have and pay for specialized stuff.
Yeah.
Like even if you're playing Age of Empires.
Everybody has to be sustenance farming.
Yeah. Like in Age of Empires, you start as sustenance farmers. Then you build these different things. Even then, right? Like now they could probably get to the point where they have a designated baker who can be the one who their whole job is processing the flour, you know? And then it's like, oh, this is way more efficient than having everybody having to bake their own bread.
Yeah, I agree. This guy's a character.
It's
because he doesn't have to farm. He gets to be goofier. He's tsundere, Grandpa.
I'm glad he's learning.
Thorfinn's out here. This is like Magic School Bus for him.
Yeah.
It's like educational TV. That is beautiful. How much you want to bet it's on fire and within 2 episodes?
No. Don't say that.
I don't like that Grandpa. His whole strategy is like, I hope that it's not worth it for 50 men to come here.
Yeah.
Because if you're just a single farmer, right? Then I feel like that was what happened to Einar's, where it was just a village of individual farmers.
And they got destroyed. Einar didn't speak up and argue, but granted, it's not his place to do so.
But I mean, I just feel like you could love that lifestyle, and that's kind of the dynamic that's happened in the U.S. in just the last probably 2 or 3 generations with farming specifically, is that there used to be a lot of family-run farms in our grandparents' generations, and then those family-run farms usually could not maintain profitability when competing with the larger industrial agricultural farms, and so the children of the farmers had to get professional jobs in most cases. And so even if they do maintain the land, which most people sold their land, but if they did keep their land, they usually rent it out to big agricultural farmers. And I do think that there are a lot of people who feel a real kinship and draw and would identify with Grandpa and wish that they could do that.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's a lot of people who remember the homesteading movement.
You see it all over the internet.
Like people
who
coming
want
back
to go back to the land,
yeah.
right?
And they like that ebb and flow of that lifestyle. It's just very hard to make it work when you're financially having to pay, like, because no matter what, even if you're self-sufficient, you have to pay property taxes for the land. Yeah. So you need to have enough money to at least cover property taxes.
Yeah, which is property taxes are freaking expensive.
For land.
Man.
For land.
Yeah. So you have to at least make enough money to cover the land, let alone like feed yourself.
So you can't just be a sustenance farmer, even if that's what you want to do. You have to have a business.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at their beards.
Are they just agreeing on what kind of hair, facial hair they're gonna have? Oh. He's got so many scars on him.
Yeah.
No?
Oh, wow, that's actually a bigger plot of land than I thought.
Aww.
Got me for a second.
Oh,
that was it. I don't really want to watch the next episode. I'm scared it's all going to burn down.
I know. It kind of feels like they're at the cusp of something bad.
Think about how much work Einar's put into farm after farm after farm. It breaks my... I think he's unlucky. Right?
Brother rolled a 1.
Yeah.
When he was getting his luck stat.
But Harold and Canute. Canute's forces come and burn it down.
No. Oh, and that's why we just had a Canute episode. And that's why they just mentioned Harold. Or what if Canute just poisons Harold? And then it's like, okay, great, now Harold's dead. Kettle doesn't have influence with Canute. So then, even if Canute did, like, without war, become the new, like, total king.
And Thorfinn's
Why
like,
would he protect Kettle?
Thorfinn's like, wait, I know him.
What up, twin?
Let me go talk to him for a second, real fast.
Oh, he's my other friend, Einar. My only other friend, actually.
They were never even friends, though.
I know, but I'm just like...
Yeah, that's funny.
I'm just memeing Steph.
I don't know. I'm excited to see it, though.
Oh, man. It makes me think a lot. Like, who's right, Kettle or Grandpa or neither? Because I don't think Grandpa would be able to protect the farm. Mm-hmm. And we've seen evidence that, like, that's not the case. If there's a sufficiently... I guess that's why he said if you're rich enough, nothing good comes of it. But, like, it's not just you. It's everybody around you.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, sure, you could individually be poor and not worth... But remember, there was even that family, and it's like, oh, well, if an army happens to be coming through the area, and it happens to be winter, and they happen to need food, they're going to kill your ass. So I don't know.
There's no good solution.
I feel like the only good...
solution is... defend yourself with guns.
In my opinion, I feel like Kettle has the right idea.
Yeah.
But maybe they should be investing in slightly more men.
No, I mean, because look at the men already.
They suck.
Bored men with nothing to do.
Yeah.
Not good.
Not good.
It's like keeping a large standing army.
But they need to have something to defend themselves.
But they should also be working too. What you need is every person here should also be trained on how to fight.
So you want Switzerland?
Yeah.
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 Which I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I believe Switzerland has mandatory firearm ownership.
I don't think it's mandatory.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that there's something like mandatory. Or maybe mandatory training.
I think everybody owns one rifle, I think.
That's what...
Every home.
Yeah, that's mandatory.
I don't know if it's mandatory. I don't know. Or it's just like the culture. I don't know. Let us know. You guys will know more than we do.
But that's what you would need a mountainous region to protect yourself.
Because I think keeping a bunch of men who are just guards who aren't also working is just not a good idea. So I think that it needs to be a mix of like just train your people. And they're strong from, working all day.
But then they need to have the time to do that.
Well, if you had just a few more people like these guards and they worked 90% of the time and trained 10% of the time and everybody took rotating shifts to train... This is my solution.
Now we need like communal or something.
Yes.
So we're a communal state. Okay.
With a leader.
We're a commune.
With a leader.
So we're a cult.
Yes. There you go.
I don't like where we're starting. It's dark and there's lots of footprints. So. 2?
足跡の特徴は似てる。やれやれ。旦那の留守。
Iron Fist Kettle. That's a badass name.
麦の粉が一袋と干し肉だそうです。
Thieves.
ダメだ兄貴。他の足跡と混ざっちまって追跡できねえ。まあいい。取る量は可愛いもんだが味を占めてやがるな。バレてねえとでも思ってんすかね。しゃあねえ、そろそろお仕置きが必要だな。
I just hope it's not our boys stealing.
No way. There's no way our boys are stealing.
No.
Absolutely not.
Right?
There's no way Thorfinn would steal. I don't think Einar would either. I hope he steals her heart though.
Whoa.
Whoa.
そうでしょうか。
そうですよ。道具や馬を貸してくれる上に同じ宅でご飯を食べるなんて。
いや、でも雑用の見返りですよ。
私たちは奴隷ですよ。見返りなんてないのが普通でしょ。
そうか。
I don't know if I'm here for Vinland Saga. Beardland Saga. Beardland Saga kind of disconcerting on
It's
both
really
of
freaking
them.
me out.
そうですね。言われてみれば。
そうですよ。
でも、じゃあなんで君が取るんだろう。ごめんなさい。エイナルさん、いい人ですもの。ご自覚ないんですね。 いや、だってそんな。エイナル、先に行ってるぞ。
She's told him she likes his face and he's a good person. What more do you need, Einar?
I don't think he's allowed to be with the master's concubine.
But we don't know if she... We don't know.
We know.
We don't know.
ひょっとしてあいつもいいやつですよ。無口だけど。
いけない。奥様が。
すみません。引き止めちゃって。
いえ、そんな。お話し相手ができて、毎朝が楽しみなんですよ。
Oh, now that she has someone to talk to.
じゃ、また。
はい。また明日の
Oh no. See you tomorrow morning.
That
That's
he's not
a
going to see it
flag.
tomorrow morning.
And you see they had a long cut after that also?
いい人だって。いい人です。
朝毛の支度もまだだというのに油を売っていいご身分ね。すみません奥様、水郷でお前を置いてるんじゃないよ。食べる分働きなさい。はい奥様、今日は旦那様が民会からお帰りになります。
The thing.
お客様を連れて来られるかもしれないからそのつもりで。まあ奴隷女には奴隷の男がお似合いってもんさね。
Is that, so she's open to it.
これが麦の芽だぜ、トルフィン。なんか弱々しい。こんなもんなのか。うん、こんなもん。
Me, anytime I try to grow something, I'm like, is this right? Is this
I'm always like, is this a, for me, when it first starts sprouting, I'm like, is this a weed?
Is this the right thing?
Is this the thing it's supposed to be?
こんなのからパンができるのか。恐れ入ったか。ちょっと感動するだろう。すごいな。こいつを育てて売って、育てて売って、俺たちの自由身分を買い戻すんだ。何年かかったってきっと。よし、やる気出てきた。これが自由への第一歩だ。
Oh, it's gonna get destroyed.
来年の作付けは倍にするぜ。なあ、俺たちはこうやって畑やってれば自由になる目はあるけどさ、アルメイズさんはその辺どうなって
It doesn't seem like
I
it.
doubt it.
そうな。
Maybe he can buy her and set her
聞いて
free.
みれば。
First or second?
Second.
聞いていいのかな、そういうの。
They'll be able to do so much more if they're not bossed around and told what to do all the time.
Yeah,
so they
that's
can work
very
harder
true.
and faster.
今日はこれどうするんだ。ああ、麦な。しばらくはやることないよ。そうか。じゃあ伐採の続きを。なので祈る。祈る。
Is he Christian?
祈るって何？
Anyone.
Yahweh, Freya.
Everyone and everything. It's so funny because Stephanie's dad grew up on a farm in Minnesota, and the family farm, it's still in the family, and so we'll go back to visit, and he'll tell us stories. And he said, "Yeah, look around, Wesley. You won't meet a single atheist here." Because everyone is too scared of their crops dying.
That's what he says. He's like, there are no atheist
There's no-
farmers.
there's no- He's joking.
He's
It's
joking.
a joke. He's like, there's no atheist farmers because we were always we're praying for rain. Like,
praying.
Please bring us rain.
Praying
Please
for rain,
bring us
praying for
rain.
sun, and the rain can't come at the wrong time
Yeah.
because otherwise the crops die then.
This is something I heard from a YouTube video that I thought was really interesting also. Pivoting. This one, not a joke. I don't know how true it is. I think it's interesting. But it said that if you have, because you can have different types of like cultures and they can get their food in different ways.
Yeah.
There can be like
herding culture.
Hunting and gathering, right? Then there's like herding and then there's farming. And this was a video essay that was making the argument that when you're farming, it's inherently kind of introducing an external locus of control because you're like Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Because the weather feels so like arbitrary.
Yeah, and because you're so dependent on forces that you can't really directly impact for the success of your food. So that creates kind of a character of external locus of control. So you're more like, I don't remember what the word was, either passive or looking for outside forces to direct your life. Whereas with herding, you feel that you can very individually, like, oh, there's wolves. I can kill them.
Yeah.
Oh, there's other people trying to take my animals. I can stop them.
Or hunting, right? Like, it's all about if I'm going to be a good hunter,
yeah,
right?
But this one was contrasting herding versus agricultural and farming, and was saying, like, one creates a society that's super, like, inner locus of control. Like, I'm directing the world. I'm the one who's doing it. And the other one is very much like, please.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Please let my crops live this year.
I don't know if I agree with it. I haven't thought about it enough, but it was very interesting.
It's so cute how Thorfinn's just kind of naive in some ways.
The tears, like, humans are weird. That's true.
Mold. I would never thought about that.
What if we kill the deer? Will they give you guys money for deer?
I don't know.
Will that be like hunting on the king's land?
Probably. He just hears them shouting their prayers. Oh.
Who's that guy?
Looks like his brother.
Whose brother?
Master.
Oh. So now not only is he the son of the master, he's
the younger
and he's
son.
17. Now he's also younger brother. And what if his brother, I don't know, his brother seemed
like a badass
bigger dude.
Yeah.
And he's got scars, so what if he just is like, I've met so many younger brothers who idolize their older brother. It's like if there's more than 3 or 4 years in between them, they're always like, my brother. Yeah, and they idolize him so much. If there's less than that, they're like, my fucking brother. But when it's more than that, they're like, my brother's the best person in the world. No one can compare, and they're so what if he's so no wonder he's being such a shithead. But they seem to have a pretty good relationship, at least.
Maybe they won't get along. I don't know.
Oh. Thorgil.
Oh.
What side does Thorgil fight for?
It's interesting he has the respect of the men.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he could die.
Oh, I'll trust Snake's reaction. Oh, that's good. Okay, I thought he was going to be like, oh no.
Yeah, he's back.
I don't know why. Stereotypically, I would have thought Thorgil's character design was for a bad guy.
Yeah, he looked like a bad guy.
Because he's so big and he's got scars and even his body language is very confident. And I'm like, younger son's a shithead.
Yeah.
But I trust Snake's opinion of people. I don't know why. Why do I keep calling it the thing? What's the thing?
I don't know. Oh, Snake trained him.
Oh, did they find? Oh. Oh no.
俺の感じはまあ全部こいつの仕業かなと。ガキでも盗みは盗みです。一丁仕置きをお願いします、旦那。
What's he gonna do? This is kind of like the test of a good master, right? Like, how do you handle this? Do you have wisdom? I don't know. What would you do?
I feel like you would have to.
You can't have everybody around them stealing from them.
You'd have to. I think you'd have to symbolically like either stalks or lash older brother twice, so his little sister doesn't. Cause
to like protect the little girl.
Yeah, and then you'd have to like put them to work or something.
Yeah,
I think
to pay back for what they took. Because
some symbolic punishment that hopefully wouldn't actually leave lasting damage.
Yeah,
and then you can give them a pathway to provide for themselves in a pro-social way.
Because if you encourage it and you don't punish it, then it's like everybody in the vicinity is like, oh, they're easy. We'll just go steal from them.
Why should I work?
Yeah, why should I work hard, right? That's a tough...
But because they're kids, I feel like you have to...
Yeah, got them in the stocks. Okay, here's a question. They have slaves. They have slavery in this culture. What's to stop them just being like, hey, we're going to make you our slaves?
That's what I was saying. Like,
right?
But they need punishment. And then... I think the only thing that would stop it is we don't know what the punishment is for thieving. Yeah. Because different cultures have had different punishments. Like Old West. Okay, you're stealing cattle, you die. Yeah. Kota Hammurabi, right? If you're caught stealing... I believe that's Kota Hammurabi, right? So it just depends on... Bible says you have to...
pay back sevenfold.
Old Testament Bible says you pay back sevenfold what you stole. So it's just what's the standard? Because you would need to... You can't just like entirely break the standard. There has to be something symbolically to keep the rule of order. Yeah. But that hopefully you like mitigate because they're kids and then give them a pathway so they can feed themselves. Yeah. So they don't only do this.
I hope. Whoa. It's a lot of meat.
敵味方なんざどうでもいいのよ。一度戦闘がおっ始まりゃ、それぞれの部族が点で勝手に目標を攻撃すんだ。北海一の命知らずは俺だってな。戦の後は楽しい略奪大会。売れそうな女を争って切り合うなんざしょっちゅうさ。オルバル、どうだ？行ってみたいか？イングランドに。
It's weird how they drew them looking similar, but one looks so much fiercer than the other.
Yeah.
なんだ、嫌なのか。もちろん行くよ、戦場。実力主義上等だぜ。さすが我が弟だ。そんなお前に土産をやろうかな。おい、首飾りだ。えい。
Oh, those are ears. Oh.
構わねえが、耳なんてうまくねえぞ。え？イングランド人の耳だ。耳って。
I don't know if I still trust Snake's opinion.
とビビりだなお前は。そんなことでどうする？俺たちは鉄拳ケティルの息子なんだぞ。
Iron Fist Kettle.
That was the name of the episode.
I did not know.
Whoa.
あっという間に自分の獲物が怪力で壊れちまうもんだからよ。その後ずっと素手で戦うらしいんだ。それでいて。
It's funny because he's so like peaceful and like wise and more gentle to me.
I thought of the word demure. I don't know why, because that's the meme, you know.
Yeah,
he's so peaceful, so demure.
And he never talks about it.
Well, I feel like we're seeing kind of a pattern come up because like Olgar, right?
Yeah.
It seems like you have to be strong enough to then do the thing, so then you don't idealize the thing. But not everybody breaks past that point. Because, like, Kettle feels kind of like Thor's. Like, they got strong enough that they no longer idealized strength and they saw what the consequences were. Yeah. Thorfinn did that too. Remember, he's like, all this fighting.
For nothing.
For what? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. But Olgar isn't strong, so he's going to idolize strength. Mm-hmm. So So how would he move past this? But then there's his brother, And maybe he would get there eventually, but it seems like there's people like him who never go beyond that. They're just like, I'm strong. This is great. Why would I want to move beyond this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
ルカブの連中と話すと結構鉄拳の名前が出るぜ。お前もっと親父を尊敬しろ。タオルギル、旅の疲れもあるだろう。そろそろ奥で休みなさい。
I'm worried he's just gonna grab the girl.
タオルギル。わかりました。鉄拳ケテル殿。旦那。すみませんが、お休みの前にあれを片付けてもらっていいですかね。
I don't think Kettle would be cruel. But I just don't know how thieving is looked at.
名前を聞こうか。ほら、名前言え。こら、やめんか。怯えているから喋れんのだぞ。すみません。さあ、名前を。
失礼。妹はトーラ。
そうか。スチルにトーラ。お前たちを弁護する者はいるかね。身内は他に母親と
は。Oh, there's a baby. Who's their pops?
病気で伏ってたんで連れてきませんでした。父親は行方知れず。
Missing? What the hell?
父親の名前は健在なのかね。答えろ。
父ちゃんはスノッディ。去年の秋、野菜を売りに行ったの。帰ってこない。
That's not good.
もしかしてお前たちの祖父の名はボーではないかね。
はい。
ボーの子スノッリです。旦那様に時代の借金をしています。おお、あのスノッリか。最近顔を見せないと思ったら死んでんな。そりゃ1年帰ってこねえんだ。もう帰らねえよ。大方物取りにでもあって殺され。
知らん。父ちゃんはちょっと出かけてるだけだ。
So they kept telling themselves, I'm sure he'll come back and everything will be okay.
働き手
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
他の家に奉公人として引き取られるのが習わしだ。しかし、
Oh, he's gonna cry. He's a big softie. I love him.
どうなさいましたあなた。
ちょっと目にゴミが入って。
Did she call him honey?
That was very kind of sweet, but I don't like her.
I don't like her either.
She seems very austere. But maybe we'll come to like, I don't know.
で、この二人は何を盗んだんだ。余罪は多数ですが、とりあえず麦の粉一袋の盗みはゲロしました。俺と俺の部下が証人です。脅して言わせたのではないだろうな。しませんや、そんなこと。鎌はかけましたけどね。この袋が空になるまでの間だけ待ってやるよ。正直に仕置きも軽くすんぞ。うちの袋の底には旦那の名前が書いてあるんだってね。ほとんど脅しだ、それは。いやいや、身に覚えがないならこれで吐かないでしょ。なら話は早い。
Oh yeah, Hammurabi. You know the problem with that though? This is why I don't think that I like the, obviously I'm biased because I'm Christian, but I like the Bible example because it like incentivizes you to work.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take away your ability to work.
Yeah, because if you chop off his arm,
they're not, it's kind of like you're doomed to be unproductive.
Yeah.
Or at least like you haven't hampered their potential
for
productivity
the rest of their life.
For the rest of their lives.
Versus like, okay, you just work to pay off what he stole 7 times. Like,
and
you have
then,
to work until you pay back 7 bags of flour.
If you give them a way that they can figure out how to do that, if they can make 7 bags of flour, then they know, or 7 bags of flour worth of value, then they can continue creating that value and providing for themselves, you know? So I just don't like, I don't want the, I hope they don't do arm.
なら妹の分の罰もお前が受けろ。両腕切断だ。いや、ああいった手前俺としちゃ軽めでお願いしたいんだけど、
I like Snake. Come on. Oh.
He's casually cruel.
Yeah. Come on, be wise here. Do something good.
Yeah. And the whole family.
I like Peter.
Yeah, exactly.
よし、大人と同じ仕事を始める年だな。娘の損害と父親の借金を回収すべきです。この子たちに働いて返してもらいましょう。この子たちとその母親を奉公人として当農場に雇い入れることを提案いたします。仕事は旦那様が貸し与えた土地の耕作を奉公人として引き継がせます。私がスチュールに技術指導を一人前の働き手に育てば今回の損害を回収できます。
It's a win-win.
今後盗みを働く必要もなくなる。
I love Peter. I love that he's open to it.
It's kind of interesting that Kettle like wants to do this,
but he can't figure out how to get there himself.
Yeah, he's like, how I don't want to hurt them. Yeah, I know something's wrong, but I don't know what.
Yeah,
it's
so
kind of interesting.
He has so maybe he's not wise. He has a good soul.
It's like a heart and soul.
But not wisdom. Maybe that's why his kids turned out kind of weird.
Oh yeah, because like, well, I guess it also would depend because he was Iron Fist Kettle. We don't know how his own personal trajectory went. Yeah. Like maybe his youngest son saw him while he was still Iron Fist Kettle.
Yeah.
Or it could just be totally dispositional, and younger son just maybe, and Kettle might have been like younger son when he was younger.
Yeah.
He might have been more casually cruel.
Yeah. Younger son? You mean older son?
Older son, yeah. Oh, duh.
まあ、理屈は分かった。ああ。いや、盗んだ分は奉公で返済させるのだし、借金という形の罰でいいだろう。さすがに全く折檻なしというわけにはいかない。
Like they need something symbolic, otherwise people will just steal so they can get a job. Yeah, like you said.
それに手癖の悪いのはどこへ行っても嫌われる。
And the older one can take a beating for the younger sister too, and like
yeah.
rough them up a little, but it's not like
it doesn't permanently damage their ability to be productive and provide for themselves.
So that way the girl's not hurt when she's just following her brother, and the older boy can act tough for protecting his sister, and also be like, yeah, don't do that again. And you don't have to go hard on the beating. Do we sound cruel?
さて、何回ですか?
No.
I didn't think he was just kindly.
10回。10回ずつね。
Oh no.
構造からだ。歯を食いしばってろ。
Oh. No, Snake will be not cool. He'll kill him.
Oh no! No, this is not what I wanted. Snake, I trust Snake. Gentle, right? He's gonna be beat up hard.
Yeah. Oh.
20 will kill him like that.
Organ damage.
Yeah, even the dad was like, no, that is too hard.
Count that for 3, at least.
I was thinking like 5 would be enough, and you don't have to hit that hard. You kind of just like 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, you know?
おやつろネタみたいだぜやれやれ鉄拳ケテルももう年かね嘘なのだ
What?
鉄拳なんぞノルドの男は育児なしでは生きていけんのだ
Concubine,
皆がわしに当然
like you said.
勇敢さを求め
And maybe that's why the wife wants her gone.
Oh, yeah.
名士と呼ばれるこのわしがそんな嘘をつくとは皆思ってもいないようだわしは恐ろしい
He lost a
息
tooth.
子のトールギルが戦争が暴力が恐ろしいのだ
So we're supposed to even hit him in the head in the first place.
お優しいことが悪いことであるはずはありませんわ。お苦しみは私が知っております。
お前だけだそう言ってくれるのはお前だけなのだ
Oh, the only thing I don't like about this,
全て話せるのは
well, not the only thing, but from like a plot relevant standpoint, is that this sounds like he actually is in love with her.
Yeah.
If she was just a concubine,
Yeah. Oh, you're
then
right.
he would be like probably fine with Einar.
No, but he
But if he loves her and she's the only one that he feels like
he can talk to.
he can talk to, and that's why I said it's not the only thing, because it's also creepy and demented because she's his slave. Like, she doesn't have the option to be like, no.
And he probably treats her better because he's in love with her.
お前がいなかったらこの世は
And she's gonna probably feel like she's protecting all the other slaves by influencing the master.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy it was just a lie.
He's not going to let her go to eat Einar. No way.
No way.
Not if he's in love with her.
Even inquiring could change his perception.
Yeah.
Oh,
no. Oh, we're not supposed to watch more.
I didn't like that, though. I don't like other people touching their crops. I don't like that at all.
This isn't good. It's weird how we can watch just things go down on a farm and be thoroughly intrigued.
Oh, I'm having such a fun time.
I'm like the social dynamics, and it's so different, thank God, than how we live today here, and at least in the U.S. And so it's very interesting to see all the social dynamics and the implications, and how do you deal with these issues of morality in this world where you have to survive.
And there's no real there is sort of an abstracted justice system for nobles to get recompense from each other.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I mean, the nobles are the justice system.
Yeah.
Or I guess if you're the landowner, you are the one carrying out justice.
If you have an unwise lord, what happens?
Or just a cruel lord.
Yeah. I'm so glad he was brave enough to take over from his son, though.
Yeah, but I feel like he hit the kid in the face, which he specifically said. Snake specifically said, don't do that.
I know.
I don't
Snake had just done it.
I'm glad Kettle is so kind. I respected him a lot more when I thought he was strong and kind.
Yeah. And he's not.
And it seems like younger son has his disposition pretty much exactly.
Yeah. It's interesting,
because now that I know he's not strong, that makes me worried that he won't be able to stop
his son.
Strong but cruel people from doing bad things.
Like his own child.
Like his own child that he raised, who will inherit now, we know.
Oh, no.
So that's what I'm worried about. Like, okay, cool.
No.
We thought he was strong and kind. You can stop bad people.
I forgot he's going to inherit.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I don't feel super hopeful.
I'm thoroughly invested in this farm, but it could get destroyed any day now. We don't know.
There's already been flags for some type of attack. Hey, if Sun's there when there's an attack, that's sick, though.
Yeah,
that's exactly the type of
But he won't be.
Yeah. And then what if we get attacked? What if we actually do defend the farm, but Kettle dies? And then oldest son is running the shindig.
No.
I don't think he would be nearly so predisposed to be like, cool, yeah, buy off your
No, he would just change the deal.
Yeah, he changed the deal.
Ah!
Yeah.
You're right.
Damn it.
All that hard work for nothing.
What is the... What the hell?
Is he Einar as a child?
Oh, who he used to be. Like he's realizing.
待て待て待て
Whoa.
They did a really good job of depicting nightmares. I feel like that's how they work.
This is how they work. Ugh.
くそなんでこんなとこに落ちたらダメだあそこに落ちたら
What the hell is that?
Honestly, killed.
やめてくれ
Ugh.
頼む
There's a scene of Hercules like this from the Disney movie. It was horrified me. I'm just so used to it.
おはよう、トロフィー。今朝はいつにも増してうなされてたな。
Every night.
崖から落ちる夢だった。
今朝は覚えてるのか、夢の中身。
少し。
なんかいろいろ寝言言ってたぞ、お前。父上とか、アシュラットとか。アシュラットって人の名前？
He looked awake.
Yeah.
You know how he seemed so impassive and flat previously?
He looked...
The ocean.
That was the first time he seemed like he's actually... So maybe that's our answer. Maybe basically like the trauma and the guilt and the grief was repressed and numbed him. And he's finally starting to wake up, which is good. But when you're waking up and you're actually starting to be present and be sentient, then you have to deal with all of the memories and thoughts of what you've done before. Like, you can kind of zombify yourself, and it's like you just go through the motions. But then if you're going to be alive and a real person again...
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, now you're going to have to deal with everything. And especially now he's living the life that he would have been destroying for so many other people.
どうしても夢の中身が思い出せ
An
ない。
empty man, yeah.
恐ろしい夢ってことだけはわかる。それに何かとても大事なことを忘れてしまっている気がする。
Why are you laughing like this is going to go well?
I'm laughing at the story in the background.
Why are you laughing like this is going to go well? I'm so sad. You guys know how many times I've thought about how I'm disappointed I wasn't Iron Fist Kettle? Because I really, really liked and respected him for making the most out of the system that he was operating in and still being fair and just to people. Just to find out he's actually just a little bitch boy.
He's tried though. He did try.
とても大事なことを忘れてしまっている気がする。
So disappointing.
喉に引っかかった。
But he goes from like a very respectable character to a disgusting character.
恐ろしい。
I think he's fairly human.
でも忘れてはいけないような。
His shades of gray.
Kettle?
なんだろ
Well, it's very different when you're nice to somebody because you're weak versus when you're nice to somebody and you're strong.
おい、こ この麦、
Do not touch our
もう
wheat,
こんな
dude.
に育ってるぞ。開いたばかりで知力がいいのか。いや、いいなるか。あいつが来てから急に開拓が進んだ。
Aner was
どうかして
motivated.
るぜ、旦那はよ。畑仕事は一人前の男がやる仕事だぜ。それを奴隷なんぞに。
They're gonna burn it.
こんなことはよくねえ
They're jealous.
ことだ。たとえ旦那の指図でもな。奴隷が奉公人と同等
What is
に
it?
扱われ
It's
ちゃう。
like envy is if I can't have it, then neither of us can have it.
I know, it's like, okay, cool, let's watch their field instead of working on our field, or even being like, hey, Einer, can you give us some advice so we can grow our fields bigger?
Yeah.
Instead of that, they'd rather look
See
at
everyone
their
else's
neighbor's
growing.
fields and be like, well, I just don't want them to have more than me.
Yeah.
Dude, I think that's so gross, and it's like, then everybody's brain does it. Like, my
Yeah.
brain does it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, your neighbor's got a goat. Well, I just want their goat to die. I would rather
I don't
we
want, yeah.
I don't want him to have 2 goats and me have 1 goat. I would rather his goat just be dead.
And if there's a way that I could give them 6 goats and I get 3 more goats, I don't
Yeah.
want to do that because then they have even more goats than me. But it's
Yeah.
like, but we're both better off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that part
世
of
の中
myself
の
that I
秩序
feel.
が保てねえぜ。なあ、お前ら。
That was a weird cut.
They're going to burn the field, baby. I think you're.
アシュラットは
Oh.
俺の父親を殺した男だ。デエンジンの戦争屋でな。強くて残酷な男だった。投げるぞ。
あ、おう。
He's opening up. That's good.
で、そいつが夢に出てきたのか。
さあ、わからない。アシュラットを追って、俺は戦場へ出たんだ。父親の仇を討つために。10年、いや、11年戦った。奴が憎かった。殺したいほど。
それで、仇は撃ったのか。
いや、アシュラットは、俺じゃない男に殺された。俺の目の前で。
Do you think I'll ever admit he had some sort of weird affection for him?
トルフィー、次を投げてくれ。
I don't know if he does. I can't.
Oh.
I can never really tell.
そうね。
まあ、細かいことはわかんないけどよ。お前のその、いまいち元気がない理由は分かった気がするよ。
Listless. That's a good word for it.
Yeah.
夢にまで見るってんだから、まだ心の整理がついてないんだろうぜ。
そうだな。そうかもしれない。でも、それだけじゃない。もっと何か、もっと大事な何かを忘れている気がする。とても大事。
まあ、吹っ切れって言われて、吹っ切れるようなもんじゃ。けどよ、もう、お前の敵討ちは終わったんだよ。それに、死んだ人間を憎んだって始まらないぜ。そうだ。
来るな、トルフィン。本当の戦士になれ。トールズの子。
I think that's what he's troubled by.
憎んではいないさ。だから、
Yeah,
困
that's
るん
his
だ。
problem. He doesn't hate him.
憎しみがなくなったら、俺、
Who am I, right?
空っぽだ。
Yeah.
It's all he's been for so long.
It's purposeless.
憎しみだけで生き抜いてきた。
It was what drove him every
戦場以
day.
外に何も知らない。
That's not true anymore, though. I mean, he's been living here
屋
on
根
the
の
farm.
直し方一つ知らない。何もできない。 何をしたらいいのかもわからない。空っぽなんだ。
At least he knows.
But at the same time, that's like, you know, there's rose-colored glasses. Yeah, work.
Yeah.
But then there's grief-colored glasses, and he's got grief-colored glasses because he does know how to do so many more things than he did when they started at the farm.
Yeah.
And he has helped Einar so much in the clearing, and he has contributed. So
he's learned a lot, but he's never able to. He always has to learn something new. He's never been like, oh, I know how to do this.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like, he now knows how to do it. So now he does, he can do it next year.
Yeah.
As long as he's growing and working, it's not like he can only do that one thing. Exactly.
Yeah.
Work.
働き。
あ、大旦那様。
口を動かす暇があったら働かんか。今日の仕事はそれでしまいではないぞ。
Oh, we fish?
I didn't realize we were that close to the coast.
いいか。
Did
見
you?
とれよ。
No. Like, be more real estate. But now we have to worry about attacks from the sea.
おお。やってみ。食い出のあるのを取れよ。
あれ、うまく広がらない。
しっかりせ。今は復活祭じゃから肉は食えんのじゃ。
They have to eat the
この
fish.
年寄りに麦しか食わせんきか。
お、いい感じ。
ダメだ。一匹も入ってない。
あ、もっと回すように。こうじゃ。同じところへ続けて投げるな。
はい。
Wow, that's beautiful.
これから覚えていけばいい。一つ一つ。空っぽなら何でも入るじゃろ。
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to
生
say
まれ
it.
変わるつもりがあるなら、むしろ空っぽ
There's nothing that gets in the
の方がい
way.
い。
盗み聞きしてたんですか。
聞こえたんじゃ。
生まれ変われるでしょうか。
働き。手が休んどるぞ。
I'm glad Gramps took them under his wing.
雪降るぞこりゃ。こう冷えると魚取りが辛そうだぜ。まあ名誉挽回したいとこだけどな。なぜ昨日は二人合わせても小魚3匹と貝ばっか。なあトルフェン。
ああ、悪い。聞いてなかった。
なんだ、また考えてたのか。
Thorfinn looks so different.
変われるもんかな。どうしたら変わるんだろう。
You know what your dad would say? Pain.
なあトルフェン。
Yeah.
お前、昔は戦士だったんだよな。
うん。
戦士ってのはいわゆる
斧持って戦争やって略奪して酒飲んで、
なんぼのもんじゃい。ガハのハー。なんだろ。
まあ大体合ってるかもな。斧持ってなかったけど。
今のお前を見てな、元戦士だなんて思うやつは一人もいないぜ。
そうかな。
いえ、そうかなって。自分の顔を水に映してよーく見てみろよ。俺は
Watched anew.
戦士の頃のお前に出会わなくて本当に良かったと思うよ。出会い方がまずけりゃお前に殺されてたかもしれない。人間は変われるよ、トルフィン。お前は多分今いい方へ変わっている途中なんだと思うぜ。
Oh, Askeladd.
そうかな。
そうさ。
ありがとう、エイナル。
Oh no.
Oh no, their farm.
Oh. Oh no.
It didn't even get burned. What happened?
Did they just like plow it? And by the way, they wasted time and energy instead of improving their own farm just to ruin theirs. Like this took effort.
We knew what was happening. So now, are we? So here's the question: are you able to beat up those men? Are you able to kill them? Like, what's
the lesson too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can't let them get away with it. But they also don't know who did it.
全部人の仕業か。なんで？
麦ってのは強い作物でな。少しくらい風に倒されてもまた自分で立ち上がるものなんだ。それをよくわかってやがる。根こそぎ掘り返しやがった。
おい、どこに？
奉公人だ。こんなことやるな、あいつら以外にね。
待て、どうするつもりだ？エイナル、分かってるのか？奴隷が自由民に手を出したら。
知るか。殺してやる。
落ち着け。奴らがやったっていう証拠がないんだ。問い詰めても白を切るに決まってる。止まれエイナル。まずパテールさんに話を通してから。
冷静だなトルフィン。お前状況が分かってねえのか。畑のチルクは使っちまったのに収穫はなしだ。次の種麦もまた借りなきゃならねえ。でもそれよりも奴ら武器を育てる苦労も喜びも知っているはずなのに、奴らだって農夫だろ。よくこんな怒れよトルフィン。俺たちの武器がダメにされたんだぞ。
俺は今までずっと奪ったり壊したりする側の人間だった。お前みたいに奉公人に腹を立てる資格が俺にはないんだ。お前が奉公人をぶっ殺すって言うんなら、俺もお前に100回はぶっ殺されなきゃならないはずだ。まず冷静になってくれ。頼むエイナル。
なるほど。確かにこれはひどいな。二人とも荒らされるところは見てないんだな。
はい。
ここは調べが済むまでこのままにしておきなさい。何か手がかりが残されているかもしれないからな。で、犯人に心当たりはあるか？
奉公人の奴ら。
そうか。わかった。すべて旦那様に報告する。あとは任せなさい。私も奴隷の自分にはいろいろひどい目にあったものだ。私をいじめる者たちはなぜこんな一文にもならんことをやるのだろうと思っていたよ。差別を好む者はどこにでもいるが、そうでない者もいる。くじけるなよ、二人とも。
I love Tater. He's
Tater's
great.
so great.
I'm afraid he's gonna die.
Dang. Remember how happy and joyful we were on this farm last episode?
Yeah.
アルネイズさんだ。相当旦那に気に入られてるらしい。働き次第で解放するっていう。俺たちみたいな契約がないそうだ。 自由になるのを諦めてるみたいだ。気に入られても繋がれる。嫌われりゃこの仕打ちだ。なんだ俺たちの命って。
It's always jarring when I see his ear missing.
別の道を行こう、エイナル。よせ、エイナル。
I love him.
俺たちがコソコソする理由はね。
お、噂をすればだぜ。
Because I want to brag about it.
よう、どうした？しょぼくれた面して。
抑えろ、エイナル。相手にするな。
ああ？んだよ、どけよ。
お前だろ。俺たちの畑を荒らしたのは。
あ？畑？さあ、一体何のことかな。
エイナル。
ああ、そうかそうか。お前らの畑が荒らされたか。
Even if they hadn't said anything, they would have bragged about it.
Yeah.
Now that, so they, you know.
気の毒にな。でもそう落ち込むことはねえぜ。どうせ奴隷の作った麦だ。臭くて食えやしねえんだからや。
Whoa! Thorfinn! Whoa! Oh, you would want to get hit by Thorfinn. She.
Yeah, Thorfinn!
There, he's like, don't you talk about our wheat.
Good job, Thorfinn. That was great.
Yeah, I've never seen a broken jaw draw more broken.
すっげえパンチ。のガキャン、奴隷の分際でぶっからだ。
Yeah, Thorfinn.
奴隷うるせえんだよ。わめいてねえでかかってこい。
バカ、もうやめ。
Oh, that's not good.
トルフィー、大丈夫か。
I just think a big guy, which helps a lot. Is Thorfinn truly knocked out?
Well, don't just let him beat up Einar, bro.
Help Einar! Come on, Thorfinn.
Oh, help yourself.
That could have broken his jaw, knocked out some teeth. Come on!
父上が何か。ダメだ。
Come on, Thorfinn. Oh no. Oh no. That's
Damn
where
it.
they cut it. That's not good.
I hope Einar's okay.
They're gonna be beat up and mangled.
Oh, preview. That's preview. Whoa. This is the dream again. It's the same dream.
Poor. I mean, I get it. I get why he has to go through this, right? Like, he has to face the trauma of his past and all the atrocities he's done.
Well, I think he also has to have a balance, because it's also not right to just let yourself be abused.
No, but
definitely.
He has to go through a place where he faces it, overcomes it, and is able to march forward with new purpose and a new goal.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of it in like Vinland Saga terms also, and I'm trying to think what the author would think. And I think the author would say something like, I don't know, because it's up until this point, violence has always begot more violence, and it never actually solves anything.
So do you think the author is very pro-pacifism?
Yeah.
So you think that it's going to be like, no, turn the other cheek?
I think so.
Type mentality,
like
and that's going to be the lesson here?
I think it's going to be something like you can't like outfight them.
Like heap coals of fire upon their head.
Or just do something to make them stop being your enemy. You remember, it's like I have no enemies, right? I think, but I agree. Like, you can't just continue to let people trample on your property. Yeah. But you also have to be pragmatic here, and I don't know this is gonna improve their life.
It makes me feel better.
Does it make you feel better when you get fucking killed?
It makes you feel better in the short term.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh wow, I felt really good, and now I'm getting executed.
Look, I'm not after pragmatic. I think there's pragmatic in terms of like, hey, if you actually beat them up and you like 2v5, they're gonna respect you and not want to get beat up again.
Unless you broke the law, and then you get executed.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But did they break a law? I don't know.
Well, the slaves aren't supposed to beat freemen. So I feel like you should have killed them in their sleep. And it's like, wow, everyone who keeps messing with our field keeps dying. And then it's like, ooh, spread the word. This is a cursed field. This is a cursed field. Like, don't mess with the cursed field. You know? You just have to be pragmatic about it. What?
Well, that's one way to deal with it.
And you figure out, oh, it's this one guy, right? It's really one guy that is the ringleader.
Yeah.
I don't think
the other got his jaw broken.
Yeah, so you should have just killed him or broken his leg, so he's a cripple. And
now he's gonna come back for retribution again.
Now
he's gonna sneak up on him.
Yeah, or it's gonna be like you said, and it's like, oh, we respect how well you fought or something. But I just don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't think it's gonna happen in this story.
That's like a Thorkel.
Yeah. These
guys aren't Thorkel.
No.
And they're not warriors. I don't think that they'll respect that.
No, they're sneaky sneaks.
Yeah.
Vengeful, petty little men.
Yeah, but maybe Pater will intervene with the Master. But I also feel like this is why I said I don't respect Master, because now I'm worried that Master would even intervene with these guys.
Yeah, now he won't, now that there's already been a fight.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying because there's already been a fight. I'm saying I don't trust that Master would even intervene because he seems so conflict averse.
Yeah.
And now
conflict averse is a good way to sum him up.
That's why I'm saying, when you're strong and you're kind, then you're doing that because you think it's the right thing to do. When you're weak and you're kind, you're probably just conflict averse.
Yeah. Oh.
So that's why, okay, cool. Now you need to actually do the right thing requires you to show strength and and be comfortable with conflict.
Yeah.
Now I'm worried that you're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless they'll just listen to Pater.
Yeah.
But I don't know what you do. They should pay back the wheat that's owed, but now you've hit them, so now, like, technically they're probably going to be acting like they owe them for the assault if they aren't going to get executed.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Plus, we got nightmares.
I've been thinking about this show a lot.
Yeah?
And because you can't... Remember we were talking about it? Did they do the right thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
By standing up for their field? Well, if you just let them bully you, they're just going to come back.
You're never going to be able to again.
I feel like they should have
tried to go to Pater first, and then... Or trick them into admitting it.
But if they know that... I don't know if they're aware that Pater... Yeah, they do know that Pater is an ex-slave also. But I don't know if they're aware that the other freemen treat Pater badly also.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I still am kind of on team, like, kill them in their sleep. But I feel like you had to do something. You can't just let them tread on you with no response.
I just think everybody's going to die at some point. Everything's going to get destroyed.
I feel like that's what we're... What?
Oh.
Where does Beard go?
Mary had a little lamb. Where's Enar? Oh, this is not right.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
dreaming. Oh. Wow.
夢か。ああ、恐ろしい。父上殺されちゃってたよ。あちこち戦場を渡り歩いて、化け物みたいな大男と戦って、しまいには奴隷と来たね。
He never has peaceful dreams, though.
よかった。
I can't handle his
the
voice. Ah.
There's a big boy. Damn. The one guy's face is jacked, though. Damn, I know it looks like a different person. Yeah, I did it without Thorfinn.
Thorfinn took out one.
I love that part. Does anybody else feel like, ooh,
the ocean?
That was really beautiful.
Whoa, Pops hasn't aged a day. Oh, he does not look happy.
今すんごい夢見ちゃってさ、たくさん矢が飛んできて父上なんか
血の匂いがする。
え？
誰を殺した？その剣で。
Oh. Oh, that's Einar. That's little Einar.
Aww.
「お前を守るために守るための力だったんだ。すまなかったトルフィン。お前にはまだ伝えるべきことが、教えなければいけないことがたくさんあったのに。
違うんだ父上。これは俺が
すまなかった。
俺のしたことなんだ。
お前を一人残し。
父上、待て待て父上。
Huh?
今ならお前にもわかるだろう。お前に敵などいない。誰にも敵などいないんだ。傷つけて良いものなどどこにもいない。いなかったんだ。
These are awful nightmares. I think these are drawn very much like actual nightmares.
Yeah, it's making me the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Oh, no wonder he screams every night. Whoa.
Isn't Valhalla where the good place?
Yeah.
This doesn't look like Valhalla.
Oh, is that Bjorn?
Oh, it kind of looked like him.
Yeah. Ugh. Oh, that looks like Bjorn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Askeladd?
Whoa.
It's more disturbing seeing him be pretty much fine.
Yes, that's way more disturbing.
It feels kind of appropriate that he was kind of divorced from the bloodshed below.
The melee. He's
Yeah.
always above it.
Yeah. Because I do feel like there were, because remember, we were talking about it, and I can't remember if it was a character on the show or if it was us, but one of us was like, surely everyone must get tired of this eventually. It was when we were talking about Iron Fist Kettle and his son.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, some of these guys, they
just love it.
They would do this forever. But then there's guys like Askeladd. He's down here too, but he's not in the fight.
Yeah, he doesn't enjoy it.
こりねえやつだな。お前もまた戻ってきやがったろうな。ここはバルハラなのか。え？バルハラだ？ここがあの世だってのが冗談じゃねえ。あの世ってのはもっといいところだ。よく見ろ。写しよそのものだろうが。ここはクソどもの吐きだめだ。戦士が最後に行き着くところ。究極の戦争状態だ。勝敗はない。終わりもない。ここじゃ自分以外は全員敵なのさ。
自分以外全員敵。
覚えてるか、トロフィン。お前もかつてはこの世界の住人だった。幸か不幸か。お前は一度自分がうつろになった。だからここを抜け出すことができたんだ。ここに引き込んだ張本人が言うのもなんだがな。お前は運がいい。ここから出られるやつなんてそうはねえ。夜の野郎見てみろ。戦士でいっぱいだったお前の中の器は一度空っぽになった。今は何が入ってる？
まだ戦士だ。
I'm really curious where the author's going with this. If he truly is like pacifism,
like true pacifism,
where you like get like beat up and you just like don't react, and that is a way. I think the Amish are pacifists, aren't they? I've seen a movie about that, where there's a guy who's not Amish and he comes in and he like beats up people and he's pretending to be Amish, and then they're like, he's not a real Amish person. So it's interesting because that is a way of life that I feel like is in a lot of different religions. I'm personally not pacifist. Not even a little bit.
I don't think anyone who made it this far would think that.
So it's hard for me to reconcile or see where the author's going with it, and if that's like how Thorfinn's going to deal with all issues from now on, to kind of swing to the opposite extreme, and like I have to make up for all the horrible things I did by going to the opposite extreme.
Which I feel like that. Even if you didn't think of pacifism in general as a good thing, sometimes I do think that it's like, oh, this person should become a pacifist.
Yeah, because
in atonement,
of their
basically
nature.
Like in atonement, or because of their nature or something. Like just there's some people who should never gamble. There's some people who should never drink.
Yeah.
And I think in this one though, I don't know where author's going with it either. But to me, it's very different when Thorfinn was saying, "I'm still a warrior." Previously, he wasn't protecting anything. No. And none of these people who are fighting down here are fighting to protect anything. And that's what Askeladd even said. He said, down here, everyone is your enemy.
Yeah.
And that means that they're using violence for nobody except for themselves.
Yes.
And to me, I think, and obviously I'm not pacifistic, I don't think you could have watched our reactions.
I don't think that we are.
At all. We've talked about, I mean, this is the main theme, one of the main themes of the show, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's very different when Thorfinn is, one, he punched the guy.
Yeah.
We don't think he killed him. He could have killed him, but he wasn't punching him with the intent to kill him.
Yeah.
He might die, like, as a consequence, but he was doing it to protect a field.
If you lump all violence into the same bucket, you're making it very black and white when there's a lot of shades of gray. Like you're saying, is it everybody you can kill whomever is not you?
Yeah.
In a very selfish way? Is it like, I'm only going to use this in self-defense?
Because sometimes it is true that, like, non-violence and pacifism, if you're with somebody who has any moral fiber, like, yeah, you can heap coals upon their head, and then
it could work.
With these guys, it might work because they don't seem as far gone as some of the warriors and the actual, like, super violent people we've met in the past.
Yeah.
But it might not work.
Yeah, and it's a gamble.
Like, when you're taking on pacifism, you're taking on the risk that, like, oh, this might not work, and I might die.
Yeah.
I think in this case, with these specific farm hands that are hurting the freemen who are hurting them, it might work with them. It might not work. But, like, it would never work with people like the warriors that we've met in the past.
Yeah.
Like, you would never be able to out-pacifist the raiding Vikings that we've met.
And they wouldn't respect it.
They would just be like, oh, it's so weird how these people don't fight. That makes it so easy for us.
Yeah.
It's so... You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a certain threshold where you will never be able... Like, you have to have some level of moral agreement to be able to heap coals up somebody's head.
Yeah.
If there's somebody who's not acting under the same moral paradigm as you at all, then I feel like it's just a hard counter to pacifism.
And in fact, the moral paradigm is opposite. If I kill, then I am going to Valhalla.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's also, sorry, one more thought. There's also the aspect of, like, not just self-defense, but also punishment for wrongdoing. Right? Like, if you're a leader, if you're, right? Do you just let people do bad things get away with it? Because you could be a pacifist if you don't have any leadership position. But as soon as you, like, take on that leadership, you're responsible, like those two kids you stole, right? Or if somebody else bad murders somebody on your property, like, what are you going to do with them?
Or the raiders.
Yeah, you just lock them up indefinitely, and that's what some people would say. Right?
But you have to have the resources to do that. Because then you have to be overproducing sufficiently to... Otherwise, you create, in my opinion, like, if you can't feed them and you can't give them water, right?
Yeah.
Then you've enacted a worse form of violence because you're making them suffer and torturing them. Even though you're like, well, I didn't actually cut their head off, right?
Yeah, but
that also is putting enormous impetus on the rest of, like, your civilization or whatever it is. That you have to produce...
Keep them alive when they're not doing anything.
Yeah, you have to produce more than sustenance in order to keep them alive.
Yeah.
Which we can do now pretty easily.
Yeah, but back then, not so much. In his heart.
It's like, this is the collective unconscious of all the warriors.
俺はってかやれやれ内政も結構だが
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
すげえのが足元近づいてるぞ。
Ugh.
Oh, 恨み事の一つを聞いてやるのが筋じゃねえのか。
恨み。
そうだ。よく見ろ。知ってる顔があんだろ。そいつらみんな。
Oh, damn.
お前が殺した人間だぜ。
俺か。あなたが、あなたたちがどこの誰なのかわからない。いつどこであなたたちを殺したのか思い出せない。
Whoa, whoa.
野暮な連中だな。
Whoa.
おら、エサメサしてる暇はねえぞ。またここに落ちたくはねえんだろうが。ほら、そいつらをぶら下げたまま登れ。登れ。それがお前の戦いだ。行け。お前が殺したそいつらを連れて本当の戦いを戦え。本当の戦士になれ。トラミー。
Oh.
Whoa. That animation was crazy.
That was insane. It's interesting to me that Askeladd's the one that actually ends up giving him the actionable advice, not his dad.
Become a true warrior.
Like Thor's, obviously this is all happening in Thorfinn's brain, right? It's subconscious and conscious and whatever, but it's still crazy to me that like, and even in his head, Thor's basically just says, "I'm so sorry. I wanted to teach you more."
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's all he got to learn from him.
And then Askeladd is the one who is still teaching him.
Mm-hmm. I think he's reconciling a lot of what Askeladd has said over the years. He had so much more time with him.
Yeah.
Right? And as a child, you don't get to really see, he didn't really get to know his dad. He only remembers what he told him.
And Askeladd wants him to be better than he is, essentially.
Yeah.
And Askeladd can criticize and talk through the problems with the place that he's in, but he's like, "I'm not leaving.
Yeah. Ugh.
I won't leave." It's kind of, I don't know, it makes me sad, really sad in a way, because it's like, oh, you...
Well, he can't leave now because he's dead.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Sort of this warrior headspace, and obviously, I'm going off of the writing.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I think he's just a really well-written character, because they are right that Askeladd could understand and even understand why these things are so important and so good. But he's such a pragmatist that
he didn't choose it.
He didn't choose it at all.
Yeah.
Whoa, he's not conscious. As Glad said though, because he's basically saying, like, Thorfinn, no matter how much you beat yourself up, you cannot bring the people you killed back to life.
Yeah.
Where's Einar? Einar left him? Oh, he didn't. Oh no, Einar.
I love how much Thorfinn cares about him, though.
Facts. I mean, it really
that was satisfying.
We throw out all the moral talking out. That was great.
Yeah. It's kind of like what we said. Because of all the violence he did, it's like alcoholism, where he can't. He needs to,
Okay, this is what I think. I think it's very difficult because you can say that for yourself.
Yeah.
But then, does that mean Thorfinn, if there's somebody who's hurting somebody else right in front of him?
Like Einar. What is he going to do for Einar?
Well, let's not even say Einar, because he's a big, strong dude, right?
Yeah.
Let's say there's a little kid.
Yeah.
Is he not going to stop somebody from killing a little kid if it's
Yeah.
happening right in front of him? That's what I'm saying. I feel like you can swear off violence
for yourself.
You can and say, like, I will not use violence to protect myself.
Yeah.
And that's something that you can take on, and you can do that. And I think it can be, like, very noble and repentant. You can just be like, I don't deserve the right to protect myself because I should be dead.
Yes.
Because of how many people I've killed. I deserve death. I will never use violence to protect myself.
Yes.
But then if you're saying, well, I will never do violence, then if you could do something and you don't do something, in my opinion, it's morally wrong not to do something
when you have
the capacity and power to stop something bad from happening and to protect the innocent,
and you choose
not to, and violence can be a tool to do that, and you're saying, I will not.
Yeah,
I will not protect the innocent, and I don't even know if that's what Thorfinn's saying.
I don't know
if I mean, also he's like emotionally broken. Brother just contracted a more worst case of CTE than he already had.
I think he's ricocheting to
this is emotional,
side.
Right? Like, I'm not even holding him to this standard. I'm just talking through the idea.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm worried about, though, is like, this is a very different situation. He killed people he didn't know. Yeah. He was the aggressor. It's very different when you use violence defensively.
I feel like he's got to start somewhere.
Yeah. I know he's alive again, at least. Yeah. Like, he is not empty now. Thank God.
Yeah.
Like, But
he needs something.
Yeah. Is that happy turning back? That would make Thor's happy, yeah? Oh. You know what? Even Thor's, right? Who's idealized as optimal?
Yeah.
Thor's did use violence.
Yeah.
He didn't kill.
Yeah.
But even when he was defending Thorfinn and their others, he was using violence.
Yes.
And he used violence to create a path for them to be saved.
Yeah.
He just didn't kill them.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I personally, like from a morality standpoint, don't think Thor's would have been wrong to kill the Vikings who were attacking them.
Yeah.
But I'm just making the point that even he was still using violence. Like
that's a good point. Yeah. He didn't kill, but he was using violence.
Like he was stopping them from being able to hurt innocents.
Yep.
You're such a good friend.
I know.
You would never think that of those two, Thorfinn's the one you should be scared of.
It's interesting that it's reborn. I feel like that's a concept in a lot of religions of like atoning for your sins and starting new.
Good.
Oh.
What is that?
A button?
Oh.
畑は信田に荒らされた。喧嘩などなかった。そういうことだ。分かったな、お前たち。ありがとうございます、旦那様。しかしお前は強いな、パテール。仕事仲間から孤立することをちっとも恐れんか。鍛えられております。
It's already been ostracized.
Yeah, why fear what you already...
Peter's good. I think he's gonna die. Wait, there's still snow on the ground? So he's gonna
That was a really good episode.
I think the author's gonna test him.
I think you have to test it.
Yeah, and see what happens.
And I don't know, because it's difficult, right? Because obviously authors are the gods of their worlds that they create.
Yeah.
So obviously their morality is going to help shape the situations, and oftentimes authors like, and sometimes they don't, but oftentimes authors reward the morality that they think is good.
Yeah.
In ways that don't always reflect the real world.
Yes.
But I think that this author has been very honest.
Yeah.
And I think the only thing this author has done is shied away from some of the sexual repercussions of some of the actions, and even that's hinted at.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
I don't
need
to see it. Like we get what's going on sometimes,
Yeah.
right? But I feel like the author's going to been very honest, and the author's been doing a very honest exploration. And I think sometimes we get glimpses of what authors' thoughts are, but the more we've watched the show, the less I've actually thought that it was an author who was superimposing their own settled morality and views and beliefs, and more like
exploring it.
Yeah, and I don't want to say, because it's not an academic exploration, right?
No.
But I feel like it's a fictional exploration of what it means to be a moral person in a fallen world.
Yeah.
And giving the different like situations characters are in, and their life stories and their dispositions, how would they react to being in these situations? And what would the consequences actually be?
Yeah.
And then how would they respond to those consequences and continue to try to like reorient, right? Because none of us have a true approximation of like what would be objectively true and moral. And we're just we try to constantly readjust our compass to whatever that true morality is. But like you said, right? Thorfinn was definitely wrong.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that in trying to hit whatever true north is,
he's gonna flip to the other side. Yeah.
But I'm curious. I think you're right. I think it's been heavily hinted that there is going to be some type of invasion.
Yeah, or test of some sort.
And what does Thorfinn do? Does he not fight to protect the farm from invaders that are like him?
Yeah.
Because that's I think one of the reasons we're in this time period exploring this topic, because it's a very visceral question.
Yeah, what do you do?
What do you do, right?
I'm curious where the author's going to take us.
I'm really curious also.
It's definitely interesting from just a philosophical standpoint.
Because I would say, like, in my head, I make a very strong difference between defensive violence versus offensive violence.
100%.
Huge distinct difference.
Completely different.
Like, I think of it as, like, a hammer, and violence being the hammer, and then I can use hammer to build something, or I can use hammer to destroy something.
Yeah.
But I'm using violence to protect, or I'm using violence to destroy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, like, author's hinting at this also, because I feel like I'm not even having to go into my own thinking. I feel like it's there, where you're seeing, oh, in hell, it's these warriors who have everyone as their enemies, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means they love nobody. And that means, like, they're not protecting anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very curious. I'm curious if we're reading it right, because I feel like author is setting up Thorfinn to have to like come to a more mature, because now I feel like he was not conscious.
Yeah.
He was instinctive and animalistic.
Yes.
Now he's conscious, and I don't know if it's like Freudian things where it's like before he was id, now it's like super ego. It's all about what's right. This is the right thing, and now maybe he has to, like, you know, hell, heaven, and now he has to come back to earth and be like, well, pragmatically, we're gonna have to deal with the realities.
I don't know. And it's also interesting to me because I feel like Canute kind of went through something similar. And so now where Canute's at, I mean, Canute's still fighting warfare. He's poisoning people, right? Like,
Canute is very much ends justify the means, which is also a very dangerous ideology.
Yeah.
But definitely, I feel like I tend to side more with the pragmatism that Canute is employing.
Yeah.
And whether that's right or wrong, and I need to reorient, you know?
But even
which is very possible.
Canute was kind of against killing too for the sake of it, right?
Canute was very against it.
Yeah, but then it's like, okay, well, for the greater good, well, who's making that choice on what the greater good is?
Well, Canute was basically like, well, I have to because I don't trust God to, since look at all the suffering around us.
But that's so arrogant to think that you, above anybody else, know what's better for everyone else.
It is, but at the same time, it's also, when you're in hell, somebody... Like, do you not understand why Canute arrived at that conclusion?
Yeah.
I don't think it, for him especially, I don't think it was actually, I do think there's some arrogance with that idea, but there is, I understand how he got there with where he is. And even if you do it non-arrogantly and you're like, I'm the only one that can make a difference. I happen to also be the prince.
Yeah.
And I can see before me that things are wrong, and I can actually do something about it.
Doesn't feel like anything's changed though. They're still at war. Everybody's still fighting.
But Canute has rule of law. Remember, he didn't allow his soldiers the same way. He doesn't allow them to treat the conquered the same way.
Yeah. That's definitely a huge improvement.
Because I'd say, like, Canute, remember the example we were giving where I was like, cool, you can say you're a pacifist, but what are you going to do when there's a kid that's getting beaten or killed in front of you?
Yeah.
Canute, I feel like, is doing that almost at a nation state level. And it's like, yeah, you can be like, cool, you're going to be pacifist, but what are you going to do when there needs to be governance because you're governing people who aren't going to engage in that, like, moral. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I feel, even though I don't agree with Canute about his views of God and whatnot, I mean, he went through way worse than I've ever gone through in my life. He's seen way worse than I've ever seen in my life, and God willing will ever see in my life. Yeah. And I totally understand he arrived at the concept, and I do think that net on net, he's a force for good from what we've seen so far. He might not always be.
Like,
but
if there has to be a conqueror, then at least let's have them treat the people they're conquering better.
But that's what that's what he's functionally doing. Yeah. Because, like, what is he going to do? If Canute does nothing, it's not like the wars go away. No. It's not like the people that are being...
Someone else will fight.
Yeah, and it's not like the people who are already being mistreated are going to be treated better. Yeah. He's basically, from my read of it, and I could be wrong, he's, like, fighting to establish some level of, like, common law. Yeah. And order and justice. Yeah. I agree. But, again, you can't... Pragmatically, you're never going to be able to establish that without having to enact violence on the people who have authority who are not doing that. Yeah. I don't know. I love this story. Like I said, I'm sure I'm not here. I'm like somewhere, wiggle wobbling. But it makes me think a lot, and I really like it.
Oh, yeah, I enjoy it.
I definitely thought author was projecting themselves a little bit more initially. Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna get this author's morality. They seem smart, so I'm interested. But now I'm like, oh, this author is not.
Now this author's like, throw it all out.
Let's see what happens. Yeah.
And he threw out 2 different mentors with 2 different philosophies.
Very different.
And how they're gonna accumulate in Thorfinn.
I wonder if we are reading it right, and Thor's is actually like the author's ideal, or if maybe he's not,
or if it's just that's what Thorfinn was influenced by early on,
and that's where Thor's was
his father figure, like literally his father figure.
Like Thor's was a good man, but not like a Christ-like perfect figure, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm kind of starting to think author might. I think we might have read it wrong, and Thor isn't supposed to represent like the theoretical optimal, but just a really, really good man who is doing his best.
And a good option.
I wonder if that'll ever be a thing. Like, I wonder if Thor's will ever be criticized in some way. Heads up, this compilation only runs through episode 21, guys, because YouTube only lets us put 12 hours in a single video. I know, stingy, am I right?
But we're posting the rest of it for free. You guys can still watch all of it for free. It's just over on our Patreon. All you have to do is create a member account. We're just letting you know so when you get to the end, you don't yell at us and scream at us and say, Where's the rest?
It's in the description down below. You'll just click the link. It'll take you to the rest of it. It is on our Patreon, but 22 to 24, and these are big episodes, let's be honest.
Banger.
Will be for free.
They're all for free.
They're completely for free. It'll just ask you to make a membership so you can watch that content. But there is a bunch of other content on our Patreon too. There's Code Geass.
We got Apothecary Diaries.
Steins Gate.
Haikyuu.
Hunter x Hunter, which we are deep into the Greed Island arc on.
We got all of Full Metal Alchemist.
All of Attack on Titan. Just giving you a heads up. Let's get back to the video. Hey guys, we're reacting to Vinland Saga, and we're going to react to the intro because you guys said it's switching soon, so let's go.
Let go. Every time I'm like, what
are we watching? Yeah. Like, who rides a bike?
Mapsa.
Steffi gets the ocean stuck in her head because that's where it always cuts to when we say skip intro.
It's so cool.
Whoa.
They make Einar look epic.
Whoa.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, he threw the dagger away.
Oh, that's like Rebirth. Oh.
Pulling him down, his nightmares that he keeps having.
Yeah.
The song is sick.
Oh, Bloody Crown? Is that Canute?
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Whoa.
It's trippy, but it's sick.
It's way trippier than I would have expected. Askeladd.
He looks like moth-eaten clothes. Oh, there's the sun.
Other son. Grandpa. Snake.
Snake. Girl, we need to learn her name.
I don't want to get attached because I don't think it's ending well.
I don't want to get attached either.
I've got no hope, geez.
Oh, that sound. I don't know what it is about that sound. But at the end, it's so good.
I never would have expected that intro, but it fits this season so well. Because it was such
really
a pensive, thoughtful, interesting. I felt like I was tapped into collective unconscious.
Yeah.
Or something, right?
Yeah.
And it was cool seeing Thorfinn in the water.
Yeah.
It makes me think, oh, like
there's
rebirth.
So much symbolism in it.
Yeah, but he's also drowning. I hope we get more Canute. I'm really invested. For how little we've gotten of Canute, I'm so invested in his storyline.
How many episodes are in this season?
I don't know.
Oh, so we could be on the last one, probably.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
That was that was not what I expected. I felt like I was taking a Rorschach test for half of it.
Yeah, you're right. It did kind of look like that.
I was like, what am I seeing? And then sometimes like, is it a skull? And it's like, yeah, that's a skull. That was a skull. They drew it. But you know, there were abstract shapes that would become real shapes.
Yeah.
And so my head kept being like, do I see a skull? And
yes.
it's like, yes,
you do.
That's literally a skull. And do I see Canute? Yes, that's literally, they drew Canute.
But the way they like had him emerge, you weren't 100% sure.
And the shifting and the
cool.
fading and now, that was really cool.
It was very artistic. It was pretty.
I wouldn't have expected it to be so
pleasing?
Yeah.
Aesthetically? Oh,
the cursed head.
That doesn't sound like a good name. They're like, look how beautiful this place is.
I wouldn't have expected it to be so abstract. That's what I was going to say. Whoa, they've cleared a lot more. Are we time jumping again?
They're like, yes, these boys are yoked. From all the work.
They are the yoke. They did. step when they get to borrow a horse.
All right, here's a genuine question. So there's grass everywhere, right? How do they keep the grass short? Are they mowing it? Or are they just letting animals graze on it?
Some grasses don't grow very high.
That's true.
Like
our grass grows very tall. Yeah, it's very obnoxious.
That's because of where we live.
Yeah,
and there's like tall.
Just
wetlands.
Real question, because I'm interested genuinely in like how they cleared fields and did agriculture. Like, would they have had to like go through with the side? Would they just put animals on it to help eat it down?
But you know, like when you drive, just when you're driving along highway or something, and you see a valley. Like sometimes that valley's grass is only like this tall.
Yeah.
It just depends on what kind of grass
That's
it is.
We need that kind of grass.
I know. We're not getting that kind of grass. That kind of grass doesn't grow where we are.
Yeah. It's so cool.
Whoa! How far did we jump?
A lot. It's so cool seeing Thorfinn so enthused.
Dude, his affect is night and day now. This feels like the kid.
It does.
This feels like him again.
He hasn't smiled since he was a child.
He hasn't like ha.
No.
This feels like we finally we haven't seen Kid Thorfinn for like since episode 3, man.
He's so happy and joyful.
There's a scythe, like you said. Yeah. Maybe here they are scything.
やればできるもんだな。2人で森1個畑にしちまったよ。
3 years.
以上かかったか。この土地が全部俺たちのものだったらな。
そこが奴隷のやりきれないとこだな。よく働いたよ。そろそろだな。
ああ。この前パテールさんが教えてくれたよ。この開墾地の次の収穫分で俺たちの自由が買い戻せるってさ。
That's amazing. And that means
釣りも来るらしい。
The Freeman must have left him alone too.
Yeah. They're like not worth the trouble.
どうするんだ。自由になったら。
どうかな。国に帰っても家族はもういねえし。それに。
アルネイズさんのことか。
気が引けるよ。アルネイズさんも自由になれるんだったらな。そしたらもっと晴れ晴れした気持ちになれるんだけど。
旦那は彼女を
At least they know.
Yeah.
お前はトロフィー、やっぱりアイスランドに帰るのか。
Oh. I don't know why. In my head, I never registered that as a possibility.
Same.
おい、ぼんやりしてんな。
お互い様だろ。
やれやれ。妙なもんだな。いざ自由が目前に迫ってくると、このざまだ。
やってみたいことはある。
何？
いや、まだいろいろはっきりとしてなくてな。お前はどう思う？エイナル。世の中から
Whoa.
戦争と奴隷をなくすことは。
There's something he'd like to try to do. Just one small little thing. What do you think about it? That's crazy. But that's an amazing goal.
できないもんかな。
そうだな。夢のようだな。
Hey, there's his son. He's what, 20 now?
一本をやっつけたな。よくやったぞ、二人とも。
旦那さん、
どうだ、この土地は種まきまでに整地できそうか？
はい、急げば多分。
そうか。 よし、では少し負けてやろう。種まきが済み次第、お前たち二人は自由の身だ。よく頑張ったな、トルフィン、エイナル。
Oh, he's been so nice to them.
ん
They're just
I think
shocked.
they're just blown away.
いえいえおっしゃーなあトルフィン、ついにやったな。
やったー
いやすまん、喜ぶのはまだ早い。手続きはわし
Oh
が
no! Oh no!
Now we know
Oh
what's going
great!
to happen.
Shit!
Oh, the son inherits, and he goes back.
That deal's gone.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen that Darth Vader meme that's like, I've altered the deal, pray I do not alter it further?
3 years down the train.
ところでお前たち、横断名を知らんか？
こちらにはいらしてませんが。
そうか。やはり
Oh
畑だ
no,
ったか
and
もしれん
he's dead too.
まあ、お前たちでもよい。横断名にあったら伝えてくれ。わしはハラルド王陛下のお見舞いにイエリングの王宮へ行ってくる。
King Harold.
Oh.
だがまあ、種まきまでには戻るだろう。
You see his little belt buckle?
成長させておきなさい。
はい。
I'm a big, strong, edgy warrior.
I like him though. I kind of do because I feel like he's relatable.
Kettle?
Yeah.
Or son?
The son. I feel like he's very relatable. Like,
Yeah.
and I understand him as a character. He makes complete sense.
Oh, me too.
And I don't think he is malicious in his like heart. You
I
know?
don't know. It's hard for me to describe. I don't like him, but I understand him.
Yeah.
So I want him to be better.
I want him to be better. I have hope for him.
Yeah, I have hope for him. That's a good way to
Yeah,
say it.
yeah,
I feel like I could like him.
Yeah, there we go.
You know, I feel sad about Kettle still, the way that his characterization is played out. Because imagine if we cut out the episode where we learned that he's secretly a coward.
You wouldn't know.
You'd be like, this is the best guy. Doing the best he can with what he understands. I don't know, it just bums me out so much.
One episode undermined him.
Like, he is still admirable in a lot of ways.
Yes.
He is still definitely admirable
He's just not quite like perfect.
Yeah.
Which is what I kind of saw.
I sort of saw him as like, this is the idealized person operating within the framework of this system that they had.
Yes.
Like, he's hypothetically the best person you could be if you were in his situation.
Yes.
And that's obviously like stupid.
Yeah.
Because nobody is
and
that
that's why
perfect.
they gave him that flaw.
But that was such a flaw that, at least for me, made me almost feel disgusted by him, that it's hard for me to go back. Yeah, I'm serious.
He still ended up doing the right thing, even in a tough situation. Well, I think the right thing.
自由身分になったら、このままわしのところで奉公する気はないか？お前たちのような働き者なら歓迎だ。まあ、考えておきなさい。
Einar might take it because he wants to be around. They're so close and yet so far. It's not going to happen.
Dream? What benefit is there for the worker from that in which he labors? I have seen the task which God has given the sons of mankind with which to occupy themselves. He had made everything appropriate in its time.
Oh no. This is so ominous.
He's also set eternity in their heart without the possibility that mankind will find out the work which God has done from the beginning even to the end. Whew.
Without the possibility that mankind will find out the work which God has done from the beginning.
Oh,
even to the end.
I don't know if I understand everything that's encompassing, but that is beautiful.
I think what I'm hearing is he has set eternity in the heart, which is biblical. That's a verse in the Bible. But then this is adding to it, saying and it's basically summarizing some of the New Testament chapters and saying you have to have faith because you're not going to know from the beginning to the end of your life. You are not going to know what really is going to happen afterward. You just have to have faith that that's going to happen. But you have hope the whole time and in eternity.
Well, you're reading this very positively. I feel like you can read this the way you're saying it, which I think is a completely accurate interpretation. But I think you could also interpret this exactly the opposite and be like, this is descriptive and critical.
Yeah.
Like, you've set eternity into our hearts without giving us the information of the beginning and the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've made us eternal beings in a finite body.
Yeah.
Which that's a pretty common idea and thought across lots of different religions.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we are like eternal creatures with finite time.
Yeah.
And there's that war against those two natures within us, right? And I feel like that's why a lot of people can really identify with this idea that like you always are biblical again, like looking at a mirror that's dark, and it's like it feels like there's more. It feels like there should be, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or like even, you remember I said a nostalgia for a time that you never remembered?
Yeah, eternity.
Those types of feelings I feel. I think this captured that in the shortest.
It did. It was
it's like
very well written.
Perfectly encapsulates the like highest and the lowest parts of man. Like this is why man is bigger than or better or higher, right, than the animals. It's because there's eternity in our hearts, whatever the hell that means, because no one really knows.
But it feels right.
But it feels exactly right. Yeah. But we're also still like the animals in that we're finite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, shit! You nailed it!
Hey. Oh, I didn't realize the second part of that was a scripture in the Bible either. I knew the first part was.
So you were right.
I just never read the whole thing, apparently.
I feel like if you weren't Christian, though, you could say, like, that's the philosophy of the snake in the Garden of Eden. Like,
yeah.
Don't you want to know the beginning and the end? You
yeah,
see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Who's this? Whenever we see the rich and their clothes.
Oh, those books. You know how much?
Whoa!
Is
that Canute?
Do you know how much those books would be worth back then?
Dude, that's
a fortune right there.
If you would wear them on chains. Back in the day.
And he's got him on a ship. King Canute. Look, they covered his face on purpose. 3 years later.
He looks pretty. Yeah, he looks the same.
Yeah.
Canute's wild man now.
He's
badass. Not the same person at all,
He looks like a
dude.
badass.
That's crazy. We're getting Canute.
Yeah.
Oh no! I still kind of think, what if Canute's
coming? He's gonna kill.
Smash the village.
Canute's coming. He's gonna kill Harold. And the master's gonna die.
Yeah.
No. Before they smash the village, the bad guys, the older son's gonna take over.
What if
dash their hopes and dreams?
What if they're like, okay, cool, older son, you can have this territory. Just pledge fealty to me. Yeah. And then so like the new bad order that's gonna be on the farm is indirectly Canute's fault. I don't like that, but it feels like something author
I feel like the author just wants to, give them hope and rip it away.
Well, it's like, Canute, you're trying to bring about utopia, but look at the sacrifices and the compromises you've already had to make. That we'll see, like, in the farm, zoomed in.
Damn. I can't believe this guy's still around. How does he tolerate him? Oh. So they've just been like, okay, we're both kings of two different territories. Okay, fine. Poison?
Oh, this makes it way worse. No. If Harold's actually a good guy.
His brother never cared.
Do you see how much they padded Canute up, though?
Yeah. Oh no, this whole time I thought Harold was a horrible person.
He even knew that Ragnar was turning Canute into a bubble boy. You see, he literally was just
literally
like...
bubbles.
Oh. And he's wise.
Oh no.
もう少しお見事です。さすがは殿下。本当にお怪我はございませんか。
ありがとうラグナル。こんなに着てるから動きづらいんだ。それに暑いよ。脱いでいい？
なりません。戦士たる者、備えを怠ってはなりません。聞いておられますか殿下。いついかなる時も強く優しいお方だった。
That makes me really bummed.
Oh, this whole time I think Harold's a horrible person.
I thought Harold was going to be the biggest asshole in the show, gang. Oh,
this
man.
This is worse.
カニはよく助けていただいた。お礼を申し上げねばな。
You think he's poisoning him?
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, guilt. Ugh.
ほら、わっぱども、よそで遊べ。ごめんなさい。まったく、子供というのは気楽な。いかがされましたか、陛下。どうもせぬ。
Remember what Swin
スウェ
said?
ンの2人の息子たちは父からそれぞれに半島を継承していた。兄ハラルドはデンマークを、弟のクヌートはイングランドを。関係は良好であった。クヌートのイングランド征服に際し、兄ハラルドは大軍隊を統領するなど、積極的に彼を支援していた。しかし、クヌートのイングランド王即位後間もなく、ハラルドは病に倒れる。ハラルドに着手はいなかった。
Oh, they have a sister?
That looks like Canute.
Yeah.
They literally just drew Canute
as a girl.
As a girl.
陛下と呼びなさい、エストリズ。
急なんですもの。驚いちゃった。
ご無沙汰しておりました。
Whoa! He looks ancient.
And that's why his brother had rolled to him because he knew.
ハラルド兄様、クヌート兄様がお見舞いに来てくださったのよ。お分かりになるかしら。
He even supported his little brother with the fleet of ships.
I hope he's actually sick. I'm worried Canute killed him.
Canute felt guilty when the head rolled to, or the bag rolled to him. That was his head.
I thought that was Swin's head. You think that was Harold's head? I thought it was Swin's head again. And he's like, oh, I'm doing it again. That's what I thought, but...
Either way, I think he's doing it again.
しばらく滞在する。
It doesn't look as bad there.
陛下のお加減の良い時を選ぼう。ハラルド王、クヌートはこれに。ゆるりとお休みくださいませ。王国のことは何も心配はございません。そなたを待っていた。そなたにデンマークを。
Do you think his brother knows?
滅相なことを申されますな、ハラルド。早くお元気になって、また玉打ち遊びにでも興じましょうぞ。大したものだな、クヌート。よくもそ知らぬ顔でそんな嘘がつけるものだ。
自身が毒を持った相手を
Oh man.
とんだ茶番だな。それでお前は一体何を成し遂げるというのだ。ハラルドはそなたに好意的であった。
He loved you.
なぜ殺す必要がある。共に世を治めることもできたはずだ。王道楽土。
Oh, the way to the
the first
crown.
time.
The bloody crown.
などではない。そなたの心には野心が宿って。
It's crazy that King Swin has become his accuser.
Yeah.
それが呪いだ。王冠の呪いなのだ。逃れられはせぬ。
Harold was a good guy. It makes it so much worse. I'm like.
デンマークとイングランド。二つの王冠をかぶり。世のバイクシー。
Is that Canute in the future?
I don't know.
どうしたの？急にぼんやりして。兄様もご病気なの？
大事ない。軽い
You
め
think he changes his mind?
I don't think so. I think even if he did, it might be too late.
ご心情を用意してくれ。クヌート陛下は船旅でお疲れだ。
I don't. Doesn't it feel surprising if Canute's compromising his goals at this point? I think he has. I don't think he would have done this just for expansion. I think he would have had to do it
Some other reason?
for some other reason, even if it was ostensibly
I think you
a
can
lie to himself.
Yeah, I think you can find a reason to justify what you do most of the time. Like, people don't do things like, they always find a reason to justify it, you know?
Well,
That's
I think
what they want
I think it
anyway.
depends on the disposition. Like, some people are very much comfortable just being like, "Well, I wanted it."
Yeah.
You know what I
But
mean?
Some people will.
I guess that's a justification.
Yeah.
That in and of itself, that is
Yeah.
a justification if you're comfortable with
Yeah.
that. So let's amend it to say people find a justification they're comfortable with.
Mhm.
And so if they're not comfortable with just bold-faced self-interest, they
Yeah.
will
Find something
layer
else.
something on top of that, right?
なんだ。
エストリズ様のお言いつけでお飲み物をお持ちしました。
それはどこのものか。
どこと申しますと。
いらぬ。喉は渇いていない。
毒を恐れるは自身が毒を用いるからよ。のうクヌート。
真昼のお出ましとは少々いたずらが過ぎますな。スベンを。
昼にも夜が見えるならば
What curse?
呪いも極まりつつあるということだ。
独り言？
いつまでそこにいる？用はない。去れ。
How is she so likable in 2 seconds?
国家の統一が前提です。王が二人いてはいずれ災いの元となる。ハラルド王の死は必要なのです。
なかなかどうして一人前の王の考え方をするようになったではないか、クヌートよ。
That's true for literally the whole territory of the entire world now, gang.
何を笑う？
スベン王、かつて私はあなたを憎み、死を願った。だが今はどうだ。私が腹を割って話せるのはあなただけだ。
I think he's going crazy.
仲良うしましょうぞ。呪われた者同士。
It's interesting to me he doesn't call him dad.
No.
I feel like that's the other part of the curse. It's like, oh, you like talking to me? Bye, bitch. Like,
yeah.
行くぞクルート。はい。ハラルド。軍議だ。そなたも来い。はい、父上。すまんクルート。続きはまただ。ありがとう兄上。強くなるんだクルート。俺や父上よりもだ。いいな。はい。
Oh, my heart, my stomach feels sick.
I feel sad for the little boy that was here too.
Yeah.
He's gone. He doesn't.
He's gone.
He's gone.
And the shadow he became as a teenager.
You know what really makes me so sad too?
What?
If Harold is actually that good and that kind and that noble and that strong, all those combination of characteristics that, like, you don't get that in a king very often.
Yeah.
Canute, you know how I said 2 kings would cause division?
Yeah.
If he wasn't at some level in his heart ambitious and being pragmatic and selfish, he could have decided to do he could have given Harold England.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He literally thinks of his brother as like an amazing person. He could have become just an advisor
to Harold. But he thinks he knows best.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So like I'm saying like there are some major, now that we know some more of the whole story.
Yeah.
Now we know that there are some major personality shortcomings intertwined in Canute's path.
Yeah.
Like from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I think that makes me so much more sad because now we know. Previously I felt like, oh, Harold was probably an ass like bigger than King Swain.
Yeah.
And Canute had to stand against him because clearly his rule was going to just perpetuate the same injustices that were under Swain. But I feel like Harold would have been from just watching him, unless he's changed immensely. And we don't, but it doesn't seem like
he gave him ships.
I feel like he would have, we don't know. If he would have been open to Canute's ideas though, and they could have been implemented in that way, he wouldn't have needed to kill Harold if he could have extended trust to another person. So Canute's asking for like all the trust and all the power, but and all the agency.
But giving no trust.
And giving none of that to anybody else.
I think he did the wrong thing.
I think he did the wrong thing. I don't think that's controversial.
No.
But that being said, maybe Harold was like kind to his family.
Yeah, but not to other people. We don't know how he ruled.
Maybe he was even a kind ruler
in
the system
to the people. But
even maybe he might not have wanted to disrupt the system with more checks and balances and more authoritative legal system and stuff like that. Like maybe he wasn't amenable to those ideas. So Canute's like, I needed to do this in order to get that rule of law.
As it stands now, I feel like Canute could have just made paradise on England and like to the best of his ability, but he's ambitious and greedy and it wasn't enough.
But I think he would say like paradise on England isn't enough.
Also, how do you protect your paradise, right?
Yeah. But that's why
there's always an enemy.
Well, I think that's the whole thing. Like, I have no enemies.
Yeah.
I think that Canute's like, if I project far enough, this could be an enemy, so I need to keep on expanding my boundaries. And that happens, like, indefinitely.
Yes.
Unless he could theoretically rule the entire world. And even then you'd be like, oh, this area is getting a little bit uppity. We need to get over there and crack some skulls because we can't let them threaten Utopia.
I agree.
Is there any more?
I don't know.
After credit scene?
I don't know. Master ain't coming back though. Let's be honest.
Oh.
Oh
no. Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna like him, but he's certainly entertaining.
I don't know if we're gonna like him either. He's definitely a character that like is a couple decision points away.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's interesting? I mean, he's done nothing as bad as Canute, and I like Canute way more.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. I mean, do you not like Canute?
Canute has a lot to respect about him.
That's the difference.
Yeah. This guy's not respectable yet. Yet.
Hopefully he gets there.
I hope so. But in this picture,
no.
my hopes are dwindling. Anyway, the author or the how they depict him and draw him, he likes to show of this particular face whenever it's somebody who's like, whenever somebody's despicable, they go,
yeah. And they always like,
they twist their face.
Canute kind of reminds me of in the Old Testament, David and then his son Solomon.
Yeah.
Because David...
Or Absalom.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think I was going with David and Solomon specifically because David was a really, really great war commander who fought to essentially like establish Israel's territorial boundaries. And he did. And he won amazing battles and amazing fights. And he wanted to build God's temple. And even though in the Bible it says that God was a man after David's own heart, it says, no, David, you can't build my temple. Your hands are too bloody. And I've always thought, I didn't really understand that. Because I'm like, because in the Bible also, God's like, David, go kill these people.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
To be,
you
followed the orders that you got, right?
Yeah, and then
and then you're like, great, we won. Can I build your temple? No, there's something wrong with you. But I feel like Canute really embodies how like, you're dirty if no matter what. Because you're in this world and you're having to operate like pragmatically. You're doing things. You're hurting people. You're killing people. If you build it, you're not clean.
Yeah.
Like, and Canute's not clean.
No.
He's so dirty. And that's already
from
starting...
the decisions that you made and the lives you sacrificed along the way to get to where you were.
Wears on your soul.
Yeah.
And changes who you are.
Yeah.
And so, like, Canute would never, paradoxically, in trying to create utopia, in trying to, like, build the land where he wants to build the temple, and not to God, but to like his ideals, right? His utopia. He's becoming a man who wouldn't be able to do that utopia.
Yes.
Like he's turning himself into somebody who would not be able to govern that utopia.
Yeah, he's choosing the greater good and the expedient over what is possibly like moral or and he's choosing it every time, and that weighs on your soul. Yeah,
and so even if he is successful in all of his endeavors, he would not be able to govern it. Because of who he is. Like, he would still... It wouldn't be utopia.
He wouldn't govern it the way he originally intended to govern it.
Yeah, because guess what? There would be somebody who's coalescing power in the court. Oh, gotta kill them.
Yeah.
Gotta poison them.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a threat to utopia over here. They don't like that I needed to tax them a little bit more.
Yeah.
Gotta poison them and put them down.
Or put down the rebellion.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying?
And I agree.
And I feel like... I wonder if that's going to be a parallel, or if I'm just drawing that, or if author is thinking about that at all. Because I wonder if we're going to go that far into the future and like see Canute's son governing what he built.
Yeah.
Because or if Canute's just going to have, I don't know.
What do you do? Only have one kid? Otherwise, your kids just kill each other.
Yeah.
I'm not a prince or a princess.
You know, all that being said, though, like all those criticisms, Canute's territory does have superior rule of law and rights protections.
We don't know about King Harold's. But compared to what it was before.
Yeah, like we can say... So we're making all these criticisms, right?
Yeah.
But then you look at pragmatically, would you rather be a peasant in Canute's kingdom? Yes.
Or King Spain.
Canute.
Yeah.
Canute is doing... it like, even if it's not as good as it is in modern times, like, he is trying to extend common law to the peasants.
Yeah.
So, all of these criticisms...
I don't know. It's hard to know.
I feel like, is it... Okay, cool. He doesn't get utopia, but he's damn close.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. We'll
or
find
not
out.
Damn close. He's closer. He has moved the world closer.
I think we need to see what it's like living as a peasant in that world before we can comment too much. Because what if it sucks?
Well, I'm sure it does suck, but does it suck less?
I don't know.
And if it does suck less, is it worth it that it sucks less?
I think
so is it worth it that he killed his own brother, who wasn't that bad, but he's able to make the lives of all the peasants 5% better? Is it worth it?
I think the number one thing that sucks for them is warfare. No matter what, I think that's number one.
But can you?
thing.
I think then you would. I would argue Canute's circumventing it.
Or and he waged warfare with the poison.
He's trying. Like I'd argue, Canute's doing his best to circumvent that.
Poison one man to save the lives of thousands.
That's what I'm.
The greater good.
It depends on what your moral philosophy is. I still think Canute's turning into somebody who wouldn't be able to govern an actual utopia.
Yeah.
But I don't believe it's possible for there to be utopia on Earth because humans are inherently flawed.
Yeah.
So like when Thorfinn asked the question, my answer would be no, because like look at Master's son. Master's oldest son is a scary, scary man. Ooh. And that so like dispositionally, you could be a really, really kind person who has a kid that's a monster.
Yeah. I just had a thought. I wonder if this is going to be juxtaposing Canute's philosophy with Thorfinn's philosophy. Oh. And Thorfinn will have like a peaceful philosophy where he's like, I will not, like a pacifist philosophy.
Or like, I won't compromise.
Yeah, and
Canute's a pragmatist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's going to be like the two philosophies that butt heads with the similar goal.
I wonder if, because I would say Canute's already improved. Again, I could be wrong, but like from the scene, I'm extrapolating from the
one
scene,
scene where he like
where he's like, no, stop raiding.
Yeah.
These are our people. Like we're gonna protect them.
Yeah.
I'm extrapolating that out, right? Yeah. And I could be wrong to do that, but I would argue that like it's hard for me to describe this idea. But if you're willing to take that sin upon yourself as the ruler and the leader, and you do make the lives of the people better, is that what yardstick are you measuring? Because I feel like it's a different yardstick when you're a ruler versus when you're an individual.
Yeah.
Because, like, do you measure the ruler's morality by the things that they do themselves? Or do you measure the ruler's morality with what the people's lives are like? But then you could just argue, well, then if you have 51% of the population living great lives and they're oppressing 49% of the population... You see what I'm saying? No, so it starts, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
I don't have answers. I'm glad I'm not a ruler. I'm glad I don't have to make these choices. I'm so nervous. I was telling you, I'm nervous for where we're going.
I feel like we're in a period in a lot of the shows that we're watching, this one very much included, where I'm kind of apprehensive.
Yeah.
We're in an apprehensive watch cycle right now. There's a lot of things like we're cresting over a wave that's about to break.
Yeah.
And smash everything.
Mm-hmm. Somebody's going to die.
Like, those are some great... moral conclusions you've come to. Time to test them. Kings and swords. Oh no, guys. Oh, okay. I did not expect us to...
Brother.
Oh, Canute? Why?
He's learning how to fight, I guess. Whoa.
I think he's known how to fight now.
He's been training.
Yeah.
I would be
understandable.
ご安心なさいませ。ウルフ殿は達人です。大事に至らぬように手加減しておられるはずです。
とてもそうは見えないわ。信じられない。クネート兄様、剣なんて触るのも嫌いな方だったのに。
陛下はイングランドで王者の地に目覚められたのです。大変結構なことです。王たる者は何を置いてもまず強くあらねば。ノルドの男は弱き者の剣には従いませんから。
Yeah,
it's true. They wouldn't follow.
So if he's weak but wise, it doesn't matter.
でもお兄様、なんだかとっても辛そうだわ。
疲れると下がる悪い癖です。下がればより戦いが長引きます。全身により活路を開いてこそ王者の剣というもの。 敵のみならず配下の者もまた陛下の剣の風格を見ているのですぞ。
I wouldn't like to fight with an audience when I'm learning.
それにエストリズも見ている。気づいておるのだろう。なるほど。途中から一段と打ち込みが鋭くなったのはあれがためか。
またそのような、その手は食いませんぞ。
忘れろ、失言だ。それに今は隣の男との話に夢中のようだ。
Whoa! Tricky, tricky.
I'm a fight dirty. Is he have one of his eyes lost, do you think?
I couldn't tell.
I can't tell if it's just how it's animated.
いや、たまげたな。5本1本とはいえ、ウルフに参ったを言わせるとは。ウルフ殿、最後になんかよそ見したよな。陛下、剣を放り投げてはならないと申し上げたはずですぞ。いやー、陛下、お見事な立ち会いで。
何用だ、グナル。
は、例の調査の書類作成が終わりました。後ほどお部屋で。
Gunner's Weasley voice, I always just irks me. I still don't trust him.
Canute looks like such a different person.
そちらにあげたものどもから踏んだくっても年間3000ポンドというところです。あとはまあ全体的な増税で対処するほかないでしょう。
It's always a dangerous proposition.
それなどおすすめ物件ですな。滑るケルの子
Oh no!
かなりの土地を所有する豪農です。
各豪族の保有戦力が明記されておらん。
はい。しかしそれは現地調査をしてみませんとなんとも。
必要な数字だ。調べて追加報告しろ。
Oh, so Canute's not coming. Maybe just Gunner.
にしてもこれはデンマーク王位即位式の直後に大幅増税ということになりますな。こうなると逆にデンマーク国民の反発が心配です。
そうならぬよう手を打つのが政治というものだ。やりようはある。
It's crazy to me that Kettle is well known enough to like have his name pop up specifically.
Yeah. As like, oh yeah, you wanted papers on wealthy people we could take money from?
Let me help you with
Here's
that.
Kettle. I didn't realize he was that wealthy.
クヌートは緊急の案件を抱えていた。新たな財源の確保である。
He didn't think about it, I'm
イングランド
sure.
征服後もクヌートは直属配下のデンマーク人部隊を駐留させていた。しかし、その維持費はイングランド国内の税収によって賄われており、イングランド国民の不満を呼ぶ一因となっていた。クヌートのもう一つのハントとなったデンマークから費用を捻出できない場合、駐留軍の規模を縮小せざるを得ない。
Or find someone else. Like, expand. That's
Yeah, just go conquer like the Vikings
yeah,
traditionally
like,
do.
okay, cool, we need more money, now we need to go, raid France or
keep the soldier.
Ireland, or
That's,
just keep the... But Canute doesn't want to do that, right?
Well,
but it's like, cool, now you need to fund your empire. That means you have to be... What is it? Like, empires are inherently expansionatory because they have to pay for the empire?
Yeah.
Isn't that a saying?
直轄量を増やす。
There you go.
開拓ですか？しかし収益が上がるまでには時間がかかります。
By conquering.
開拓以外の方法で王の持つ畑を増やすのだ。
接収ですか？
Oh!
いや陛下、それこそ
Like taking the land.
金がいるのだ。少々の無理は通さねばならぬ。
That's gonna piss the hell off the nobles.
国全体に不満の種をまくよりは上策であろう。その他にもっと良い案があるというのなら聞くぞ。
It says Kettle, he's just a farmer. I didn't think he was a lord.
というのは
論外だ。征服者でありデンマーク人であるようイングランドの民は は快く思っておらぬ。世の意のまま動く直参の軍団はそのまま統治の実行力でもあるのだ。王とは剣だ。こんな世で武力を持たぬ王に何ができる。
Oh, I'm worried about Canute.
Like morally or his position?
Morally. And what he's gonna, the consequences of his choices.
なんとハラルド王が見まかったと。
Oh, we in trouble,
1
guys.
週間前だ。一足遅かったな、親父。じゃあ、わしが農場出る頃にはすでに。そういうことになるな。それほどお加減が悪かったとは。なんということだ。山ほどお見舞いの品を持ってきたというのに。クノール3隻分かい。豪気なこった。
Give him to the new king.
But then that's just going to remind Canute how wealthy he is.
待てよ。トールギル。お前がわしを出迎えるということは、つまりクヌート陛下もここにいらっしゃるということか。そりゃクヌート陛下の重視だな。今は陛下が国王代理だ。王宮にいらっしゃる。そうか。それは不幸中の幸いだ。わしはハラルド陛下という後ろ盾を失った。こうなっては次のデンマーク王になる方とも良い関係を築いておかなくては。お前からなんとか陛下に取り継いではもらえんか。たくましいな。わかった。なんとかしよう。よし、頼んだぞ。
He's not nearly as weak as that other episode led me to believe, man.
No.
He might be weak when it comes to violent stuff, but he's
Yeah.
pretty assertive when it comes to like
negotiation
and maneuvering and
He's trying to be at least.
Yeah.
おい、俺まらどこへ行った？
Oh no, gang.
行かせたのか？目を離すなと言っておいただろうが。まあ、親父。あいつももう20歳だろう。子供じゃねえんだ。
Some people need
子
it.
供じゃい。いつまで経っても子供なんじゃ。
Yeah.
バカ息子は。あいつ一人で町なんぞに行かせてみろ。今頃肩がぶつかったのなんだろう。謝らないのと。
And everyone on the farm is kind of like, dummy.
Yeah, but people here aren't gonna.
They'll be like, we don't know you.
Yeah.
I've had some friends like that before, where it's like the people who've known them and watched them grow up are very like patient and tolerant with them, and they're like, oh, this dude, he's kind of silly. That's just his quirkiness. And then as soon as you remove them from the people who like already had
kind
love in their heart from them, like.
It's bad.
People will not tolerate their BS because why would they, right?
Yeah, I don't
and
know
it's just
you.
weird thing where you're like, well, we've just been showing love for this person, but have we sort of like set them up in this weird bubble where they didn't learn that their behavior was unacceptable? So as soon as they're removed from that bubble, the world treats them brutally. Oh no!
どういう言い草だそりゃ。どうしてくれんだこれ。商売物の反物だぞ。これが知るか。因縁つけて買わせよったってその手は食わねえぜ。んだそりゃ。見損なんじゃねえぞ。まあこうなったら弁償してもらうけどな。出たよ本性が。最初からそれが狙いなんだろ。こっすい商売しやがって。やだよ野郎。 どう育てたらこんなひねくれ野郎が出来上がんだ。こっちはな、親父譲りの正直商売で通ってんだ。それ以上の侮辱は許さねえ。はっ、許さなきゃどうだってんだよこら。やんならやんぞ。
He's about to get punched.
当たりやろう。
Whoa, that's such an escalation.
当たりやかかってこいや。ビビってんのか？
I don't think he knows how to use it.
男がやるっつったらよ。それすなわち玉の取り合いよ。日頃の獲物の用意がねえってのはよ。
Comb.
そんだけてめえにノルド男児の覚悟が足りてねえって。
Oh no, he's gonna get us. Oh no.
How much does one banana cost? Is it like $20? Kettle? Wait. Is that freaking Leaf? I see a bald man. He's a merchant?
It looks like
it Leaf?
It's probably just similar character design.
Leaf! Oh, Leaf! Would you? Who? Sneaky Leaf?
When did he get a son?
What is he getting that? He's like 90, bro.
Maybe he adopted him.
His son is like his son looked 16. So Leaf is like
Leaf
dirty old man.
Adopted him when he was going around looking for.
He does kind of look like. He looks like Thorfinn, doesn't he?
He probably adopted him. What a weird little
Leaf? Brother, we got the whole gang. I feel like in the worst way, because this probably is never good, but I'm like, the whole gang.
Yeah.
We're getting the whole gang back together. Leaf? Canute?
Can't be good.
Oh, yeah.
They're just eating together. He called them bug eyes.
Oh, no wonder. Because he's like...
Do you think it's his real name, or is it like Leif Erikson said you're going to be called Thorfinn now?
Oh no, I think that Thorfinn must have been his real name, because I'm thinking that's why he encountered him. They're like, oh yeah, there's a blonde kid about this age named Thorfinn over here, right? And that's probably why I think it's the opposite, where he's like, I'm not going to call you Thorfinn.
Yeah.
You're bug eyes.
So close and a miss.
ケティルさん、つかぬことを伺いますが、そのトロフィー、ご家人の方はもしや奴隷ではありますまいか。
Bug eyes is really bug eyeing.
よくお分かりになりましたな。お気を悪くされてはと思い、身分が伏せたのですが。ノルド人で金髪で茶色い目。年格好はちょうどこのくらい。
boom.
驚いたな。おっしゃる通りです。背丈はもっと低いですが。またそれですか、親父。出身はアイスランドで、元は戦士だったのでは。はて。
What?
あれは何と言っていたかな。体に無数の刀傷があるのを見たことはありますが。期待しない方がいいですよ。またどうせ俺の時みたいに。わかっとるが、ここまでの特徴はあっとるんだ。事情が終わりのようで。
He's actually being very sweet to his adopted dad.
聞かせていただけますか。
I'm kind of surprised how, what's the word for it? There's not a large separation between classes in this society.
Yeah.
Which is kind of, does that surprise you a little bit, considering that there's like slaves and there's freemen and there's retainers?
That could just be Kettle though.
That's true. That could just be Kettle.
I think it's just Kettle's disposition.
But it's also, I'm wondering if it's kind of like a very, what would be the word for it when there's not a lot? As long as you're a free man.
More egalitarian?
Is it more egalitarian as long as you're a free man?
I don't know.
Because Leaf is free. So is it like, oh, like, no, we're both freemen, so we're brothers, even though you're a noble or whatever.
Rich guy and I'm a poor
It just doesn't
guy.
seem, because I'm more familiar with, I'm going to get my time since I'm not good at history, but like a more, I think medieval, form of nobility that seems to be much more
like
stratified.
Yeah.
Or stratified that's like, oh yeah, I'm not even going to talk to you. I'm a duke. Yeah. You're a peasant. Why? You're a merchant. Why would I even talk to you? You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying. I don't know.
And you're right. Maybe it is just Kettle, but it seems...
How is society?
And the way that they're all interacting with each other. Like, the son was willing to yell at the two sons were willing to yell at each other and engage with each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it feels much more... it kind of reminds me of America a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
Aside from, like, for the freemen, right? Mm-hmm. Like, oh, you know, I don't know if you're a billionaire or who you are, but you bumped me, and
so we're gonna shout.
So I'm gonna yell at you. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that
like
seem...
this Thorfinn didn't just fall on his face and apologize.
Yeah.
Back out of the way.
And it wasn't like people jumped into Kettle's son's defense to be like, "How dare you bump a nobleman or something?" Yeah. And we didn't even know Kettle was.
But they're not technically nobles; they're just rich farmers.
But that's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, it seems like there seems to be some type of aristocracy, and clearly there is a royal family.
Yeah.
But it seems as if there's kind of this like.
Everybody else was pretty same page.
And just kind of like, oh, you're not a higher status; you're just more wealthy.
Yeah.
Right. Unless you're a slave.
奴隷になった友人の息子をもう何年にもなります。ああ？どこだってとっつぁん。だからそのケティルさんの農場になちょっと寄り道しようかなと。いやそんなに遠くはないんだ。
Man, Buckeyes is so Buckeyes.
It's really bothering me.
帰り旅についてってもいいと言うとるし。片道何分？ここから。順風で5日とか言うとった。ちょっと10日以上の時間のロスじゃねえか。寄り道って言わねえよ。聞いてくれ、モルス。今度のトルフィンはいつもとは違うんだ。
I'm sure you've heard this a million times.
もう秋だぜとっつぁん。早く帰らねえとグリーンランドの海が。
That is a fair concern.
10日も日程を遅らせて、もし風向きや潮に恵まれなかったらどうすんだよ。悪いが今回ばかりは使わねえ。ご了承ください。
Whoa, that door is so cool.
昨日申し込んで、もうクルート陛下に拝謁が許されるとは。お前結構顔が利くんだな、トールギル。見直したぞ。いや、正直俺も驚いてるよ。お忙しい方なんだがな、陛下は。貢ぎ物が良かったのかもしれねえな。そうだろ、そうだろ。うちの農作物は質も量も南部で一番だ。陛下とてうちと取引を持ってそんなことはあるまいや。ケティル殿ご一行、謁見の前入られませ。よし行くぞ。
I think he's about to die. What do you think?
礼儀正しくな。
Oh no, Omar. I don't think having Omar there is gonna help though.
ケティルよ、そなたの献上品は世も見た。なかなか質の良い品々だ。受け取ろう。
はい、身に余る光栄でございます。
あれらの作物はすべてそなたの畑から参じたものか。
はい、さようでございます。亡き先王ハロルド様も当家のものを痛くお気に召しておられました。
世はいたずらに父や兄のやり方を崩そうとは思っておらぬ。安心しろ。そなたのような力ある豪農はデンマークの宝だ。今後も国力を支える礎としての誇りを。
Oh, there's so much loaded in that, man.
ありがたけお言葉。今後もどうかお変わりなくご後輩のほどを。
He's like, oh, really? Well, we want you to support the throne.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
俺お前お膳であるぞ。はいせんか。こら何してる。
No.
大変失礼をば。陛下お願いがあります。俺を陛下の軍団に入れてください。できれば兄ちゃんと
see how they do Knute's face?
今まで稽古を積んできました。お役に立ちます。なんならここで腕前を。やめんかバカボン。
Oh no. He clearly doesn't have a head on his shoulders.
He's gonna cut the pig?
その豚は今日の兵どもの夕食だ。人体とみなし切ってみせよ。はい。そんじゃ一発。
I don't know if this is supposed to be funny or not, guys.
Oh no! Oh
no! Look at Kettle. Oh, dude, he barely dented it.
If that's what, but here's the thing. If he thinks like, oh, this is all that your men know how to do, then you don't have any defense.
オルマルと申したな。そなたの重視団入りに関しては、重視長と協議し、明日通達する。それまで、イエリング城下に投留しておれ。
Stay close so we know where you are.
やらかしてくれたな、オルマル。この一件で、俺もしばらく軍団内でからかわれるな。まったく、気の小さいやつほど、ここ一番で何するか分かったもんじゃねえな。とにかく、やっちまったもんはしょうがねえ。
I think he accepts him. What do you think? With some sort of machinations.
Yeah, something like that. Like when they would take the royal family's children and have them be fostered at court. Oh no, baby, they're not hostages. They're being fostered at court because we want to make sure that they get along with the prince and there's strong ties in the next generation. Yes, we know where they sleep. Yes, we have a lot of knives, but they're not actually hostages.
実力はなく、プライドは高い。己の力量を全く分かっておりません。戦場では真っ先にああいうものが死にます。部下には欲しくありませんな。
うん。重視長としての意見は分かった。では、もう一つの意見を聞こう。
大いに使います。あの若者。
そうだな。使える。典型的なノルドの若者だ。それも愚かな。こちらの思うように踊ってくれるだろう。
では、例の計画を。
So it's a trap.
始める。
What? We know that they want his land.
みすみす良い機会を逃すこともあるま
Oh,
い。
they're gonna set a trap for Almar.
So what is it?
平和のためだ。悪いが泣いてもらおう。
People can live in peace, but pay the price. Ugh. The price of peace.
接収第1号だ。
So what are they going to trick Omar into doing? It's got to be some type of fight or like something that is questioning his honor.
Oh.
But I don't understand what that would be when... Like, what would it be that would justify them requisitioning the entirety of the farm?
I'm going to be honest. There are probably a lot of things you could trick him into.
Oh, I'm not... That's not the part of the plan that I think is a problem. I'm just trying to think... What would it be? Like, what would you trick him into that would justify taking his father's land? It would have to be something that's an affront.
Traitor. Being a traitor.
Ooh, a traitor. Like an affront against the king.
Yeah, you just make it look like he's a traitor. Easy.
Easy.
Omar. I like Kettle. I like Omar. I don't really like the older brother, but he's not as bad as I thought he was gonna be. He's still bad, but I thought he was gonna be like
bad for this time.
Like I thought
he's just like a normal warrior guy.
I thought he was just gonna be like super sadistic.
No, and he wasn't. He's comfortable with violence, but he doesn't seem more comfortable with violence than you would expect of a typical warrior from this time period.
Who's seen a lot of horrible things.
Yeah. Like, on that scale, he's kind of normal. He's not like he's not unusually bad guy or something.
Yeah.
Kettle is an unusually good guy.
I would say so.
In the position that he's in for this time.
Yeah.
Omar is just kind of a ninny.
Yeah.
He's a ninny. He needs to grow up. But he's not. The thing is, like, I was more understanding when he was younger, but the fact that he's showing no change.
No growth.
No growth, no change, that makes me significantly like him
less empathetic.
I'm like, he's not improving. If anything, it seems like he's gotten marginally worse.
Yeah.
And so the trend is your friend until the end. Like, unless he's not going to start turning it around.
No. And nobody's really saying, like, hey, you just need a mentor, and then you'll, like, I don't know, you'll grow out of some of these things.
I thought he might be a character that was sort of showing some of the downsides of this life and then changing, but now I'm just thinking he might just be showing some of the downsides. Like, he's a character who is designed for his pride to destroy him, basically. No, and there's no upside.
Omar.
Yeah.
What if he surprises us, though? Well, I hope no way he does it.
I just don't think so.
Everything against his character.
Especially with Canute. Canute is so clever. And his plans have come to fruition. There's no way, like, Omar was going to be the one to be able to outdo Canute when Harold couldn't.
I know.
And I think, what do you think about Canute's plan to lean on the nobility?
Here's the problem with the farm. I think one of the reasons it's such a good farm and so productive is because of how Kettle manages it.
Yeah, it's like the human capital thing.
And how he manages the people and getting the best out of them, right? Like, a CEO has employees who work for his company, but he, like, gives them good benefits, right? Incentivizes them correctly.
It's all that human capital.
And so they all, like, and they like the master, they like the CEO, so they work for him.
The incentive structures that he's built.
I think if you took him out and just, like,
nationalize it and run it like a typical farm,
I think that you won't get nearly the same output.
There's a example that I think comes to mind. I don't know the ins and outs of it, so I could be off a little bit, but in Venezuela there were companies that were doing oil production.
Oh, I've heard of this.
Yeah, so Venezuela used to produce some of the most oil in the world. Mm-hmm. And in fairness, like, there are sanctions now. Mm-hmm. So that's part of the reason why they don't do as much.
Yeah.
But the story that I heard was that basically Venezuela nationalized the oil production. Mm-hmm. And when they did that, there's been other times where there's been nationalization. I think that was in I think a Nordic country that they nationalized the oil, but they had a special deal with the companies where they would gradually bring their people in, and they would learn how to do it. They would learn how to run everything, and then they would gradually, like, cool, now we run 5%, 10%, until gradually, like, the company doesn't do it anymore and it's completely run by the government.
Yeah.
But they had that slow and steady way of doing it so that they would learn and absorb all that human capital. Mm-hmm. And in Venezuela, they were just like, GTFO, boys. Like,
we're going to run it now.
We're running it, leave. And as a result, like, their productivity cratered because they didn't understand the systems and managing it.
Yeah.
And I feel like you're right. I'm worried that Canute's going to do the same thing. Where he's not like, hey, Kettle, like, we love how productive you are. We'd love to learn from that and make Denmark even more productive. How are you running your farm that's different than how these other less productive farms are being run?
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's the usual typical human thing to do, is not to recognize the thing that is actually leading to the productivity.
The exceptionalism.
Yeah.
It's to just, I want that, so I'm going to take it.
Yeah, you just are like, oh, it's not something that they're doing. It's just that they have the thing. So if we take the thing, we'll get the same benefits. Yeah. It's like if there was something that the people were doing who owned the goose that was leading it to lay golden eggs specifically, and then someone else stole the goose, and it no longer laid golden eggs.
Yeah.
Because they weren't doing the thing that caused it to lay golden eggs.
Yeah.
But I think you're right, and I'm worried about that. And I also think that, like, historically, isn't what causes most of the wars in this period in Europe when you've pissed off the other warlords, not when you pissed off the peasants.
Yeah.
Right? I think.
Or
I at least know it's a major risk factor.
Peasant revolts.
They're peasant revolts. But it's also a major risk factor to piss off the other most powerful people in your country.
Yeah.
Because they have the most resources to fight you.
Well,
so I'm worried if he's going to start requisitioning all this land, isn't he going to create basically like, oh, now all of our quote unquote nobles or proto-nobles or whatever are like gonna unite and try to fight us.
No matter what happens, Canute and Ina I'm sorry, not Canute. Thorfinn and Ina are not getting their land. Like, we know that's not happening.
That's not happening.
But I'm curious though if they come back and they're like, Canute took it's under Canute's orders, all this land is his now. And Thorfinn's like, well, I'm gonna go talk to him.
Yeah. Like, I was promised some land, Canute.
Yeah, what the heck, man? You're taking my land.
It does feels bad, man. This feels really bad. Yeah. Especially because it's like...
He worked hard for that.
Yeah, and even Kettle was doing a pretty good job managing the land, and it was a really, relatively speaking, a very, like... there was a lot of upwards mobility that was in the system that Kettle had, which is... like such a blessing to the people that were working under it.
Yeah.
Again, this is all relative
to
relative
places.
It's not compared to ideal, right? But relative to the normal at this time.
I guess at least they're not marching through with an army and killing everybody.
Hopefully.
That was the other thought we had. So
well,
doesn't seem like
we don't
know
that that's not what's going to happen. We don't think that's as likely because it sounds like they want to protect the land.
The intrinsic value of the land.
There's a word for the yield. Like, they want to protect the yield of the land, which is good, because that would be bad.
Yes.
I thought, because that was what we were expecting.
They want to protect the land!
Well, I was trying to think, what's a word for the yield? The productivity, that was the word.
There you go.
They want to protect the productivity. I love this show.
It's good.
It's really interesting. I'm so worried,
I think it's just like, it's like an uncomfortable feeling where you know bad things are going to happen, and it's just like, it makes me wary every time we watch an episode. I'm like, oh no.
And it's somehow worse that it's coming from Canute, who's a character that we both are very favorable towards.
Yeah.
If we had come in with Canute now, I think we would dislike him immensely if we didn't know the backstory.
I truly thought Canute was going to be like, hey, here's all the temptations, and he's going to fight against it. I feel like he's giving into every temptation along the way because he's running into the same problems that every other idealistic king has run into and coming to the same conclusions.
Yeah. Or even, he's doing a couple things differently. I do think we don't want to go too far because he is trying to have a little bit more rule of law, it seems like. But again, that's an extrapolation based on one scene. But yeah, I was hoping that he would at least seem like he was doing a bit more to try to be better.
We need some more shots of like what benefit he's providing that's different than the other prior.
But remember, we also fast forwarded through the whole process of him getting corrupted, essentially.
Yeah.
And author's just like, yeah, we're not getting that. We're jumping straight to we're jumping straight to the interesting part. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm like, maybe meeting Thorfinn would remind him of who he was seeking to be before.
Yeah, I think so.
If that can happen, I feel like that could be very impactful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Happy Village.
Yeah. Maybe good things.
Oh, no.
It kind of reminds me of a mall courtyard.
Or Lost Love.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
いるんだな、そんなやつ、本当に。よくまあ、中士団に入りたいなんて口にできたもんだぜ。で、なんすか、伝えるだけでいいんすか、落第だと。
そうだ、伝えるだけでいい。
まあいい。
They're not even going to manipulate him further than that. Just tell him no.
それだけで済ませる自信ねえな、俺。
からかいたくなるか。
だって、あのアホ面。
行ってこい。後で酒でもおごってやる。
笑いすぎだって。やった、お前よ。
Damn. He looks terrifying there.
Whoa!
What? At first I thought it was... At first I thought he was like the sword guy because I couldn't really see his face.
Oh, because you thought he had the scars?
But...
Canute's teacher?
No, he's just a terrifying assassin person.
Guys, we have jumped so hard in this season over the last several episodes since we started following Canute's story.
Yeah.
It's like an entire... Now we're doing a court intrigue show. It's wild.
His eyes are open.
I think he's just like depressed and despondent. And drunk.
俺の名はブロッド。戦王陛下の軍団のものだ。で、
クヌート陛下の重視長ウルフ様からのおことづてを持ってまいった。
どうせ不合格だろ。
He's like almost feels like he's changed.
工場くらい言わせてくれよ。オルマル殿、貴殿の重視団への入団希望の件であるが、陛下に神明を捧げんとするその覚悟、あっぱれであると重視長閣下は申しておられた。しかし、貴殿の災いをご覧の上で閣下の申されるには、剣技やや未熟であると。ゆえにだな、今回は実に惜しいことながら実に惜しいことだから惜しいことはねえやな。ボタニック豚が切れなかったんだって、あんた。なんで豚が鎖肩ぐらでも来てたねえ。あ、豚だけに鎖豚ビラか。
Do you think he's trying to just bait him to attack the king's guards?
I think. Do you see what he did with the coin?
Yeah.
So I don't know how true this is, but I've read that there were people who could kill people like that as a projectile weapon.
Yeah.
That if you trained on it, it's like an assassination thing.
Yeah.
So what if he's just? They're not even worrying about tricking Omar. They're just gonna do like
a frame job.
A frame job. So they have this big confrontation,
and then all these guys
then he
die.
just snipes one of them.
And
they're like, cool, Omar couldn't handle it.
And he killed the king's guard.
Yeah, something like that. Like right now. Wow.
That's enough to take the land?
ああ、そういや親方の料理人が一人欲しがってたぜ。そりゃ無理だ。豚切れねえもん。
Okay, sorry, that was a funny joke.
That was a funny joke. Hogbird was really funny too. I just don't want to laugh in solidarity, even though I don't like him.
Some of the things they're saying are funny though.
He's like one of ours, even though I don't like him, so I don't want to laugh.
I know.
Out of loyalty.
Come on, Omar.
Oh, there's brother.
He's also kind of like drunk, right?
Yeah. I don't think it would have mattered though in this case. Oh! You hear the coins in his hand?
Yeah.
Oh, what if he like shoots his leg or something when Omar's going to strike?
I don't see how that would accomplish anything. Like, is that enough to take away your dad's land? They're translating that badly. They're saying Nietzsche.
He's saying brother.
Yeah,
brother.
とっとと立って野郎をぶち殺せ。立て。
ちゃん。
よく聞けオルバル。侮辱を受けた生死の取るべき道は2つだけだ。殺すか死ぬか。殺せないならここで死ね。
Honor culture right there.
侮辱をそのままにして生きることだけはこのトールギルが許さん。
He'll kill his brother.
戦って男になれ。今日がその日だ。なんだあれ。想像しろオルバル。お前が敵の首を跳ね飛ばす姿を。声を出せ。腹に力を入れろ。もっと。想像しろ。敵が蝶をぶちまけ血のいけねえのだし後悔に泣く姿を。気合を入れろオルバル。野郎を殺せ。ぶち殺せ。
Think Omar dies?
No. I think this is where it happens. But I don't understand how this would take land. Yeah. Oh! Yeah. Wee.
So the only reason he won though is because he was distracted.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that.
So, is dueling illegal? I feel like dueling is chill. Everyone seems to... It seems to be a pretty established practice for resolving disputes.
This coin flipping thing seems OP.
Well,
how can I learn?
At the same time, I was going crazy. I was going like real anime shit. Like I thought he was gonna be like shoot the coin and it's gonna go like a bullet and through the arm or something. This I feel was way more realistic.
Just hits him in the
eye. Like, oh yeah, I hit him in the eye.
But I can't flick a coin that hard and accurately.
Well, it's probably his main weapon. That's probably his job. Like he's an assassin of some sort.
Spy.
Well, Big Bro can jump in now. Duh. Huh.
Oh, almost traumatized, man.
And everything that he's idolized right before him. Yeah.
That's a big boy. His brother loves it. Will it change him for the better or the worse?
I think it'll change Omar for the better. He doesn't, because he was not happy. I think if he was happy. Look what he did to the guy.
I know.
He literally chopped two of them in half with one arm.
Isn't he one of the Kingsmen too?
オルマルが侮辱を受けて決闘になり名誉を守った。しかし相手は5人。俺が加勢しても文句を言われる筋合いはねえ。親ならオルマルを褒めてやってくれよ。
In their culture, I feel like his brother is right.
Oh.
They
can't today.
こいつらだって剣ぶら下げてるなら侮辱が高くつくってことぐらい分かってたはずだ。分かっててオルマルを舐めたんだ。
You know what's funny? I feel like I haven't heard a story where duels are allowed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, by the time Cat and Monte Cristo comes along, I'm pretty sure duels are outlawed.
It's probably one of those things where it's like when rule by majority consensus.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, this is chill.
Yeah.
And you know, because that's how it is. Even in a friend group, everyone's kind of like, you have unspoken agreements on what's cool and what's not cool. Even observing our little kids playing with other little kids at very early ages, they'll have ideas of like, oh yeah, there are property rights, and I've had this balloon. I set it over here.
It's my balloon.
It's my balloon. I come back to it, but if I leave it too long, it can become other people's balloons, and the whole group will be like, yes, you left that balloon long enough that it's not yours anymore.
Yeah.
And like no one wrote this down in like super precise.
The kids got it.
They just all have this jive, right? And what Omar's older brother Thorfinn, it's not Thorfinn, but Omar's Thorkel? No. There's a lot of Thors. Okay, Omar's Nichan.
Yeah.
Omar's older brother.
Yeah.
One of the genius Thor is saying is basically like, no, like we all have a spirit of the law. We're an honor culture.
Yeah.
Sure, on the books, it's one of those things where now we're becoming a civilized society, and they say, oh, you can't duel. But everyone knows in the spirit of the law, when you're insulted, you have a right to stand up for your honor because that's what we collectively have decided is okay and is right. And we're an honor culture. Like, we value honor more highly than life.
Yeah.
And so not allowing us to duel is putting life above honor. That's not okay. But then every civilized society has made that decision to say we are going to prioritize life over honor.
Yeah.
And this is probably real. This is probably so real because who duels the most? Nobility.
Yeah.
So whenever they want to start reigning in the nobility and the power they have, or just like use a law against them, I bet this is super realistic historically to be like, cool, we can bust them on dueling because you can't maintain your power as a noble without defending your honor.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a catch-22 where it's like, you either fight and you get punished on the letter of the law, or you don't fight and you lose in the spirit of the law and you kind of lose like your nobility because you didn't defend your honor.
Nobody respects you anymore.
So you're not what's a noble that no one respects?
Yeah.
He's no one.
Oh no.
That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
恐れ多くも王陛下のお膝元で騒ぎを起こすのは何者か。神妙に我が前へ出てまいれ。どういうことだ。オルマルが生きている。
Oh, is he supposed to die?
それにケティルともう一人は誰だ。さあ、おそらく一族のものではないかと。
クルート陛下の重視。
Thorgild, you got it.
トールギルだ。
So Omar was supposed to die, but the other guy helped him live.
So there's plot within plot? What if this is the real trap? What if, like, okay, because King Canute has to do this in a way that the rest of the nobles don't overthrow him. Remember we said?
Yeah.
So what if this is it? It's like, oh yeah, a duel would have been chill, but then they cut down like 10 more members of the guard. Or something like that. Like, what if this is the real trap?
黙れ！決闘は王陛下の名において禁じられておる。貴様らは王陛下に対し不敬を働いた。
But would they get killed for that?
やっぱり。ほら見ろ。ほら見ろ、トールギル。
Yeah, he was a guard to the king too, so it's weird. Isn't it king guard versus guard then?
Well, I think Thorgild's smart though. Yeah.
Is he smart?
Never mind. I thought he... What if he is smart? What if he knows, like, Canute's trying to do a frame job, but he...
I don't think so.
I don't know.
He would have just come willingly. Damn, he's a badass.
I think he's, like, one of the top 3 or 4 strongest people we've seen in shows.
Oh, for sure. What? He didn't want to bow to being arrested? What would have happened if he was arrested?
Maybe he knows. Maybe he's like, Canute is framing us. If we go into his custody, we're done.
He's not gonna kill him?
I don't think that's true. Oh.
You're right, he's smarter. God, he's mutilated. He can't do his job anymore. He might die from blood. He has a tourniquet. Oh, he's like Canute's my enemy now. Thorgal is crazy.
Insane.
He figured it out though.
Yeah. He's not dumb,
surprisingly
he's
smart.
just violent.
そうか。ケティル一族は逃げおせたか。
申し訳ございません。クヌート陛下。船も宿も抑えたのですが、姿を現しません。
Yeah, because Thorgal killed their asses.
トールギルの身柄を拘束し損ねたのは私の責任です。
腕の立つ男のようだな。
は、良い部下でした。
段取りに影響はない。成敗の口実は成立した。予定通りにケティルの農場へ赴く。
Everybody knows though, right? Won't the rumors spread?
いて抵抗するならば制圧するまでだ。
は、陛下の警護
Only 32.
32名を動員します。
But they have a force there.
用務戦士団70名を加え、兵数計102名です。
十分であろう。フローキはいつ
Floki!
Yeah.
ヨルスボルグより3日のうちには。
では3日後の卒業、出陣。
We have a force there, but these
Oh
are like
my
crack
God.
troops. Royal
Goodness.
Guard and Yom's Vikings against like 13? How many? It wasn't very many soldiers. And on top of that, Snake was the only one that was worth anything. All the other ones were just kind of goons.
Thorfinn's there, but he won't use force. He's a pacifist now. And
Thorgil. Thorgil is...
And
Thorgil
Leif Erikson's trying to head there too.
Thorgil and Snake seem like... Both of them seem top 10 in the entire show.
Yeah.
It's very hard to power balance and power
it is.
level in a show like this, right?
But Floki's up there too.
Floki, we think. Have we even actually ever seen Floki
I just
fight?
got the impression he's pretty strong.
I don't think that they'd be able. I don't think because it's not like the footage can go viral, right? I don't think that the story would have enough legs.
Yeah.
That it would support Kettle.
I'm curious he hasn't thought about an heir yet. That's usually like a top priority.
Do you think it would be for Canute?
I don't know.
Because I don't think Canute. I don't think he's not trying to build a legacy, right? He's trying to build utopia functionally. Or initially, that was his goal. I feel like he would only care about heir once he's accomplished that. I love Leaf. I don't want him to come into this though. This is.
Oh, they hid with him.
Where is Dad?
It was done before. It wasn't his Thorgil's fault.
No, it wasn't.
Like they were going to be targeted no matter what.
Thorgil discerned the plan
and got him out of there.
In flux. I feel like
that was pretty bad.
Honestly, man, did Thorgil do anything wrong there? He was violent.
His little brother would have died if he hadn't done anything.
He was okay with his little brother dying.
Yeah.
But I don't think that he's like bad for this culture.
Yeah, for the culture maybe.
For what they were doing, he basically said like, little brother, this.
He would have beat up those kids though. I didn't like that. He has a cruel streak in him.
That's true. He would have beat the kids. I would say the thing about Thorgil is the kids.
Yeah.
That's
didn't
the
like
one.
That.
That's cruel. That's not violent. And there's a difference between violence and cruelty. And he likes the violence.
Yeah.
He likes being unstoppable. It wasn't like he was regretful, like, oh no, we have to cut our way free. He was like, yes, I get to.
You see his eyes go white like Jorn's did?
But he wasn't on substances. It was just the love of the battle.
The lust for the fight.
But he treated Omar pretty well, considering. He was like
looks like a broken man.
He was like, well done, little brother. He was like, oh, they let you win, but I don't think less of you for that.
He didn't tell him. He didn't even tell him that.
He was, I don't know. He was weirdly nice, more nice to Omar than I would have thought his character would be based on what we've seen from him. Yeah. And even he was like, Omar, like, you have to win this fight and become a man. You can do it. I believe in you.
He's morally gray to me, but I think the cruelty streak is what to me makes him a villain.
Yes.
Omar doesn't have that cruel streak that we've seen.
He wants to, though. Like, he wants to be his brother.
Yeah.
Thorgil is, like, the ideal, though.
Warrior?
For what this culture would idealize?
Yeah.
I don't think that they would have as much... I don't think, like, they would idealize kindness like we do.
Yeah.
It's really...
The music's too epic.
We were doing so much character work, and now it really feels like plot is just flying. So we were wondering this.
Everything. Every sacrifice worth it.
Stephanie and I were talking off camera.
Same sunset. Lost love. Damn, that was cool.
That was so good. We've been talking off camera a lot about Vinland Saga, and specifically Canute. And Stephanie said something that was so smart that I wanted to tell you guys. Stephanie said, "Wesley, where's the priest?"
Oh.
Because he used to be one of Canute's main advisors and one of the main people that was in Canute's ear. I mean, frankly, he's the one who sort of gave Canute the epiphany that has set him on this entire path, right?
Yeah. Did he die? Did he kill him? Because he said something he didn't want to hear.
Has he
drunk himself to death?
Did he just remove him from his inner circle because...
Or the priest remove himself?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I thought Steffi was so smart to point that out, right? Because it showed so perfectly, like, the author removed a character to show us that Canute is no longer the same person.
Yeah.
Like, he's no longer... Even if he is lip service, and even he thinks and he feels that that's his North Star, is the creation of that utopia.
Yeah.
It shows that, like, oh no, he's not an idealist in practice. Like, he could view himself as an idealist, because everyone's the hero of their own story, right?
Yeah.
So he still is like, I'm doing this for utopia, I'm doing this for utopia. But functionally, he's not anymore. And the fact that Priest isn't there, like, he doesn't have none of his advisors are idealistic anymore.
They're just following his orders.
Well, or they're helping him go down the King Swine path of pragmatism. Like, all of his... I mean, Gunnar's one of his main advisors now.
Yeah, we don't know how he is.
And he's a power... He's a toady for power.
Yeah.
And so, like, he removed his only advisor that was interested in morality as a guiding principle. He's gone. And I thought that was such a cool thing for you to point out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if I meant all the implications when I said
well,
I was just like, where'd the priest go? But thanks for giving me that credit.
I thought that was really smart. Because I hadn't noticed that he was gone. And he was such an impactful character.
In his philosophy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out where it went. It's interesting that setting up like Canute versus Thorfinn. They were like looking at the same sunset. Just the imagery there at the end, that was really cool. I'm sure there's a literary term for that, but I don't have it. So it was cool though.
Do you think that a king can be moral without a moral advisor to hold them to that moral standard?
No.
I don't think so either. I think it's like humanly impossible for a king to hold themselves to that standard.
Yeah.
It reminds me of David having Samuel come in and be like, "Hey, David, I heard in the Bible there's a story where spoiler alert."
Remember it now.
Woo.
2,000 years old.
Spoiler alert. Old Testament.
So David sees a woman bathing from his rooftop. Her rooftop, and he's like, "Ooh, she hot," and he's like, "Bring her to me." And they're like, "She's married, dude, to your best soldier,
your best general,
and
he's like, "Oh, that's great, don't care."
Put him at the front of the battle, have everybody else step back. Uriah dies. So sad. He brings and why he did that was because he slept with Bathsheba while the husband was away. She got pregnant.
At war, on campaign, defending his kingdom.
Uriah, it's even worse. Uriah comes back and he's like, "Go home, sleep with your wife," so they could pretend the baby was his. And Uriah's like, he's like, "No, I will sleep by your gate because I am that loyal, and I can't go home to my wife while my men are out on the battlefield." He's like the best guy, the most noble guy, and he has him essentially murdered on the battlefield.
David, like Steffi says, they send him out to the front line. He's a general, and then the charge, they have everybody take a step back. So then Uriah just gets absolutely eviscerated by the enemy forces.
Anyway, so then David brings Bathsheba into his court. The baby ends up dying.
And then God's prophet Samuel comes to David and he says, "David, I've got this really bad news. There was a shepherd who had hundreds of sheep, and then there was another shepherd who had one, and the shepherd with hundreds of sheep stole the sheep from the shepherd who has one."
Yeah.
And David's like, "That is so messed up, dude."
He's like, "That person should die." And Samuel goes, "You are that man."
Yeah.
It's such a sick story.
And it's crazy because
If you want
like,
the clip
David
notes,
couldn't see the implication.
No.
I think that's why, and that's why I'm like.
Yeah, because he needed somebody to tell him like you are a murderer.
And he needed to see the context, right?
Yeah. If you want the Cliff Notes version, I recommend King George and the Rubber Ducky from VeggieTales.
But I don't think it's possible for a king. I don't think a human brain, because we said like generals cannot value an individual human life and do their job correctly. Yeah. And as a result, they cannot
dehumanize people.
Yeah, they can't see humans in like a moral standpoint or a moral light, right? I think kings are the same, except that with a general, there's certain ways that like, okay, cool, doesn't create as big of problems. Yeah. But for a king, they have to do that as the general, and on the other hand, they have to govern as like a moral authority. Because the general is a war fighter first and foremost and primarily. Yeah. Like they don't really.
They're responsible for protecting the people.
Any other duties are tangential, right? Yeah. So if they have that very utilitarian, non-moral viewpoint,
the ends justify the means, the good of the many, right?
And there's some justice, like justice, and there's some morality to how you conduct war, but there still is that like human life as a bean counter type of thing, right? But a king, you're doing both. You need to govern and you need to fight. Yeah. And I think you need to have people in your court to hold you accountable on both fronts. And I think it's way harder on the morality front because that means they have to call you out. So then...
And in the Bible, King David is the best king. The best king. And he still is that bad.
And he was not good at that. Yeah. I mean, relatively speaking, he was good at that compared to other kings in the Bible. Others. The kings in the Bible did not have a great record.
No, most of them are bad. Like 95% of them are bad.
And the ones that are good aren't. I mean, they're good comparatively, but they're not good by like a normal person's standard.
And if you think about like most of the European kings that are famous and the ones that are called like so and so the Great or whatever, they're great because a lot of the times they did.
Alexander
the Great, or a lot of the Russian czars will be called great at the end, or Ivan the Terrible, You're probably not a good one. Ooh. But a lot of them, what were they known for? And it wasn't for being like a good people. It was for like what they accomplished and what did they sacrifice to get those goals, right?
Because Alexander would be a perfect example of like a king that he didn't govern.
Yeah, he just conquered more people. And he didn't even live that long. No. By comparison. So it's interesting when you think about it, like, show me a moral king. There's not very many of them. There are some. But there's not many. King Josiah in the Bible is a good one all the way to the end. King Hezekiah was a good one all the way to the end.
But that's like 2 out of
like 50.
Yeah.
So those are the biblical ones because I just know their stories best. But I think that there's if you look at the kings in England before they had like their revolution and started having a parliament, where they had much more like rule, like their despots.
There was more checks.
So, yeah.
Way more checks.
Afterward, yeah, but like earlier on, like King Henry VIII, he wasn't a very good person. Yeah. So I can't think of all the kings.
Well, I mean, how many people would be able? Because like. You don't deserve credit for following a law that you couldn't get away with breaking. And kings are one of the only people that can get away with breaking with almost every law, and they have to be so bad to be able to not get away with it any further.
I'm curious, guys. Drop me down the moral kings you know
the
of.
Best.
The best moral kings, and
Cyrus,
why were they moral?
Cyrus.
The Bible likes King Cyrus.
Everybody loves Cyrus.
Everybody liked King Cyrus.
Like all the historical documents from all over,
true.
Everyone's like, you know what? Cyrus was a good ruler.
Yeah.
Everybody loved him. He'd be Cyrus the Great. He was governing and conquering.
So why? Why was he a good one?
Because he was moral.
But why was he moral?
He was a just ruler. He was very just to the peoples he conquered.
Do you think people die because of decisions he made?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But a king, I'd still say a king is judged differently. It's different. It's just different.
I am curious though, because I always like learning more about history. Yeah. Drop me your just rulers, the ones that are known for being just, and why were they seen as just? I mean, I would argue Julius Caesar, like all the Roman emperors weren't very good people majority of the time.
Well, are you saying were they good people or were they good rulers?
Good rulers, right? So I mean, yeah, there are lots of good rulers.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, what's your criteria that you're asking for?
I don't know. That's the question.
Like,
though.
are you asking did the people who lived under them live better lives?
Because I bet a lot of people under King Canute would say that.
That's what I'm saying.
Not Thorgal. You know?
Yeah. If Thorgal beat Canute, then I think the peasants' lives would get worse. Even though I think Thorgal is justified. It's not Kettle, it's Thorgal.
Yeah.
But I think Thorgal is justified. But if Thorgal won, the peasants would have, like, if Thorgal became the king of Denmark and England, it would be worse for the subjects, even though he's right in this specific conflict. So it depends on your justification, right? Like, are you saying are they moral leaders? Or are you saying, are they good leaders who gave good lives to their subjects? Because I would say that makes a king. Like, here's a question. What if there's a king who's a serial killer who needs to kill somebody once a month, but they raise the standard of living, like, massively for the people that live under them?
You could argue that's Canute. He's poisoned a guy at least
actually.
once a month at this point.
Actually. But, like, I'm saying, in my example, there's no connection between the two.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's no connection between the two. It's just that king is doing both A and B. Is that a good king?
No.
Because he's not a good person.
I don't know.
But you see what I'm...
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Well, it's like saying, is somebody good at their job or are they a good person? Sometimes it's two separate questions.
Two separate questions. I like that. All right.
Because it's like, dude, you can have somebody who's a horrible human being and amazing at their job. Have you met most C-suites?
I haven't met them, but I've read about
that's
them.
a joke, but it's a trope.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a trope for a reason.
Yeah.
All right.
Corporate raiders.
Drop your history facts. We'll have fun together in the comments.
That'll be sick. Like, that'll be fun. I wonder who would be the best king and the most moral person simultaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think we don't know a lot about the moral character.
And they've got great PR. Right? Like, cause
they're writing the history books.
Right, you write the history books.
Scratch that one where I murdered that guy. Don't include that in the record.
Everybody, this was just between the boys. Yeah, this isn't going in the chronicles, okay? Okay. Everyone, tell the scribes. Shh. I've been really excited for this episode.
I'm a little nervous for it.
I'm a little nervous too. That looks kind of like Minecraft.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The 2D depiction.
Just because of the shapes.
Wait. The tapestry's going up in flames, Wesley.
They're burning it? Oh, no. Oh, no. Where the hell are we?
Whoa.
Oh, poor baby. Oh.
Get out of there, little boy.
He can't. I think he's a little baby. I don't think he can walk. Oh. Poor little baby. Chains? Whoa. Who the hell is this guy?
Is the mom dead or is she just hiding?
I thought she was dead. She's not moving. Whoa, he's lost. He doesn't have a leg. This guy's horrifying. Who the hell is this?
You're locked up of some sort. He's already released.
Whoa!
The baby's cries went silent.
Baby, aww.
What use is a one-legged slave? This guy didn't even try and take the baby. I mean, he had one leg, but like he didn't obviously didn't care about the kid.
No, he doesn't care at all. What a horrible piece of shit. He hasn't even thought about it, mentioned it. Yeah, he's like. Whoa, okay. Baby!
Oh,
yes!
alive.
Okay, yeah. Whew.
What if that's his wife and child? Nah. Or his wife? Or I don't know.
Okay,
I'm glad they're alive. I was only caring about them, to be honest.
I only cared about the baby. I thought she was dead, so I didn't care. Now I must go get her. Who the hell is her?
I don't know. How long has he been in? How long has he been a slave for?
And if he was always capable of doing this, why was he willing to suffer the...
That wasn't Enar. No.
No. He kind of looked like him. I thought the same thing, but I don't...
Go get her?
Now I must go get her.
I don't think so. There's no way that's not future Enar.
Are we supposed to watch the intro?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Dang, I've never seen a pig's tits before. Are they really like that?
It's a very accurate description.
What?
There's a very detailed, like, drawing.
Yes!
Yeah, I agree. I saw it too. I was like, what?
Got tits from, like, here to here. It's like the body was all tits. Cows only have them, like, on their lower...
udder.
Yeah. Are pigs' tits all the way? That's not Einar, because Einar blue eyes.
Yeah.
He had brown eyes.
I can tell if it's just shadows. You know, weird. You know how they draw them wild sometimes?
Yeah.
自由になったらだよ。どうするつもりだ。
ああ。Peaceful music。それな。
お前たち、自由身分になったら、このままわしのところで奉公する気はないか？お前たちのような働き者なら歓迎だ。
旦那は言ってくれたけどな。参ったな。奴隷暮らしが長すぎだよ。自分で何でも決めていいとなると、こうも迷うか。意外だな。じゃあここに残るっていうのも、お前としちゃありなのか。
Thorfinn, I can't get over how different he is than early Thorfinn.
とは仲悪いけどさ。でも、ここにいればさ、そのうちアルネイズさんを解放するチャンスが来るかもしれない。はあ。驚いたよ。そこまで惚れてたのか。
よせよ。そんなんじゃない。
Is it not like that though?
俺はただ。
おしのじじい、殺すか。
These three together are such a weird trio. Oh no.
お戻りになっていませんか、大旦那様。
朝、畑へ出たっきりだ。もう晩飯の時間だってのに。
That's not a good sign.
薪割りを頼まれていたんですが。
変ですね。いつもならこの
Oh no, guys.
俺は昼飯も食ってねえんだぞ、クソじじい。俺を死なせる気。どちらへ？畑だ。ついてこい。畑？ああ。
I'm surprised he wants them to come.
he dead?
おい、ジジイしっかりしろジジイ
On the one hand, it's really sad, but I guess like if you die doing what you love, isn't that kind of... Oh, did he have a stroke? Ah. I think it would have been nicer to die in the farm in a lot of ways.
We don't get to choose, do we?
No. Well, I guess yes, but no.
失礼します。私、奥様のお言いつけで来たんですが。
Whoa, she can cook?
Wow. That's a lot of food.
これ、俺たちの分もあるんですかアルネーズさん。はい。
大旦那様が皆さんの分も作ってよいと。お口に合いますかどうか。
Look at his face.
お祈りしないのね。大旦那様もお召し上がりください。今日から身の回りのお世話をさせていただきますね。何でもお言いつけください。
わしの家に寝泊まりするのか？はい。
そうするようにとの。
Do you think she just wants any excuse to get her out of the house?
Yeah.
どうぞ。お味がお気に召さないようでしたらおっしゃってくださいね。
いらん。後で食う。今は腹が空いておらん。
Do you think he just is trying to die?
そうですか。
構わねえから口にスプーンねじ込んでやれ。
え？
じじいはな、あんが恥ずかしいんだよ。あんが。慣れろよじじい。体が治るまでは当分あんしてもらうしかねえんだからよ。笑ったか今。本当に腹は空いとらん。後で。
Poor Gramps. That was the biggest girl I've heard in my life.
But he's loved. Like
he's
all
loved,
these...
yeah, he's loved. They're laughing out of love. If I'm him, I'm just like, I'm glad it's Arnheim who's feeding me, and it's not Snake or Thorfinn or Einar. If it wasn't like that before, it's gonna be like that now.
I know this is so stupid, but I've always wondered, like, how did people wash dishes without indoor plumbing? They took their dishes to the
well. That makes so much. This would be so much work.
Duh.
This would be so much work.
Yeah.
でもよかったわ。大旦那様も聞いていたよりお元気そうで。それにお噂ほど大方じゃなさそう。
ええ、ああ見えて根は優しいんですよ。時々おっかないけど。
なんとなくわかります。
He's like, that's not so bad.
本当に私、あんなに楽しくご飯食べるのなんてずいぶん久しぶりです。
俺もですよ。
なんだか自由だった頃に戻ったみたい。
Do you think that the guy was looking for her?
Oh.
There's just, I'm only wondering because there's not that many female characters that we've been introduced to.
Oh, you could be right.
If that's the case, I don't know why he would just like chill and bide his time and not. Can you think of another her? I can't think of another her.
はい。キャルラクの農場から3日前だそうです。ああ、あのキャルラクか。あれは昔から奴隷の扱いの良くねえやつだったからな。自業自得だ。いや、そう簡単な話じゃねえです。その奴隷、キャルラクとその息子たちを皆殺しにして家に火をかけて。
But here's the thing, he spared the baby.
凶暴で腕の立つ野郎ですよ。キャルラクのおじが捕まえたやつには馬3頭をやるって触れ回ってます。どうします兄貴。馬3頭はともかくちーと用心した方がいいかもな。お前ら今日からしばらくの間見張りは3人1組でやれ。もしそいつを見つけても無理に捕まえようとするんじゃねえ。
I like Snake.
まず応援を呼べ。
追い
詰められた人間ってのは
He's hurt.
何をするかわからんからな。
Oh, do you think that you saw he got stabbed? Do you think that? Whoa. Do you think it could be like infected or something?
I had thought about that.
This is not the episode I was expecting either. I thought we were going to have the climax with Canute.
It's never what I've expected.
No.
Oh, you think you're gonna get a Thorfinn chapter? Nope, it's Canute. Oh, you think you're gonna get a Canute chapter? No, it's this other random slave.
I'm just so confused. Why, if he was always capable of doing this, he didn't do this?
Yeah.
Because the way he talked, it sounded like he had endured insult for... Oh, there he is.
He said, don't try too hard. This feels like you're trying hard.
ありゃ剣の絵飾りが光ってんだ。なんだあいつ。寝てんのか？ぽいな。なりだけなら古事記か巡礼者みてえだが、かなり怪しいのと違うか？おお、怪しい。つうか。
Where did he get the sword?
He took it.
ってことはあれか？捕まえたやつに馬3頭っていう。間違いねえよ。おい。月が回ってきたぜ。
You're an idiot for talking so loud.
簡単に言うんじゃねえよ。
This is us when we're trying to get our daughter to not wake up our son. Like, please, whisper.
I
think he's gonna pop up. He's gone. How much you want to bet that he's not there anymore?
I don't think he's there anymore. My greed overpowers my fear.
I actually feel a little bad for him.
Dude, he's the scariest looking character we've seen in the whole last show.
I agree.
Oh.
That was a cut.
Literally, ha.
Didn't mean it like that, but
a banger.
Pun unintended.
I think you should just claim it, baby.
I bet he's coming for her. I think you're right.
We don't know anything about her past, so I guess it's possible, yeah.
Maybe he didn't have the opportunity to escape before because he was chained up and they didn't let him have a sword.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Oh. それの盗み聞き。大旦那様は字が読めないから。
トルフィンさんもキリスト教徒だったんですね。
That's a copy of the Bible they had. That makes sense. I've heard that among rich people, that was the only book they had for a long time. And I don't know if that's true.
面白いんですって。
Snake's a Christian? That's interesting.
I'm surprised that old master is a Christian too.
隣人を愛し敵を憎めと命じられている。しかし私は言っておく。敵を愛し自分を迫害する者のために祈りなさい。あなた方の天の父の異なるためである。父は悪人にも善人にも太陽を昇らせ、正しい者にも正しくない者にも雨を降らせてくださるからである。自分を愛してくれる人を愛したところで、あなた方にどんな小税人でも同じことをしているではない。
I love, one of my favorite things about the Bible is how much everyone hates tax collectors. Like unilaterally, it's like, oh, okay, if you could insert like in modern vernacular piece of shit, they'll just be like tax collectors.
Yeah.
Like, do you want to be like the tax collectors?
Yeah.
I think that's so funny.
どんな優れたことをしたことになろうか。異邦人でさえ同じことをしているではないか。だからあなた方の天の父が完全であられるように、あなた方も完全なものとなりなさい。か。やれやれ。
I guess I've got to answer that.
福音書はもう飽きたぜ。最初の方読もうぜ。
This is literally like me when I would... literally, this was me until... I'll be honest, until I was like 25.
Yeah.
I was like... Okay, I'm going to read the Bible. Let's go to the Old Testament
Let's go
again.
to Old Testament stories because they're fun.
I'd be like, let's go to Kings. It's interesting, right?
It is very interesting. And I can kind of see why that scripture particularly was picked by the author to interject here in the story. Because I think it is one of the most like powerful, potent scriptures, especially in when you're discussing like pacifism and whether or not that's biblical or Christian and everything like that. Our personal viewpoint, and I know there's a lot of other different viewpoints on that, but our personal viewpoint is that the Bible is cohesive. It is not going to contradict itself. God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So what's a sin in the Old Testament is a sin in the New Testament, and vice versa. And so for us, you know, we read this passage, and to us, there's obviously a lot of killing in the Old Testament. There's a lot of war in the Old Testament. There's cases of self-defense. And so to us, we're like, this scripture in isolation may seem like a pacifist scripture, but if you look at the Bible in its entirety, the Bible is not super pacifistic. There's a lot of fighting. So I think our interpretation is this is your social enemy, right? Like this is somebody that's not, or even an enemy, but somebody who's not actively trying to kill you or hurt you is how we interpret this particular scripture.
I think that for my reading of it, it's also, I specifically think a lot about what does it mean to love your enemy and pray for those who want to wish ill on you.
Yeah.
And to me, that doesn't necessarily mean that I cannot act in defense of myself.
Yes.
Because if I love somebody, I shouldn't want them to be committing murder.
Yeah. That you would then, like, I pray for that person not to do those things.
Yeah, but right? It's also, I also might not necessarily stop at prayer is my point.
Yeah.
Like sometimes loving somebody, like I love our kids, so sometimes I have to physically stop them from doing things that could hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in that same way, you could also apply that logic to say like, oh, you know, I am going to love my enemy. Mm-hmm. That means I'm going to stop my enemy from committing a mass murder or an atrocity.
Yeah.
Because then that's something that they're going to be held responsible for if you believe in judgment, right?
Yeah.
So loving them might be, I know this sounds really this sentence sounds crazy, but I do think like sometimes you can love your enemy and in doing so you could kill them because then you are removing their opportunity to continue to weight the scale against themselves in like an internal type of situation. Yeah. So like if you believe that it's possible to have like morally justified self-defense, then me engaging in my self-defense or in defense of another, I can then enact violence on them in order to, I can justly enact violence in a non-sinful way, but I don't have to hate them in doing so.
Yeah.
And I feel like that would be the separation. It's like if you're carrying out justice, then you can carry out justice with love. If you're enacting violence with hate, then you can do that without love.
Yes.
But I think To me, that's how I read it.
It has to be like justice and
it's not like you're relishing it.
Yeah.
It's not like you're saying like, oh, I want to kill them. I hate them. I want to kill them. It's like, oh no, I think that I have to do this.
Yeah, because they're about to hurt a lot of people.
Yeah,
or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and it's like,
and
pray
rulers
for them.
and just. I mean, God is just, and rulers, and then like the whole Old Testament is full of judges, right? Where like there's punishments if you do certain things. Like ultimately, some people have to be killed, and that means somebody has to do the killing. If there's a murder or if they're like, I think even adultery, they would kill people in the Old Testament, right? So there's a lot of like, whoever's in charge has that responsibility too. The last thing I was going to say is I know there's another school of thought that thinks that Jesus has come to basically do away with the Old Testament and you're just focusing on the New Testament. So I understand if that's kind of the approach that
you would read it very differently.
That you would read it very differently.
And even then, I think like I tend to take a very pragmatic viewpoint of some of the Old Testament laws too. Mm-hmm. Like with the adultery, right? And I think like, oh, well, that was the law so that you could have this type of cohesion in these groups that were in this specific biome, in this specific situation, with this specific level of technology and these specific social institutions, right?
Yeah.
And so...
Or kidnappers is another one. I'm pretty sure they were put to death, too.
But with, like, I think if you don't necessarily say, like, you cut and paste the same exact laws and say, like, oh, well, we should have these exact same laws in society today.
Yeah.
It's like you try to understand the wisdom and the reasoning behind the laws.
Why they had it.
And why they existed in that way back then. You're like, okay, this was the thinking. Well, then if we port that same thinking here, this is how it looks. And it doesn't look the same.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily follow exactly the same. It's like, that's why I think I tend to, and I know that I think this is Wesley. I don't think that most people would even agree with me in
Wesley
general.
just has his...
Wesley thoughts. Because I think, like, that's how I read it. I'm like, this is their pragmatic laws that best enabled this specific civilization in this specific time period to specifically be the best that it could be. And then you think, okay, well, why did these laws exist, right? Yeah. And it was mostly probably to ensure that people had pretty good sense of paternity. So then you have people who are willing to actually invest in the next generation.
Yeah.
And therefore you can kind of have a cohesive growth pattern that can emerge, right? And so I'm like, oh, okay, well then now you can accomplish the same thing in different ways.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree. So anyway, we have DNA testing.
That was such, that was such a long. But anyways.
おいおい、じじい、何してんだ？便所か？借り取らねえわ。なもんとっくに終わってるって言ったろ。いいから寝てろ。アルデイズ！じじいが漏らした。頼む。
あ、はい。
俺も手伝います。
The end of life is hard.
I read a poem or a...
もうろくしてきたな。じじい。
He's losing.
もうそんなに長くはねえだろうな。
Gramps. They called it the second childhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's so much worse.
You lose your dignity.
だって毎日畑に出るくらい元気じゃないですか。
そう。寮だって日に2、3度は必ず。
だがひ孫のいる年だ。足がなえると急に弱るんだよ。年寄りは。
Yeah.
つってもそんなすぐじゃねえだろ。お前ら世話になったんだから今のうち恩返ししとけ。
前から気になってたんですけど、ヘビさんは大旦那様とどんなご関係なんですか？
ああ？どんなもこんなも別になんでもねえよ。じじいがくたばったらあの本もらって売っ払おうと思ってるだけさ。
I don't really believe him.
俺、仕事の続きやれやお前ら。日が暮れんぞ。
Snake's very wise. Even with his understanding of like how old people pass away and things.
Man, doing laundry by hand like this.
That's something that struck me too, is like you expect sort of a gradual decline.
Yeah.
But my grandpa passed away recently, and he was like kind of at homeostasis.
Yeah.
Let's say like chopping homeostasis, like but slightly decline for decades.
Yeah.
He died at 93. Like, thank God he had such a long life, and he got to meet his great grandkids. Right? How many people have gotten to do that in human history? That's awesome. But when he, it was like if I was gonna graph his health, it was like he was here and kind of chopping down and sideways, and then just went wham,
just
and
like this,
and he was just gone in a couple of months.
But
and
it was still months.
That from everything that I've heard from talking to other people, it's a very similar story where there's some type of somebody falls and their hip's gone and now they can't walk around, and then their brain deteriorates incredibly rapidly, and they kind of lose the will to live at that point. Yeah. What was that horse?
He's coming for her.
Whoa! He took their horses.
Yeah.
Does she recognize him? Oh, they're alive. They're alive. Whoa, so it is. Gardar.
Damn. That.
Why is that heroic as hell?
He's epic. Oh, what if he dies right here?
His wife. Ah. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I don't know what I thought. I was kind of hoping it just wasn't her. I was kind of hoping it was going to be somebody else.
He's pretty dashed heroic.
I feel like he'd be the main character in a different show.
Oh,
and it feels like they kind of drew like...
I don't want Snake to kill him.
I kind of just hope that they run away.
I just want him to take his wife
and
leave.
Run away.
Just take her and go.
And go. Just run. I can't imagine that is going to happen, though. Not in this show.
My heart. Oh, I feel a little bad for Einar.
I think this is going to be really bad.
Do you feel bad for Einar?
I think I do feel... I would feel way worse for Einar if they were actually together.
I feel so...
They're not together. He just likes her.
Yeah.
I feel like, if anything, what are Einar and Thorfinn going to do? Because I would think that they would tend... And I could just be projecting, like, our morality.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I would think Einar and Thorfinn would be supporting them.
Yeah.
But that would give up all of their goodwill with the master. Especially because it's Arnheid. Like,
I don't want to put myself in their shoes, but I am. I'm like, oh no, my husband was taken from me and came back. Oh, it's awful. Awful what they've been through.
I feel like you just gotta run.
Just take her and go.
Yeah.
Get out of here before Snake comes for you. Sheesh.
Because that's Snake's job, too. It doesn't... What use is a guard?
I can't believe he found her, though. That's crazy. He would have gone right past her, too. She hadn't shouted his name and recognized him.
Yeah. Either...
I got nothing.
Well, either he knew that she was on this farm specifically. Yeah. Maybe that's what triggered it.
Yeah.
Maybe he heard about her or something. Kind of like, you know how Leaf kept hearing, like, there's a blonde slave. Yeah. I'm going there. Maybe named Thorfinn. Maybe he heard, like, there's a blonde slave.
It's just awful, too, what she's had to do this whole time.
This whole time.
Awful. I hope he takes her and goes.
I hope that they just get away.
I just want that.
I don't feel very optimistic, though, to be honest,
gang. I think Snake's gonna get him and kill him. Just as they have, because they're distracted, just as they're reuniting.
Yeah, or just the goons that are chasing. And he seems in a bad way, also.
He's hurt.
He seems in a very bad... He seems, like, sick.
Infected, hurt.
Like, infected, maybe? We're not in a good place.
I just want them to ride off into the sunset and survive.
Very heroically.
Oh, no, he's gonna die. He's gonna die.
アルネイズするとここがケティルの農場 なんということだ。歩いて数日の近くにそなたたちがいようとは。少しやつれたか。だが前にも増して美しい。
What?
なんだ、夫なのか、アルネイズさんの。
ヒャルティは元気か。
Wait, oh, did he have a kid? Oh no. Oh no. That's why he said the two of you.
ガリザル、ヒャルティは
さあ帰ろう、3人で私たちの家へ。その手を取るな、アルネイズ。取れば切る。
Whoa.
What? Where's the blood? The horse?
Yeah, horse.
アルネイズを確保して探れ。こいつちょっと変だぜ、兄貴。さっきも一瞬追われてること忘れてたんじゃねえか。トカゲがやられたってのは本当か。はい、頭を割られて。そうか。こいつはアルネイズをさらいに来たんだ。
Kidnap?
死んでも渡すな。へい。貴様がペティルか。だったらなんだ。殺せ。
やめてガルザル、こんなの無茶よ。
やめろ、エイナル。事情もわからないのに何する気だ。ヘビさんに切りかかるつもりなのか。
事情なら分かってる。アルネイズさんの亭主が彼女を助けに来たんだ。アルネイズさんに自由になってほしくない。
Dude, Einer is such a good guy to flip on a dime like this. Holy crap.
Shit.
Einer.
He's like, he truly, to me, that is like actually loving somebody.
Her. Yeah, he's like, oh, okay, she was already married. We didn't know. Go. That's wild. Einer's the best guy.
I'm
you know what's
flabbergasted.
The only thing to me that's a little bit
it
weird.
Makes me want to cry. Like Einer's, that was pure.
She didn't take his hand.
That's weird.
That's weird. What if he wasn't a good husband?
Yeah, that's my only
reservation too. Because she seemed taken aback and then like scared, and you could read that either way, like, oh, she's scared of what could happen.
I had the same thought. That I was like, what if he wasn't a good guy?
Yeah, what if they're like setting it up that he was, but he could have been treating her
horribly.
Honestly, even worse.
Yeah. Marriages back then were only like
voluntary.
3人倒さなきゃ逃げられないんだぞ。
俺が力不足なのは分かってる。だけど
エイナル、俺はそんなこと言ってるんじゃない。お前に人が殺せるのか。相手が客人だろうと誰だろうと、この斧で人を殺せるのか。だってじゃあどうすりゃいいんだよ。
賢明だな、トルフィ。お前らそこでおとなしく見てろ。こいつは生け捕る。一応尋問して身元を改めね
えとな。The phrase this guy was able to be captured in the first place. I like Snake. And I want to know if this guy's good or bad before it, because I feel
I feel like even Snake wants to do that. Snake wants to take him alive.
Like, Arnhide's not pleading for his life.
Like, what if he had stolen Arnhide originally? On a raid or something?
I don't know how I feel. I'm so conflicted. I'm really hoping that she wasn't a voluntary wife.
That's what you're hoping for? But she seems to care.
I don't know. That's my emotional cope right now, is that he was a bad husband and she... She's hiding from him.
油断するな。あいつの見張りは常に5人つけろ。それとキャルラクのおじたやらに容疑者を捕まえたと伝えに行け。了解っす。さて、言いたいことがあるようだな。だが奴隷の意見は通らんぞ。見逃してあげられませんか。こんなのあんまりだ。奴は俺の手下を殺した。他でも殺しをした疑いがある。しかも旦那に殺意を持ち、旦那の気に入りのアルネイズをさらう気でいる。見逃せるわけねえだろ、そんな奴を。奴のことは忘れろ、アルネイズ。あれはお前の夫じゃねえ。ただのイカれた逃亡奴隷だ。
I'm so surprised that she hesitated. She's just shocked. You don't know how you'll act in the shock of the moment.
If she hadn't hesitated, I think that they could have gotten away, at least temporarily, from here, though.
Yeah.
Because Snake didn't have a horse, and the other guys weren't quite there yet.
I am minor.
エイナル待て。エイナルさん。座っていてください。もうすぐお夕飯ですから。
I can't believe she's just cooking a meal after everything that happened.
夜なら暗いうちなら砦に忍び込んでガルザンさんを助けられるかもしれない。何もしなかったら旦那さんは確実に処刑されるんですよ。
He cares so much about
He
him.
seems to care way more than...
Inar is
the best.
The best.
He cares more than she does. It feels like.
でもいいんです。どうにもならないことってあるわ。
Or she's just defeatist.
そういう時は何もしない方がいいの。じっとして嵐が過ぎるのを待つの。エイナルさんまで嵐に巻き込まれないで。
ガルザルさんのこと好きじゃないんですか。
好きよ。結婚なんて親同士が決めるものだけど。
Great.
彼は私と息子に優しい人だった。
だったら行きましょう。たとえヘビさんたちとやり合うことになっても何もしないよりマシだ。そうだろトルフィン。頼むトルフィン、力を貸してくれ。俺が見張りを引きつけるからお前は。
私はお鍋のせいで 息子を失いました。少し私のことをお話しさせていただけますか？
It's crazy they're talking about this right in front of Gramps.
I know, but Gramps is just being quiet. Oh no, she's not gonna tell us. We have to watch it. Oh no. This show just breaks my heart.
私たち一家はスウェーデンのある集落に暮らしていました。豊かでも貧しくもなく、ごく平穏に。
Man, Gardar looks so different.
So different.
Not even the same person. Oh no.
息子が1歳の頃、遠い森の奥に鉄の取れる沼地が見つかって、いくつかの勢力の間でその沼地の所有権をめぐって争いが起きました。争っている人たちの中にはガルザルの友人もいて、彼に助けを求めてきたの。ガルザルは集落の皆にそのことを伝え、男たちは話し合いました。戦いに参加するか否か。勝てば鉄が手に入ります。男たちの下した決断は参加でした。
Is POTS a disease, you think?
Or like iron for pots.
私たち女はそれを聞いてびっくりしました。だって私たちの集落は別にお鍋や鎌の刃に困ってなかったんですもの。それでも男たちの決定を女が覆すことはできません。お願い、考え直してガルザル。今鉄が足りなくて困っているわけじゃないでしょ。どうして入りもしない者のために命を懸けるの？
アルネイズ、いるのだ。西のイングベは野心の強い男だ。奴の一族が鉄を手にすれば一帯の均衡は崩れるだろう。村も豊かになるのだ。お前たちもな。キャルティ、そなたを守るために父は戦うのだぞ。
理解できませんでした。
こら、
守るためなら一緒にいてくれればいいのに。
She blame him for not protecting him?
For baby dying.
若い男は皆戦へ赴き、残された女と子供は家を守り、数週間が経ちました。そして
Oh no.
船を見た時、男たちが帰ってきたのだと思いました。でもそれは男たちの留守を狙われたんです。家は焼かれ、老いた者は殺され、女は船に乗せられ、
And the kids.
連れ去られました。私はマルティを
So we don't see
今日ガルザルに会って彼を恐ろしいと感じました。
She hadn't seen him since.
きっとたくさんの苦しみが彼を変えてしまったのでしょう。今
Doesn't even look like the same
彼こ
person.
そが嵐そのものです。今度こそ私は男たちの嵐から。
Oh, is she pregnant?
Oh, is she pregnant again?
つい先日分かりました。今私のお腹にはケティル様のお子がいます。旦那様はきっとこの子を歓迎してくれるでしょう。子供を欲しがっていらしたから。この農場ならきっと平和に健やかにこの子を育てることができます。だからエイナルさん、このまま嵐が過ぎ去るまでこのまま。
So she partly blames her husband for abandoning them. I don't think I could have lived if I was her.
Arashiが過ぎるのを待つんじゃなかったのか、アルネイズ。
聞いていらしたんですか、大旦那様。
お前らはわしがすっかり猛録したと思っとるようじゃが、まだまだ正気じゃ。侮るなよ。
せめて傷の手当てだけでも。わかるんです。もう会うべきではないと。なのにどうして。
わしもかつてじっと耐えて嵐をやり過ごしたことがある。いや、隠れておったのだ。震えながら。
Oh gosh. I want to hear his tragic backstory too. I have enough pain.
その頃ケティル、息子は東京の美しい娘と愛し合っておった。だがある日、その娘が近隣で力を伸ばしていたエッベという男に見初められてしまい、わしらは苦しい決断を迫られた。ケティルは娘を守るために戦いも辞さない覚悟だった。だが我らの力は当時まだ小さく、エッペに恐れをなす者も多かった。逆らえば滅ぼされると。我らの下した決断は服従だった。ノルドの男が聞いて呆れる。わしは保身のために一人の娘を差し出したのだ。そして、
Oh no.
娘が嫁いだ日、
Whoa! That's Kettle? Oh, it wasn't even.
No,
no
it wasn't even.
It wasn't even related. So she just died.
知らせを聞いて駆けつけた時にはもう何もかも焼き尽くされた後だった。
なぜいつもこんなことばかり。
わしに言えるのは、嵐はやり過ごすことはできても傷跡は残していくということだ。
Doesn't it feel like it's a wonder there's any human beings alive?
Seriously.
It feels like everybody dies. Like, how can there be any semblance of civilization when there's just villages getting whacked left and right?
All the time. I still can't believe how hard Enar was ride or die for whatever she wanted. I respect that man so much. Oh, why'd they do me like that? Why'd they do me like that?
Yeah.
Why'd you guys do me like that? You knew that was in the show. You knew.
It's brutal.
Oh, my worst nightmare is someone taking my children from me and not knowing what happened to them.
I still think it's pretty brutal that she's just like, nah, not gonna save this guy.
She's choosing her child
Later.
over him.
It's particularly brutal.
You know, she was 2 farms away that whole time.
Whole time.
That's crazy. All right.
Well, that was a hard episode.
I think that's the hardest one of the show. Yeah, it was harder than to me the one with the old lady.
Yeah, anything with little babies is brutal.
That's a hardest.
So brutal.
All right, we'll see you next time. I'm gonna go hug my kids.
Yeah, your intro mood is way more appropriate than mine. This is Wes and Steph. We're watching Vinland Saga.
I really like to zoom in on his eyes and like the trauma that he's been through. I feel so bad for this family. He's probably so confused too. I think she's gonna die.
Really?
I think he's gonna die.
Vinland
なんで俺が手下の仇を解放しなきゃなんねんだよ。兄貴、うまっす。おう、奥方んとこ行ってくる。お前、アルネーズをジジイの家に送り返してこい。あ、あれ乗ってかれたら馬がねえや。だよ、歩いて送り返せってのかよ。
お願いします。夫に会わせてください。誓って逃がそうなんて思っていません。傷の手当てをしてあげたいだけなんです。
いや。
How do you say no to that?
いや、でも兄貴がね。おいおいおいおい。なんだよそりゃ。ケーティルの旦那の可愛い子ちゃんじゃねえか。あ、兄貴がこの女に。
Bro, this is why you can never trust anything. Social engineering.
Yeah.
Dude, one pretty girl shows up and the whole
thing falls apart.
Security falls apart. I was thinking about this a lot. Last episode bothered me.
Why?
So much. Just
Which
it was
part?
so sad.
Oh yeah.
All of it was so sad. I'm surprised that Arnheid is being as kind to Gardar as she is. If
she blames him.
But it feels like she doesn't blame him specifically.
Like she's just mad at the situation. All the men.
At everybody.
Yeah.
At everything. I'm surprised that she's not blaming him specifically more, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, all things considered, I felt she was being very rational about the death of her son.
Yeah. I don't know how. He needs to tell him he's dead. The trauma that it's bringing up that she probably suppressed.
殴られたのね。縄を切ってくれ、アルネイズ。家へ帰ろう。おい。ああ、大丈夫だ。縄を切るような道具は持ってねえ。ならいいけどよ。おい、アルネイズ。亭主がわざわざ迎えに来てくれたんだぞ。手当てなんて言わねえで、もっといいことしてやれよ。
こんなに縛られていては手当てできません。今だけでも縄を。
そりゃあ無理な相談だな。何を絞っちゃいねえぜ。解放できるだろ。そりゃそうだ。アルネイズ。すまなかった。もう二度とそなたとヒャルティのそばを離れたりしない。もう二度と私が間違っていた。許してくれ、アルネイズ。辛い思いをさせたな。やり直そう。何もかも元通りにしよう。私の戒めを解いてくれ。
ごめんなさい。あれだね。ごめんな
さい。何を言う。許しを請うのは私の方だ。さあ
Makes it so much worse that he's actually kind of a
good guy.
Decent guy.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking about? Even when they were telling the backstory, I was like, oh, are they trying to tell us that he was greedy?
No.
Not really, because they included that detail. She was like, they had enough iron. But then in the flashback, remember, they were like, well, actually, we can't let this other group get the iron. They'll be disproportionately powerful.
Stronger than us.
And we can't trust them. So it was like, it sucks even worse because I don't even feel, the more I thought about it, the more I was like, I don't even think they were necessarily wrong.
They just
lost. And that's what sucks. Like, in this world, right, you don't always get, sometimes you lose when you're right. Sometimes there's people who win when they're wrong. Mm-hmm. Like, somebody can go do something stupid and, like, take $100,000 leverage, like, stock market bet, happen to be right, and become, like, a multi-millionaire, never have to work a day in their life. They could have done everything wrong and they can win. Yeah. Right? Like, sometimes you could be like, oh, well, you know what? We did calculate all the variables correctly.
You still lose.
And you can still lose. You shouldn't be talking about what you were told to do, dude.
My only flaw.
Whoa! What? Aw, poor guy.
Bit his neck. Holy shit. Ew.
Ugh. He was actually a nice guy. He did not deserve that. Oh, ugh.
He was a nice guy.
Oh.
There's a sword. Now there's something to cut the ropes.
It's crazy because, like, in any other show, I feel like this would feel heroic.
I think she's gonna die now from her inaction. Her baby. You think she dies anyway?
At this point, I think everybody's gonna die. It just doesn't feel like... Whoa! She did it? I don't think she did cut the ropes.
Sheesh.
こいつの件です。先の方を見てください。血は雨で流されちまったけど、油がついて刺したんですよ、敵を。深いな。はい。手負いの上に手負い。ここには馬もなかったはずだ。どうぞ。
There's grease on it. There's grease on it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
There's fat from a body.
snake is scary, man. When he's like focused.
Do you think that she cut him free? I don't think she cut him free.
I don't think she did either. I think he fought his way free.
I think so too.
I must want the story to end there and for them to just like disappear. And we don't know. Then in my headcanon, they could get away and live happily ever after.
In my headcanon, I would rather like, I don't know. I'd rather that Gardar just dies trying to fight free. If there's no happy ending, and there's not a happy ending. Like if they
Daughter's
get free,
not gonna want to raise another man's kid that essentially raped his wife.
Yeah, and Arnheid doesn't act. I think that she feels like sad and regret for him. I don't think she actually wants to be with him anymore either. So there's no. I feel like the happiest ending that we can hope for is like they don't kill Arnheid and understand that she wasn't helping. Gardar thinks that he's fighting for both of their freedom, and he just gets fast. Never finds out about his son, doesn't have to know about it, just done.
俺を見張ってたのか。夜のうちに俺が無茶をしでかすと思ったが。しないよ。アルネーズさんを困らせたくない。おかしいよな。平穏に暮らしてただけなのに。暴力に自由を奪われるなんて間違ってる。間違ってるだろ。俺は
It's crazy seeing Thorfinn.
戦争ばかりしてきた人間だから何も言う資格はない。けど間違ってる。間違っていた。アルネーズさんはお前が戦士だったことは知らないと思うよ。情けないな。俺は彼女のような人にそれを知られるのが恐ろしい。どうしてあんなに人を傷つけて平気でいられたのか。想像もつかないよ、お前のそんな姿。なあトルリー、この間お前が話してたあれ本気なのか。世の中から戦争と奴隷をなくすことはできないかって前に言ってただろう。俺には夢みたいな話に思えるけど、両方を経験してきたお前なら何かひらめきがあるんじゃないか。どうすればいい？どうすれば戦争と奴隷をなくすことができる？
Einer's so deadly serious.
俺には自分の経験したことしかわからないが、戦争が多くの奴隷を生むのは間違いない。戦に敗れた者たちから奴隷が生まれてしまうんだ。お前やアルネイズさんのように。戦士と奴隷商人の境目は曖昧だ。奴隷を生む原因は他にもあるが、一番は戦争だと思う。戦争の数が減れば奴隷も減るだろう。でもノルドの男は戦争が良くないことだとは思っていない。ノルドの男の価値を武勇
Yeah,
と富で
the
決ま
whole
る。
society set up around it.
より多くを殺し富を持ち帰った者ほど尊敬される。だから父親は息子に戦いを教え、武具を与えて軍船に乗せる。
And if you don't in this era, then you're the one who gets killed.
Yeah.
人はずっと昔から当たり前にそうしてきた。なんであれ、当たり前のことをやめるのは難しい。
でもお前みたいな男もいる。人を傷つけないと誓うことがそんなに変なことなのか。
ノルドの社会では
his ear, being the center of the screen.
仲間外れの方がずっとマシだ。
彼ら
死者たちだ。殺してしまった人たち。彼らの霊が毎晩のように現れて俺を責め苛めた。なぜ殺した？父を殺されあんなにも怒り恨んだお前がなぜ何人もの父や兄息子を殺したんだって。
At least he didn't kill women and kids. I feel like that's a different kind
この
of
人たちに償いをしなければいけない。この人たちが安らかに眠れるところへ連れて行ってあげなければ。もうこれ以上は無理だ。これ以上は一人だって背負えない。ずっと考えてどうすれば彼らに報いられるのか。これ以上殺したり壊したりしないってだけじゃ償いとは言えない。今まで踏み潰してきた以上の麦をこの手に育てなくっちゃ。今まで燃やしてきた以上の家この手で立て直さなくちゃ。世界全体から戦争をなくす方法は俺にはまだわからない。でもせめてこの世に一つくらいほんの村一つくらいでもいいんだ。剣を必要としない地を作りたい。その地はどうなってんの？
That's what we always said.
俺だって戦争の気になる。どんなところに自由を守るための
Even, I mean, they weren't even Vikings. Look how the Freemen treated them over their plot.
yeah.
それじゃダメだ。平和のために戦争してちゃ意味がない。そうなんじゃあの殺し合いの地獄からは抜け出せない。
What Canute's kind of doing. 死ぬ果ての果てにでも行かなきゃ。バイキングでさこれもそんな仲間外れの人間のためのたち。
Vinland.
海の彼方まで逃げ切ったが、そこには何があるのかしら。
The slave girl.
Oh, yeah.
きっと何もないわね。どこまで行ってもここと同じ戦と奴隷商人がいるだけ。
And Leif Erikson's about to show up.
遥かな西、海の向こう。
No.
どんな権力も届かない。どんな奴隷商人も知らない。水平線のずっと向こうの地。
あるのかそんな土地が。
ある。忘れていた。子供の頃レイフという船乗りにその話を聞かせてもらったんだ。
We ready to go?
I can't believe that we're actually, like, establishing this objective.
手つかずの大地があるそうだ。
He's like, let's go.
ならそこへ行けば。
いや、恐ろしく遠いとも聞かされてたし、正確な場所もわからない。しかも国づくりだ。
A nation now.
外れを連れて行か
A
なきゃ
nation.
大事業だぞ。
そうか。
It's like, there's a land out there? Great. Didn't even think it was possible.
I feel... It's... But they know that there's people there, remember? Like, we've met...
Yeah, but they said it was peaceful.
But, like, if you rocked up on a random part of Europe during this time, too, there's a chance that you would think it was peaceful if you only stayed there for a little while. I know, I'm just like...
I don't know what's gonna happen.
I don't...
That's not... It's utopia that they're gonna search for, but that doesn't mean it actually exists.
Oh, you know what? Canute's trying to make utopia. Thorfinn's trying to find utopia.
Yeah.
I do feel like Thorfinn's way of going about a utopic dream is way less likely to incur unintentional consequences.
Yeah, I agree. There's an outcast.
俺たちの物置小屋をひっくり返す理由が他にあるか。あれねえさ。
Is he passing away?
I don't know. Snake has cool eyes.
This has been a very rough arc, and I kind of keep hoping that it's going to come to a quick conclusion.
But I don't think that's the answer.
Okay.
Is this a prelude?
Yeah. No, Steffi! What did you see?
Nothing.
Steffi, what do your elf eyes see?
Nothing. I really think that Snake is drawn a lot like Askeladd.
I think so too.
Yeah, like the expressions that they make are very similar. So here's more outcasts.
Who?
Arnheid and Garter.
I don't think that they even want to be together.
I don't know.
I don't think they want to be together.
They've been through too much.
I maybe we'll be proven to be wrong, but I don't think that they... Gardar doesn't even know his son's dead.
Leaf's about to show up and we can escape. It's going to be perfect timing.
I don't... No.
Yeah.
All I'm hoping for is I just want Gardar to die while he still has hope. As quickly as possible.
Poor man. Poor woman.
The poor guy who was actually a nice guard got his throat ripped out. That's so sad.
I know. That's life, I guess.
That's why you should always say no to women. Well, I think I got the real message of the show, Steffi.
No.
All this stuff about pacifism.
No.
It's
no.
You should always say no to women when they ask you to do things on a strange night and you're on guard duty. That's the real moral of the entire show.
With that context?
With that context.
Yes.
Probably a pretty good guiding principle, honestly.
A good principle. Don't do that when you're on guard duty.
I feel like they're going to keep trying to ask these questions, and authors just going to keep trying to throw them into situations where they kind of functionally can't. Yeah.
That's what makes it a fun story.
Because it's still, like, Thorfinn doesn't have anybody under his protection. If he does assemble these outcasts, what happens if somebody threatens them?
Yeah.
What's he going to do?
Yeah. I do think that it's very different to be, like, a young man who's just you. We've had this conversation before with one of our friends who's very anti any sort of weapon, right? And we've asked him before, and he's like, and he admitted, he's like, it's very different because I'm just a young single dude that it doesn't matter so much what happens to me. It's very different if I had a wife or kids.
Yeah.
And he's like, and he admitted that, right? I do think that it's like, okay, yeah, you can let yourself be killed, but are you willing to let your wife and kids be killed and taken away from you?
And, like, to just, in fairness, that is the position that, like, real pacifists have taken in this world.
There are people who
that
do
has happened. Like,
yeah.
They have lived out the natural conclusion of that philosophy and held to it even
till the end.
Yeah, till the end. But it's a very different situation. Mm-hmm. And in my opinion, I don't think that it's morally figured out or like solved by just opting out and letting people under your protection that are innocent die.
Like little kids
like
or whatever.
Little, especially little kids.
Especially when you think about the evil in this world.
And the people, like there are people who would enjoy it and just for fun.
Yeah.
Or because they hate the world, right? I just don't think it's right to roll over and let those people kill you.
Yeah. Or the innocent.
I mean, I don't even think it, like I disagreed with him and I'm like, I'm not dying for you, motherfucker. Like, you're a bad guy. I'm not. Like, I'm not going to die for you.
It doesn't say that you have to love your enemies more than yourself or more than your child. It says as yourself. It doesn't mean that you can't stop them from committing crimes and hurting others, right? Because honestly, in a way, that's kind of showing love towards them.
That's my position. And I understand. I do think, like, I can understand the position that somebody takes where they're like, I would rather die than kill somebody else.
Totally understood.
And I'd say like that's not selfish, but from my perspective, when I work through the flow of logic to me, I feel like if I'm not going to take the role and responsibility of violence onto myself, I feel like that's an abdication of responsibility to the people who are under my protection.
Yeah.
And therefore, by abdicating that responsibility, I am being selfish. And the people who are paying the bill are the people who are under my protection.
Yeah.
So if there's no one under my protection, I can incur that bill and I can even be selfless because I only have myself to be responsible for.
Yeah.
That's my when
personal
I work through
philosophy.
it, the way I think of it, that's how I think of it.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm very curious what author will do, because even Thorfinn did fight. He didn't kill. Yeah. But Thorfinn did fight to protect Einar.
And that's an answer a lot of people give is, oh, I wouldn't kill, I would just defend.
And it is different in this world where there's a character like Thorfinn who like probably functionally like
could do that.
Usually, under most circumstances, he's like so sufficiently stronger than other characters
that he could
do
defend
that.
And
but in real life, there's not the disparity between like a really good person and a pretty good person, especially with the weaponry and the technology we have, isn't such that you can meaningfully do that in most instances.
Yeah.
While minimizing innocent casualties.
Like my aim isn't good enough that I can make sure I aim for your leg or your arm.
In the highest stress circumstances of your life. That's one thing that I thought was really interesting because I haven't trained in a while, but I used to do a lot of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and stuff. And one of the things was that there'd be a lot of first responders like police officers and firefighters and people like that. And they would talk about this stress response. And it's this stress response that there's different zones. And I can't remember the zones, but there's like you're green, you're good. Like stress is not impacting your ability to take information and make decisions. Mm-hmm. But like as you get more and more stress, even your vision will literally constrict until there's like a zone black or something like that, where it was literally like you're only even seeing this much. If you and you're like shaking physically and your brain's not working.
Yes.
And so a lot of times, like people sometimes it was
they'll
very
project
common.
how they feel and how they operate at a green level onto this black
zone.
So it's like, oh, I can shoot and be pretty good aim when I'm in a shooting range and there's no threats under me. But then it's like, okay, well now there's somebody like breaking into your home or whatever. You are not going to be able to operate the same way unless you've trained extensively in those stressful situations.
Back in the day, it wasn't uncommon for soldiers when they're in combat to not even fire their weapons.
Yeah, like in the Civil War.
Because they're just so horrified and so scared that they're not even like fighting to protect themselves. They just kind of freeze up.
Yeah, and you don't know how you'll be in that situation.
Nobody knows how they'll behave until you've been through it. And I imagine even if you've been through it, like you might not respond the same way twice necessarily.
Yeah.
Especially if you didn't expect it. So I don't know. It's just I find all of it so stressful.
And as a girl, I've heard the argument before, like, oh, you should use reasonable force to stop the other person. Me, my reasonable force, do you know how weak I am? I have no reasonable force. I would get trampled. I am a weak human being, and I fully admit that. Like, there's no reasonable force I can use against, like, a guy who's 50 pounds heavier than me. Like, that's why there's different weight classes in martial arts sports. For that exact reason. It has such a big thing. And that's why when you see people in the show and they're huge, it makes... There's a reason they're such good fighters. They just have the weight advantage, the strength advantage.
And it's interesting, too, because, like, in anime, right, because there can be such a cartoonish, disparate ability of strength and stuff. I actually feel like this type of the philosophy that I think Thorfinn's working towards, and in fairness, I do feel like author's not like animating his way out of problems.
Oh, he's not.
He's not. He's not like,
not at all.
oh man, Thorfinn figured out how to use like, I don't know, Nin or something, and now he's
like,
so powerful.
Everybody.
He can become God King and enforce peace, right?
He's not doing that.
He's not doing that. It's just like on the little interactions, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying they should have killed them, the farmers or anything either. Mm-hmm. Because I thought that was like a pretty appropriate force response given. Yeah. At the time, I think I said I would break their legs in secret or something. Just like keep smashing them. That's because I was scared about repercussion. So I don't want to talk out both sides of my mouth because that wasn't my position at the time. But I don't know. I feel like this utopic vision that Thorfinn's working towards, he's asking really good questions, but I feel like Canute, and maybe this will come back to bite me, but if our assumptions about the people that are living under Canute's rule are right, then Canute's closer to actually bringing about the ability to protect the peace of a village. Just as an example.
But he's not going to stop war and fighting.
No, but
he's not going to stop slavery even maybe.
I don't know. But I feel like is that a meaningful goal? Because Canute could stop slavery. Like he would theoretically have the power to do it as long as it wouldn't cause a uprising or rebellion under his. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's a worthwhile goal.
I feel like it's almost that. Is it worth it to have fighting on the exterior if you're establishing peace in the interior? You see, is there only peace when there's sufficiently like defeated kingdoms? Because I would argue, like, isn't that kind of the history that we've been witnessing over the last thousands and thousands and thousands of years? Has been smaller and smaller groups fighting until one essentially wins. And they get bigger. And then that just keeps spreading until like nation states or city states, tribe. Mm-hmm. Then tribe turns into city state. Then city state turns into nation state. Mm-hmm. And now they're starting to be like, but empires rise and fall. Now there's like united. There's Eurozone, right? Mm-hmm. And the territory kind of just keeps expanding. Like, I don't know how you would...
One world government!
But in all seriousness, how do you skip all of that?
Jump to the one world government. There you go.
Yeah, functionally, like, theoretically, that would prevent war. But then, what are you willing to give up to prevent war? Like, what freedoms, right? Mm-hmm. What liberties would you be willing to give up to prevent war?
Yeah.
Because we've seen, I mean, even in Vinland Saga, there's lots of governance that's horrible.
Yeah.
And oppressive, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
So, like, would you give up war if you kept slavery? You see what I'm saying? Like, if there was no more war, but there was going to be slavery, right?
Or a subservient population.
Right. I don't think that's right.
No.
I don't know.
Well,
we're not solving it in this reaction. So I love this show because it makes us really think through a lot of these things. But I think I'm also just like, let's talk about the philosophy because Arnheid and Gardar make me so sad. I'm like, let's talk about this over here so no one has to be sad. Okay.
Okay. Let's escape. We're going to America, baby. Actually, probably Canada.
Eddie Murphy, Coming to America. My very favorite anime.
I just want to skip the part where they find him and kill him.
I kind of can't believe Gardar's tribe lost when he seems like such a behemoth.
I know.
Or I guess village? Are they called a tribe or a village? I don't know.
This music's very intense too. Damn.
He looks just like Askeladd.
He really does. So
Askeladd in a wig. Askeladd actually just never died. He just got insecure about balding and put a wig on and it became Snake. Great purpose.
一旦止まれ。エイナル。ガルダルさんが逃げたんなら必ずまたアルネイツさんを探すはずだ。アルネイツさんのところへ行ってどうする。ガルダルさんを追い返すのか。わからんけど何かアルネイツさんのために。
He's just a good guy, man.
Whoa!
What?
What? Where the hell is Gardar?
アルネイツさん。違った。ガルザルじゃありません。奴隷二人です。
How did
なんつったっけかな。
How did they get separated?
I don't know.
ああ、旦那んとこのトルフィンとエイナルか。そう、そいつら。何しに来やがったな。どうする兄貴。追っ払うか。いや、構うな。奴らの自由にさせとけ。アルネイズさん。
はい。ガルザルのことですね。
知ってるんですか。
はい。私が逃がしたんです。ガルザルの縄を。
She did.
ガルザルが見張りの人を。それで二人とももう死ぬと。私その後駆けつけた客人の人たちも全員ガルザル
Because she didn't go with him.
殺しました。
また客人が。まずいな。最悪だ。
Ooh. I know this is like a very tangent, but it's kind of edifying seeing Thorfinn using his head now.
Yeah.
And being so smart and so observant and so thoughtful.
Yeah.
Because it was so frustrating. And granted, like,
he was a
child who literally was practically feral and wandering battle to battle.
Yes.
In a like hunt for vengeance and stuff. But it was so frustrating how he never used his head.
Yes. And now he is.
I'm glad that he wasn't dumb.
Yes, the whole time.
I'm just glad that I'm glad that he's smart, and I'm glad that he's grown up. And this is really, really nice character progression to see.
客人に見張られている。皿洗いを手伝うふりして、アルネイツさんのそばに。
落ち着いて、今の状況を教えてください。
戦いでガルザルも深手を負って雨の中二人で逃げてきたんです。大旦那様の家まで。でも手当ての途中でガルザルの意識がなくなって重くて運べなくて、でもなんとかガルザルを
He's here?
隠したんです。
ガルザルさんは
I bet he's under Pop's bed.
ですね。
はい。大旦那様が力を貸してくださって、その後すぐヘビさんたちが来ました。ヘビさんたちはガルザルが逃げてどこかに潜んでいると思っているようです。母屋でガルザルが私に会いに来るのを待ち構えています。ヘビさんとあと2人。
なんで一人でそんな無茶を。
Einar is such... He just thinks what...
I know.
He says exactly what he thinks.
He's like, but you said you weren't going to do that. Why'd you do that?
Because she's conflicted. They could have done that. She just gone with him immediately, you know? Maybe. I feel like this show's done a really good job of showing... Yeah, he might just die.
Under the bed, you wouldn't know. You and I both touch your chest. Which side is that?
I feel like that would be the best way. The last thing he knows is he fought and freed his wife. His wife freed him, tended to him, and then he just like fades away.
Yeah.
I think that's the nicest ending Gardar could possibly have. I hope he's dead.
Unless they take him over to Canada.
But even then he's gonna find out his son is dead. I think it's better if he just dies.
Yeah, she has to make a choice. She can't have both. Can't stay here and be with Gardar.
It's a big risk for her because she doesn't even know if Gardar will want to be with her.
Yeah.
That's a huge risk.
Now that she's pregnant with someone else's baby.
Especially because like initially it wasn't even a true love match.
No.
It seems like they did grow to love each other, but it wasn't like, I don't know. I didn't think I would empathize with Arnheid so much in this situation, but I feel like the author did a very good job of explaining a situation where I don't even know. If I'm trying to play backseat quarterback with no emotional involvement, no stakes, I don't even know what she should do.
I don't know how Gardar's going to react when he's like, no, you have the baby and then you leave it, you kill it.
Yeah, he could say that, or he could be like, I don't want you at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's
or he could just be a broken man once he finds out Hjalti's dead.
Yeah. There's so many reasons that I feel like this could go horribly badly.
Thorfinn's like, I guess I'm going too.
If Thorfinn's helping, the only threat is Snake. Or Kettle's son, maybe.
The only threat is that Thorfinn won't defend them.
Well, he said he'll help. Presumably, doesn't that mean... I took that as to mean fists. I could be wrong, though.
今度アルネーズから目を離したら鼻をぶち折るぞ。はい、すみません。誰だ
？Where was he looking out the window? She wasn't there.
そろそろお昼の用意を。
道具持ってって中庭でやれ。お前はおとりだ。常に目立つところにいろ。
はい、わかりました。
Cabbage.
不憫な者たちだとは思わんか。のう、エビよ。奴隷とは劣っている者がなるべくしてなるものと人は言う。適材適所だと。だがわしはそうは思わん。奴隷には運がなかった。それだけのことなのじゃろう。わしもお前も運がなければ奴隷になっていたのかもしれん。
それがどうした？今度のこととは関係ねえ。こっちは5人殺されてんだ。野郎はぶっ殺さなきゃ気が済まねえ。手下やられたまんま泣き寝入りしてて、この先剣ぶら下げて歩けるかよ。
Oh, he is? He must have actually cared about him. I didn't.
ならば剣など捨てればよい。その剣、この辺りのものでないことはわしにもわかる。お前もゆえあってここに流れ着いたのであろう。だが剣を捨てねばその禍根は立てぬのではないか。
そろそろ黙れじじい。年寄りは昼寝の時間だろう。
わしの畑
を
見てやろう。土を耕し命を育ててみよう。
Not death.
剣を振り回すよりよっぽどマシじゃ。わしはもう立って歩く。
That's his everything.
Everything to him.
お前も形見になるには良い機会じゃろう。お前には聖書を読んでもらった借りがあるでな。
くだらねえこと言ってんじゃねえよ。こんな時に誰が野良仕事なんか。兄貴、あそこに誰かいます。
He was interested for a second.
Yeah.
あれです。並木の奥から3本目。その木の陰に多分やつだ。
Oh.
Einar. Yeah, Einar looks a lot like him.
よし。
This is not a good plan. How is this gonna go? Einar can't fight.
I don't know why. I don't know why. That makes me happy.
Cicadas, get him out of here.
Those are dragonflies.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I know what a cicada looks like.
Einar. They might kill him. Or at least they'll know he tricked him and kill him anyway.
Yeah.
大旦那様、すみません。馬と荷車を拝借します。その代金は必ず働いてお返ししますので。
つまらん心配はいらん。それよりわしも荷車。
He wants to go?
わしがいれば農場内で人に見とか
ね。でもそんな。
No talkie, just Dewey.
Just Dewey.
とっくに巻き込まれておるわい。しのごの言わず、さっさと手を貸せ。
Old man
はい、ありがとうございます。
He's
turned
a
out to be
G.
such a G. Ah, dude, Einer.
This is so stressful.
森に逃げ込む気だぜ。あの森の中じゃ馬は使えねえ。追いつけ。入れさせんだ。
I know.
Bro, we should have put Thorfinn in the sprinting spot. He's so fast.
This is stressful.
Frickin' hell, man. That's insane. Ugh.
手当てだ。けど、石のように冷たい。血を流しすぎたんだ。
No blood transfusions.
頼む。
Get him some blankets. Enar's gonna die.
Come on, Enar.
どう見たって重症者の走りじゃねえよな。やっぱ。
Oh, they're gonna come back. Snake's all figured out.
アラグマ。そのまま奴を追え。
Damn it, Snake.
無理に接近するな。
He's too smart.
奴がガンガルだったら、お前らの
If
手に
that's
は負
Garter.
えねえ。後で援軍をよこす。それまでとことん追跡しろ。上がったな。任せたぞ。
He's going back.
Shit.
兄貴、どこへ。
馬車の用意はできてます。急いで南の国境へ。他国へ出てしまえば、客人たちの
Thorfinn's such a freak.
俺は途中で別れて陽動を追っ手をできるだけ引きつけます。大旦那様は農場の外れまで同行願います。
うん、承知した。
He's carrying Gardar like I carry our daughter to sleep.
Oh no. Oh no, Arthur. Where's his horse?
What the hell happened?
Oh no.
Where's his horse?
馬の足音がしなかっ
He
た。
took it away.
馬を降りて走ってきたのか。
At least he's out of breath, I guess.
なるほど。意識がねえのか。気配を感じねえわけだ。
トルフィンさん。
言っておくぞトルフィン。交渉の余地はねえ。
Whoa.
Yeah.
渡さなけりゃ切る。
追っ手は3人。
This is exactly what we were asking about last episode.
Yes. Oh, I know. What
This
would
is
he do?
exactly because it's literally the exact situation where it's like Thorfinn could sacrifice his life, but then the people he's defending will also die.
I think Thorfinn is strong enough and good enough that he could dismantle him. That's what
We
I'm
don't
hoping
know
for.
though, because Snake also has been built up as one of the strongest characters.
だがここにはエビさんだけ。他の気配はない。
That sword is weird.
走ればまだ
The curved swords are from like the Ottoman
The
Empire at
East,
this
right?
time.
The
Yeah.
East.
顎に一撃。
やんのかトルフィン。やれやれ。仕方ねっかこの際。純粋な人助けだ。お前には原稿フラン大義名分がある。まあ、もっとも向こうには向こうの大義名分があるだろうがな。どうするトルフィン。あくまで非暴力を貫くか、それとも人助けのために一戦ぶちかますか。本当の戦士へ至る道はどっちか考える時間は
I
ね。
still think it's crazy he sees Askeladd
ほれ
in moments like
目
this.
の前。
Come on,
what are we gonna
Thorfinn.
do, Thorfinn?
Whoa! He even struck first.
Yeah.
I don't know why. That feels very significant to me that Thorfinn would strike first. That's a huge change.
Well, it doesn't... First strike matters so much? Whoa. For a second, I was like, his ear's gone. But I remembered.
Yeah.
There's a reason his ear's gone. Is he just going to do defensive the whole time to make him stop?
No, he struck first.
Yeah, but it could be, like, defensive.
Why does Snake look sad?
I don't know. What is he doing?
Whoa. Oh, that's his daggers, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
That is how he always stood. He hasn't fought, like, it's been years. Like,
the good thing is, I mean, he's in damn good shape.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
If anything, he's only stronger than he was.
Yeah.
This is killing me. I like Snake.
I like Snake.
I want Snake to join our side. But I understand if he's, like, crying himself to sleep over his friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really blame him.
The nice thing is, it's Thorfinn, if he was going to be somebody who's going to, like, fight with his fists now and doesn't want to stab people.
Yeah.
I feel like adjusting from the daggers he had to his fists.
Fist fighting probably makes...
Like, it's about that much of a difference for him.
Yeah.
He can't catch things, though.
Yeah.
I feel like on offense, it's not that different. But on defense, it's super different. But he dodged so much, he barely ever, like, blocked anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well...
That was kind of sick. If Arthur always was going to take him into this direction...
So he's, like, pacifist, but with self-defense being okay. At least he's working through it.
Yeah.
And I feel like
he's worked
that
through it very
is...
quickly.
I'm on board with. I understand. I can understand that.
Quote unquote defensive violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like deflection because he's physically capable of doing it.
I wonder if there was a situation where he wasn't, because if presumably in this situation, right, he has to be so much stronger than Snake that he can beat him without killing him.
Yes.
But then
kind of like his dad when he would like just
honestly, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, exactly like his dad.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens when you come to a situation
where there's someone more powerful?
Well, I guess the only thing he can do is do what his dad did.
Yeah.
Which is negotiate and be clever in a way that saves everyone at the cost of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's probably how the shows would end, huh?
Oh, dying just like his dad.
Yeah, dying just like his dad.
That.
Oh.
Okay, well, we'll see you next time. That was great, though.
Yeah, I'm glad.
This author doesn't hold back.
I was curious. I was curious how Thorfinn would handle a situation like this. I feel like it makes sense because he already fought with Einar.
Yeah.
But he was so torn up about that I thought maybe he wouldn't do it again.
But this is, I guess that was them like starting a fight, and this is very different where they're saving somebody else's life. Yeah. I do think it's different, like when you're doing something to. Emotionally, I can understand it's different when you're doing something for your own sake versus somebody else.
Explicitly.
Yeah, explicitly.
And especially for Thorfinn, and when he's so traumatized, I feel like it's so much easier to be like emotionally removed from the situation. But when you're traumatized from the violence that you've done,
yeah,
I can definitely see the show's made me realize way more how like, oh, you can legitimately just be traumatized and be like unwilling to want to go through that again.
Yeah.
Almost as if you were a victim of violence.
Or
even though you were the perpetrator.
It's almost like an addiction. It's probably not the exact same thing.
I get what you're saying. I was saying that it's like he feels traumatized by the violence he's gone through, even though it was at his own hand.
Yeah.
Especially because he was so young.
I see what you're saying.
So it's almost like he's traumatized as if he was a victim,
yeah,
even though he was the perpetrator.
Yeah,
because since he was a kid, he was a victim.
In a way, yeah.
He was a victim in that he had to engage in this violence.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's a very different type of trauma pattern, I think, than I would have ever attributed to somebody who was in a situation like this. And I feel like author's really done a good job of like
understanding and making that character.
Understanding and making us understand. Because it's so different. It's so different to be like, violence, I think, is uncomfortable. Like the few fights I've been in, I remember I got like adrenaline dumps afterwards, and I was like shaking.
Yeah.
You know, it's very uncomfortable.
I've never been in a physical fight, like since I was a teenager.
Well, I'm talking about like when I was in middle school and in high school and stuff.
Yeah.
Like when I'm not talking. I haven't been in any fights as an adult.
Yeah.
Except for just like fun, you know, at the gym. That doesn't count. You don't have the same like
adrenaline
shakes and stuff.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine and those were little scraps, you know, no one really got hurt.
Yeah.
It was just kids.
You're ready to go though.
Yeah. Well, no, we fought and got hit and stuff, but no one really got hurt. You know, I can't imagine how much more you would like shake and dump, even if you won, after you're seeing people get killed.
Yeah.
And killing. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And almost dying yourself. It would be I think unless you're very specifically dispositioned, kind of like Kettle's son.
Yes.
His oldest one.
Yeah.
I feel like you would be very traumatized just by the I don't know how to describe it. The
physical reaction that you have every time you get in a fight.
Because I'm saying like the fights that I were in were like here. They were like on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being what Thorfinn went through, they were like a 2 or a 3. And it was still very physically unpleasant. It was not traumatic, but it was very physically unpleasant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and so there's that physical response. It's funny because like we're sitting here very calmly in our chairs, rationally thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you're in those situations, you're not rational. Your body's taken over. You're like, what is that? The different part of your brain has kicked in.
Oh, the
fight or flight response, right?
Fight,
like you
freeze.
are not who you think you're going to be.
And there was nothing emotionally traumatizing about the.
It's just that part of your brain takes over. So it's like I can rationalize and talk through my plan if I got in a situation, but it's very different when you're in it.
Yeah, and I'm saying Thorfinn.
That's got to be different for him when he's in it.
And on top of what I'm describing, which is like the physiological, way stronger response, he's got emotional trauma associated with it on top of that.
He also just probably has the habit. Oh, I feel this. I'm going to do this. Like it's probably he's done it so many times that the adrenaline and kickstarting him, he probably puts him into that mindset of like he's so ready to go because he's been trained to do that over and over and over again.
But that's probably what he's also scared of because he's like, well, I don't want to slip back into being
who I was.
If I get pushed too far, will I
kick back?
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Because he doesn't want to kill people.
These are things I've never thought about, but the author's doing a good job.
Really good job. I think the author's doing a really good job of showing how like it's not just as simple.
Yeah, it's not that
simple. It's
simple.
not that simple. It's like this is somebody like it's easy to backseat quarterback, but Thorfinn, again, he's literally like a scarred child trying to figure out how to pull himself out of the void that we saw him in, you know?
Yeah.
It's not as simple as just like, I'm going to do the mathematics of when it's okay to use violence. So now do it with no reservations.
Yeah.
Because on paper it's right when you've been horribly traumatized by engaging in the same behavior in the past.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I agree.
And I've never recognized that before. And I think it's really cool. Author made us like, I feel like in my case he smashed me over the head with it before I understood it, but I appreciate it. I've been thinking about this show so much and I can't decide what I'm even rooting for anymore.
I'm rooting for them to all to escape. Oh, really?
Really?
Whoa. Faster. How'd Snake get so good? He's just a genetic mutant?
Where's Snake even from? Yeah. Miklegard. Do you recognize Miklegard? I don't recognize Miklegard. Thorkel. Whoa.
I can't believe he's fighting, to be honest.
I feel really proud of Thorfinn.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that was sick animation.
I thought for like a half a second it tricked me. Yeah. What do you get?
Oh, he cut him. Why don't we team up and be on the same side?
こんな使い手が農場の用心棒をこれほどの男がなぜ奴隷にいや熱くなるな相手のペースに合わせてどうするよ
Hair.
He fences so differently than anybody else's sword.
Yeah.
Oh, this is why snake. Oh.
But he saw something.
See snake. Arnheid, move!
Get out of here, Arnheid!
Oh. So he just wasn't, he cared about positioning, not Thorfinn himself.
Hebi-san! やめて！ヘビさん！ガルザルを殺さないで。お願い。見逃してください。
虫のいいこと言ってんじゃねえぞ、アルネイズ。こいつは俺の手下を5人も殺した。許せるわけがねえ。ヘビ、お前の手下たちにはわしができうる限りの弔いをする。わしの畑を売ってでも。黙れじじい、金の問題じゃねえ。確かに俺も俺の手下どももバカでクズの小悪党ばかりだ。よそで不始末をしたせいで本名も名乗れねえような流れ者どもだ。だから死んでも気にしねえってのか。ああ、ガルザルにはそんなに生きる価値があんのか。俺の手下5人分よりも。言ってみろトルフィー、アルレイズ、その値打ちの違いを。そんな違いはねえってことだな。なら命の代償は等しく命で払ってもらうぞ。
Whoa! It actually happened. Whoa! I didn't think that was possible somehow.
I didn't think he was gonna die. Just like that.
Man.
Just like that. We don't even know where Enar is.
I'm kind of glad, honestly.
It was stressful keeping him alive.
I've been thinking about this show a lot, and the more I thought about it, the more I was like, I just don't know, because there's so many instances where the loss of a child breaks up a marriage.
Yeah.
Even when there's not a sense of like blame.
Yeah.
Or culpability.
Yeah.
And so.
And let alone like, and now you're pregnant with somebody
else's baby.
And you want to like love and replace our child with this baby? Yeah.
I think that there's just like, there was so much here. and there was so much we didn't know about how Gardar would take any of these pieces of information.
I know.
So I honestly, I'm kind of glad, even for Gardar's sake. Like, the last thing that he knew is Arnheid freedom, and he was fighting and got them free, and then he just passed out. Like, there's no point.
No.
ガルザルの縄を切ったのはお前だな、アルネイズ。お前らには相応の罰がある。
Yeah, fight about that. No. Not happening. What? Gardar is insane.
How the hell did he become a slave? That's really my question.
How did if his village is anything like him? I don't think he's like alive. You know what I mean? I think he's like
zombie. Oh man.
Who the hell did this guy's village lose to, guys?
Ike's still dead.
Yeah, I think like last adrenaline flex. Oh.
Oh, she's gonna take her own life. She's gonna take her own
think
life,
so?
Wesley, yeah.
I think she's just giving him a good death. You saw how he was bleeding. Whoa, you see the sky?
Yeah. In the Bible, the heavens are called waters at the beginning. God separated the waters from the waters.
Oh, is that him? That's him, isn't it?
Dandelion? Oh, I can't watch this.
そなたは私の新たな誇り。ギャルティ、ガルザルの子、シャルティ。父は戦っていこう。お前が誇れる名誉のために。いずれ手にする富のために。
Not the cutest baby drawing I've ever seen.
I'm imagining a cuter baby.
Yeah. Oh man, why are you making me relive these moments when I have my own baby downstairs? Stop it. Oh.
That's the thing about baby boys. You don't have to worry about what baby girls is getting sniped during diaper changes.
Why are they making us live through this?
ヤルティはもういくつになる？
Look at his bandages.
How is he not dead yet?
6つよ。
どうもいかん。奴隷になってからの年月が曖昧でな。6つ。そうか。残念だ。可愛い盛りを見逃してしまった。別れた時はまだ一つだった。参ったな。私たちのことなど忘れているだろうな。
Is there any chance that their baby survived?
I think there actually is a little bit of a chance. I think a little bit. I don't think it's a very high chance, just realistically. But I could see like, oh, maybe it would be worth it
to try and find him.
No. I'm saying like if you're one. Remember, she just saw him getting let off.
Yeah.
He was probably killed. But there's a small chance that they were leading him off and like, oh, he'll be worth something as a slave in a bit. I doubt it.
A year old. That's not very nice.
No.
Yeah, I bet you did. Deservedly so.
年頃になればバイキングに行きたいなどというのだろうな、男の子は。だが私は許さん。少し疲れただけだ。休ませてくれ。
Oh.
Done.
Hontou にやるのだな。ああ、俺たちの腹は決まってる。鉄が手に入れば村の暮らしは楽になる。お前の家族だって。わかった。行こう。よし。みんなはもう広場に集まっててな。さあ、急ごう。
Biggest regret of his life. They're really making us go through his whole life. Why? Why are you killing me with him? Oh. It makes me sick inside thinking of like our kids growing up and not knowing how much they were loved. You know? What?
That looked like he was hanging.
I know.
Oh, okay.
He's 6 years old now.
He looks just like him.
Oh, because he's been waiting for him because he's dead. Why? Man, they really made us live through that.
Yeah.
One mistake ruined all their lives. Ay, ay, ay.
The thing is, though, like, you can't call it a mistake unless you know what would have happened if they hadn't done that.
Yeah.
And what if they were right, and then the other tribe gets the iron, and then they all die anyways?
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. That was painful. It wouldn't be so hard if we didn't have a boy the same age. He's the same age with blue eyes, blonde hair. Oh, yeah. It's a killer. 1.5 years old.
That was one of the best, or like, I think most thorough death scenes I've ever seen. And not in the sense of like it was good, but just it was
real.
Meaningful. I don't know if it was real or not. But it felt like what it would be like.
Ay, ay, ay.
Arnheid was really brave to do that for him.
She's so brave.
She was so brave.
I wish she had just gone with him at the beginning when he came for her.
It might not have gone well, though. It still might not have.
I know, but I wish that they had taken that chance instead, because this was just...
I couldn't believe when Snake stabbed him.
I know.
I couldn't believe it.
I thought he
it
like
happened
stopped
so quickly.
himself.
Yeah.
I didn't think it had actually gone through.
Yeah, that's what and then I could not believe that Garda was still alive. What the hell was that guy made of?
I don't know.
What a waste. Just that's how I felt the whole time.
There's a waste.
That was one of the things that made me the most sad. It's just like, wow, what a waste.
Yeah.
Especially in the flashbacks, like, what a good man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially for the time period, he was very gentle with Arnheid. He was so gentle with his kid.
Yeah.
He wasn't even the one who was greedy.
No.
In wanting to go after the iron, I mean.
And their lives were just destroyed.
What a waste, man. What an absolute waste.
Oh, it's painful. All right. Well, I guess we'll see you next time and figure out what the consequences are.
What's the fallout? What's the fallout?
Oh,
I don't know. I hope Thorfinn's just like, no. I mean, Kettle's not going to want... If Kettle... I don't think he knows Arnheid is pregnant.
I don't think so either.
But if he... Maybe that's kind of what she's like. Okay, well, I have one bargaining chip. But then what will Kettle even be like?
Kettle's like, what is that? That's not my baby.
Yeah.
But it wasn't even possible.
I
don't know. I guess we'll see you next time.
I feel like we need to learn more about Snake now.
Oh, we need to learn so much more about Snake. I want him to team up with our guys.
Well, they also saved Snake.
Go adventuring together.
They saved Snake, but will Snake have had enough knowledge that they actually saved him?
Yeah, I don't know.
I had some little thinky thoughts.
What? I was just say I'm excited, but I'm nervous because you guys said the next 4 are sad. So
the next 4 are sad.
Yeah.
What were the last 3?
I don't know. That's why I'm like, oh come on.
What are we? How could we possibly? Are we going to even further depths?
I don't know.
I had kind of a happy thought.
What?
So, Gardar was a warrior.
Yeah.
He didn't end up in hell.
No.
He ended up in like a pleasant afterlife.
Yeah.
So that made me wonder, is kind of the afterlife, and obviously we don't actually know whether that was just a DMT driven like near death, or not near death, he was dead, but
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, was that just DMT vision, or is this a real afterlife?
World.
Yeah, did Thorfinn really go to hell, or are they just his visions? Let's assume that they are actually afterlives.
Okay.
It seems like the people who die kind of have a power to shape their own afterlife in this. And it was interesting to me because, like, Thorfinn was kind of forced to go into hell in his dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And it gave the impression that, like, you had to go into the Valhalla, the hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Gardar didn't. Even though he was a warrior, he was killing people. But he didn't feel any remorse. And he also didn't feel, like, the desire to continue fighting.
So you're saying symbolically, like, where he ended up symbolically, it was very different than Thorfinn.
Yeah, or Askeladd.
Even though they were both warrior type of personas.
Because Gardar didn't have any resentment.
Yeah.
Askeladd, I think, died still holding a lot of resentment.
And Thorfinn, I think, had a lot of regret.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
About the people he killed specifically.
Yeah, specifically. And it's interesting because I thought, oh, it's weird because Gardar was killing people, but he had no qualms and no regrets. But he also didn't really want to do it, and he didn't want to continue fighting.
Yeah.
So it's like he got to go to nice heaven.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you want to be, you can be a killer as long as you don't feel bad about it, and you don't love it too much, and you're optimized to be able to kill people and then go to heaven, right?
Symbolically, yeah.
Well,
I think he was just seeing visions as he died.
No, it's
I
nicer.
don't think Thorfinn actually went to hell.
It's nicer. Hijalti is in heaven. Gardar is in heaven. They're in heaven.
We don't even believe you go to heaven when you die, so I don't know what you're saying. You're just coping.
It's not about what we believe. We didn't make this world. Well, if this next
we believe in a resurrection.
If the next ones are sad, then I'm gonna need a lot of copium. Oh, hey, Canute.
This is where we're going.
Yeah, it is also, by the way, absolutely freaking wild.
No.
We set up a new Canute arc.
Oh no.
And then we just went and did the completely different story. We set up a Canute arc. I thought Canute was going to rock up on Kettle's farm.
Because they're just going to show us the timing. Yes, he's walking up on Kettle's farm. Kettle's going to get back. They're going to slaughter everyone.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I kind of forgot because Gardar was absolutely traumatizing that the whole thing we had set up is Canute's coming to wreck ship.
This is going to be awful. Now I know what's coming.
Where do they sleep on these boats?
I still want Thorfinn to know about Floki.
Ooh.
抵抗すると思うかゲテルどもは王を相手に
はさてゲテルめが戦地で鉄拳とあだ名される猛者だとか油断はできません
Just crazy considering how like timid he is now. Maybe it's just a lie.
むやみに失いたくはないゲテルどもが王の意におののき降伏するならば
You tried to kill him!
直々のご出陣はそのためですかしかしキャツらは王陛下に舞台を働いたのです強く懲らしめて民草への見せしめにすべきでは
逆らうならば容赦はせぬつもりだ
It's creepy.
This whole let them submit plan, I think, would have worked way better if they didn't try to set them up and frame them initially.
Ooh. Oh man, imagine you're the king, just die at sea. That's a risk every time you sail, you know?
Oh, here's a fun story. I'm gonna butcher this, guys. I'm so sorry because I know that I'm like a 3 out of 10 on history.
Okay.
If not a 1 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10.
Mostly, you're really good at history at high level, just not the detail. Dates.
Thanks,
but go
baby.
ahead.
So one time there was fighting, and I think it was fighting in Denmark, and I think it was the Spanish were fighting the English.
Okay.
And the King of Spain sent a ship filled with gold to Denmark because he needed to pay the soldiers and everything, right?
Okay.
But there was a storm, and the Spanish ship got blown into the English harbor. And so they just captured all the Spanish gold, and they were like, sorry,
Give it to your
ours
enemies.
now. Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Because they used to have to, like, legitimately transport gold all around the world physically in order to have, like, settlement.
There is no wiring.
Yeah.
ATMs.
ATM.
Damn, that was sick with the skull and butterfly. Whose vote? Kettles? Leif Erikson's?
Leaf! Man, there was so much. And then I just got so focused on the Gardar arc that I kind of, like, blanked on everything else. I'm kind of surprised he's popular, actually. I thought they'd all...
Bowling. Oh!
Kettle.
His dad! Are you not worried about the king coming after you?
Nah, he lives for this.
He's excited.
He's the Valhalla type because he wants to be. He seems over it now.
He's not worried at all. Oh no. After all she's just been through. Go find Thorfinn.
He really does look like Thorfinn from the back, man. It'd be so weird to see Thorfinn meeting Thorfinn.
I know. I think, you know what? I think that's really cool that they're having people with the same names and mixed identity and things like that. I read something once that was like, think about how many Johns you know, or Sarahs, or the most common name of your generation, and how many of the times that comes up. You don't see that in fiction become a plot point. I just think it's a cool detail.
Because it makes it just slightly more difficult, right?
Yeah.
But there's always more common names and less common names. Yeah.
It's just a plot point to choose to include. Go find him.
戦争だここでか数日のうちだってよ砦の防壁を修理しとけってトールギルさんがいや修理ったってお前こんなもん
Yeah, no, it's not even really a fortress
つうか相手はどこだそれが教えてくれねえんだ兵隊が集まったら発表するって
Oh, of course he's going to. Because if they'd all run away, if they knew they're going to fight Jom's Vikings.
この農場にはまともな戦争経験者が足りねえもんよ。
And canoe.
ついこの間だって貴重な戦士が5人も死んだっつうのに。
They weren't that good.
客人たち、なんか騒がしいな。旦那が帰ってきたのかな。
Oh.
どうするかな。
He's not gonna care right now.
Or he's gonna kill her.
I don't think Kettle's that kind of disposition.
やっぱり罰を与えるんだろうか。
His wife will though.
死人が多すぎるからな。
でも旦那はアルネーズさんのことを可愛がってるし、そんなにひどいことはしないよな。
He's so sweet that even now that's all he cares about.
カモのお腹に旦那の子もいるわけだし。
心配だ。無事なのかな。
すまん。
いや、ヘビさんたちと戦ってくれたんだろう。アルネーズさんたちのために。
Where is Snake?
誓いを破ってまで。どうしても戦わなきゃならない時だってあるよ。ありがとう、トルフィー。
俺は好きだ。
Oh, Snake is from what is Constantinople.
Oh.
And it was just called something different back then.
Oh, that's so cool.
筋の通った人だと思う。エビさんと戦いたくなかった。結局ガルザルさんを死なせてしまった。俺頭悪いからうまく言えないんだけど、もっといい方法があったんじゃないかって。こんなにも人が傷ついて命が奪われなきゃいけなかったのかって。そんな道を俺は探そうとしたのかって。
無理だよ。あれだけ客人が死んでしまったらヘビさんだって引けない。
それでも暴力は最後の手段だ。だけど一番いい方法って何だったんだろう。何が始まりだったんだろう。最初の手段を見つけられるようになりたい。傷つけていい人間なんてどこにもいないんだ。
Loki does.
そうだな。その通りだ。
I don't think there was anything Thorfinn. It had escalated so much already by the time Thorfinn got involved.
Oh man.
He's like a zombie.
アルネイズどこだ。アルネイズ。どこだ。
In the state he's currently in.
あら驚いた。お早いお帰りですのね、あなた。ハラルド王が亡くなったそうじゃありませんか。あなた
アルネイズ。
あの奴隷のアバズレ女なら縛り上げて馬小屋に放り込んでありますよ。あなたがいない間に大変なことをしでかしたんですからね。逃亡を企てたんですよ。旦那様へのご恩も忘れてね。
It's like the last person I would try to have explain the story.
昔の男がやってきて手引きしたんです。客人が大勢死にました。うちの男奴隷2人もそれを手伝ったってんだから。とんでもない女さね。この件
I know they drew him.
He'll feel betrayed by Thorfinn and Einar too.
Yeah.
He put a lot of, like, relatively speaking, again, relative to the horrible system.
Yeah.
He put a lot of trust in Einar and in Thorfinn, and he gave them a lot of responsibility and generosity towards them. That would make it feel like a much bigger betrayal.
He seems broken, man. Oh no.
I could...
Because she doesn't love you and you're keeping her there against... Well, not necessarily against her will, but
mostly against her will. She's a slave.
You basically been raping her.
聞いてねえな、そんな話は。合わせるわけにはいかねえ。本当だっちゅうに。ケティルさんがトルフィンの解放を約束したんだ。とにかく顔だけでも見たい。ここにいるのはわしの探しているトルフィンかどうか知りたいんじゃ。旦那に確認を取ってからだ。そうでなきゃ拘束中の人間とは絶対に誰とも面会させねえ。よし、わかった。あんたちょっと一緒に来てくれ。ケティルさんのところに行こう。忙しい時にすみませんな、パテールさん。案内は構わんのですが。何か不都合でも。やはりこんなことを頼めるのは外部の人間のあなたしかいない。失礼ですがレイフさん、奴隷購入の資金
は
おい、まあ多少トルフィンはただで約束ですし、旦那様は約束を守る方です。トルフィンとエイナルはなんとかなるでしょう。ただアルネーズが
Because I guess the thing is, like, love can turn to hate. It flips
very quickly for betrayal.
Yeah, the closer the bond, the more the betrayal.
本当に厚かましいお願いなのですが、レイフさん、トルフィンの他にあと2人奴隷を身請けしてはいただけませんか。
So,
but he's like, I want to see that this is even my Thorfinn first.
Guys, you're asking for a lot. We don't even know this. He just collects like a band of blonde Thorfinns that aren't Thorfinn. It's like George Foreman has a bunch of sons named George. It's like, hey, my name's Leaf. This is my adopted son Thorfinn. My other adopted son Thorfinn. My other adopted son Thorfinn. They're all 5'8" and blonde.
Da. 女が目の前にいるのに手も出せねえなんて言うわ。神妙なふりしやがって。分かってんだろ、アルネイズ。どうせ旦那はお前の尻を 2,3 回引っ叩くだけで全部許しちまうよ。とにかくお前には甘いからな、あの人は。
I feel like they're just setting it up to be really brutal.
俺たち客人に任されてなくてよかったな。今頃お前裸にひんむかれてな。俺たち全員にズタズタに侵されてるぜ。殺された仲間の弔い代わりにな。それぐらいじゃなきゃ死んだ仲間が浮かばれねえ。そう思わねえか。何をしている。
Good, I'm glad he caught him.
帰ってらっしゃんね。
Oh, did he bring that for her?
アルネイズに
Yeah.
用がある。旦那、俺はその嘘よ。
She might end up losing the baby anyways. After that was the whole reason she didn't run away in the first place.
I know.
And if Kettle beats her, she.
You didn't even want to hurt the kids, and now he's gonna beat her? Are you kidding?
逃げようとしたのか、わしから。
なぜだアルネイズ、なぜ。
Oh.
なぜだ、なぜわからん、何のために。わしを蔑むか。わしの誇りを奪う者は許さん。
Oh no!
たとえそれがお前でもだ、アルネイズ。
Oh, that's the stomach. Tell him.
Your child.
Washika わしはお前だけを信じていたのだ。
Oh.
何を信じるというのだ。信じるとはどういうことだ。
Oh.
真実だと、本物だと、みじんも歌わずにいたもの失うんだぞ。わしは認めんだ。思い知らせてくれば、息子と共にこの手で罰を。
He deserves to die for this. I'm so glad he stopped him.
確かにアルネーズの罪の重さなら棒打ちは当然でしょう。しかしこれ以上やれば死刑になる。アルネーズはあんたの奴隷だ、旦那。あんたは彼女を殺す権利を持っている。死刑でいいんですね。いいんなら俺はこの手を棒から離します。
There's no way baby's okay.
He deserves to die.
ケジルさん、あの奴隷の娘、いるのならわしに売ってくださらんか。トルフィンの他にもう二人奴隷がいると聞いた。二人ともトルフィンの友達だと。金は払います。譲っていただきたい。誰がいらんと。
I knew it.
トルフィンとヘイガーはどこへなりと連れて行けばいい。だがアルネイズは売らん。その女はわしのものだ。
There's no way she kept the baby.
No, there's no way. Oh. Arnhide suffered so much. And she's done absolutely nothing to
Kettle
deserve
deserves
it.
death.
だがずっと気を失ったままだ。助かるかどうかはわからない。
So he was just cruel. Or he wasn't
He's just
he wasn't kind, he was just weak. I find it Kettle is a very frustrating character because in other instances he really did seem like he was capable of a lot of kindness. I think it's really realistic that in this I think even now, I think there's lots of people who will be like, they can be really good and really kind in different areas of their life, and then in other areas they'll spark off and do something like this. You okay?
Yeah.
It hurts extra because the whole reason that she even had hesitancy about running away, she would have made it if it wasn't for the baby. Why are Einar?
わしが大切にしてるものをかすめ取ろうと。親父、どこ行ってたんだ。やることは山ほどあるんだぜ。あと、俺より具足を。おい、親父。
I'm starting to wonder if, like, his record. You know how sometimes old. Like, I've noticed this. My parents don't remember things the same way I remember them. From experiences that, like, growing up. My parents will tell the same story that I lived through in a very different way.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if now, like, I think that people's perceptions of who they are in the present color how they remember how they were in the past. And now I'm starting to wonder, what if Kettle was super badass warrior? But now he's been, like, living farm life. And he's kind of, like... You see what I'm saying?
That part of him go.
Like, he's sort of been like, oh, yeah, I was totally scared. Because now he's thinking about what it would be like for him to be...
fight now.
Now. And he's like, well, I would be scared, so I was scared then. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't think if you're actually, like... Because it's one thing to beat up on defensive Arnheid, but I think if you're an actual coward, you don't decide like, well, I'm mad now, so I'm going to fight the king.
No.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm trying to analyze and understand him. It doesn't make anything better. But I just don't think you get mad and then you're like, okay, cool, now I'm going to be a warrior. I think he was always this person. He just had forgotten.
And when you lose a baby like this for Arnheid, there's a high chance she'll never be able to get pregnant again. Depending on how far along she is, and when it's like a physical, like that, like every time you have a miscarriage, there's a chance that you're not going to be able to get pregnant again. And especially when it's this like brutal, like he could have permanently damaged something down there, depending on how big along the baby was and everything. And all she wanted was to be a mom to her little baby. So now this would be the second one she loses.
And that was the whole reason she didn't escape in the first place.
My heart hurts. I don't know. I feel like because I've been a mom, I've carried babies in my belly, and you're just like, you want to protect that so much, you know, because like if you trip and fall or you get in a car accident or whatever, like you're so conscious and aware that there's a baby in you that whole time, and then just like having it be up. You can't see the baby, but the baby's in there, you know? It feels like he's just beating on a child to me. And I've also personally had a miscarriage, so like, I don't know. I think I feel a little more than maybe a normal person does. It pisses me off. Anyway.
I feel like you're 100% right. I think it would just, it would hit even more because you felt all the things that Arnheids felt about wanting to protect a baby.
Yeah, and the hope you get, even though the baby's not born yet, when you think you're going to have a baby, like there's so much hope and love and protection that you're already connected to. Not everybody goes through this, but if you allow yourself to and you think about it, like you can get so attached, and she obviously was, like her whole hope and like all the trauma she survived with losing her first child, she had to place so much on this baby. And now I think it's pretty obvious she's not going to be able to keep the baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And just, I don't know.
For no reason.
And I think, like, being powerless to stop somebody attacking you and knowing they're hurting your child just really hurts. Anyway.
I don't want to say what we're reacting to today.
No.
Last episode was very brutal.
Well, I say before this, he's like, you ready to get hyped and happy? I'm like, no. I'm ready to be traumatized.
This is the first thing we're filming today. I meant about the filming session in general.
I'm just ready to cry, ruin my makeup, you know.
Last episode was real. I sometimes I feel like when I'm reacting, I get really struck by what we're reacting to.
Yeah.
Which I thought was true for you. Like, you were really impacted by what we were watching.
Yeah.
It was weird. Last episode, the beating scene, I didn't feel super emotionally impacted at the time.
Yeah.
But then the whole rest of the week, I've been really bothered by it.
Yeah.
It's weird because usually
like
I'd say like, yeah, 9 times out of 10, I'd say I feel very strongly while we're reacting.
And then not as strongly afterwards.
Yeah, this one really, it stuck. I think because they did a really good job of depicting violence. Mm-hmm. Weirdly, my head went like, I went like super blank while we were watching it. I felt no emotions really. Mm-hmm. I'm like intellectually, I was like intellectualizing how bad it was. But then the rest of the week I felt it, and it's really bothered me.
There's a really interesting conversation in the comments where everyone was going back and forth, kind of talking about, it's interesting how much we all despise Kettle. We like viscerally feel anger towards him. But then when we talk about like Askeladd, who has also committed such atrocities, we are like, oh, he's one of my favorite characters.
Yeah.
And I think that there's several aspects, and I think you guys laid these out, and I agree with a lot of them. I think that, first of all, there's a betrayal in who we thought the character was, right? It's like the traitor's worse than the enemy, right? We always knew Askeladd was a bad guy, and then we were pleasantly surprised to find that he had some good sides to him.
He never portrayed himself to be... Like, I guess we didn't hold him to a higher standard because he didn't tell us to hold him to a higher standard.
Yeah. And
like, he told us to hold him to the lowest standard.
And I feel like the author did him perfectly when he took Kettle and was like, by the way, you thought he was a nice guy? He's got weaknesses like every other human being. And it was just, I think we had higher standards set for him, regardless of right or wrong, because of how he had been portrayed so far. I mean, I think there definitely was that element of betrayal. And then also just in general, like, Askeladd is an interesting character, right? So when you're watching a TV show, you're interested in him. He's got a character dynamic that is fun to watch. And so I think that as viewers, we get attached to that, rightly or wrongly. Like, which would I rather know in real life? Probably Kettle. You know, like, if he's going to impact me personally, probably Kettle.
Yeah, you're probably right. Because, like, there were very few characters that were negatively impacted from Kettle. It's just that Arnheid was like, Arnheid was disproportionately negatively impacted.
And I think for me personally, I probably, of all the characters in the show, because there's not very many women in the show, I probably relate to her the most, you know? And so that's going to strike me the most viscerally just because they actually showed it. And also they didn't actually show Askeladd doing as many atrocities. He killed that village. That was huge, right? When that got us, and he's obviously
that was by far the worst thing. But I mean, they showed him raiding a bunch of different villages.
Yeah, they never showed him.
But it wasn't emphasized. Like, it wasn't shot the same way.
It wasn't shot the same way, and they never showed him actually like being women. It might be implied that he did it, but they never showed him doing that, right? And so I think you could. But he obviously allowed his men to. So there's elements there that it's weird when you see one and they make you live through the moment versus implying that the bad stuff happened.
I think that there's another thing with Kettle too, and I don't think this is a good thing. I just think it's how human brains actually. This means we're yapping. The show, Crunchyroll's like, dude, stop the yapping, get to the Viking stuff. But I think that for some reason in our human brains, like, violence that arises from strength isn't treated the same way as violence that arises from weakness. Mm-hmm. And like Askeladd was doing violence that was arriving from strength. Like, he had objectives and he was trying to work towards and achieve those objectives.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like he was committing violence because he felt insecure or he felt weak and so he was lashing out. Yeah. It was always a pragmatic attempt to get to a goal. And even his men, it was a very simple binary, like, I want it, I take it, I hurt you to get it. It was not ever from like a place of insecurity and weakness. And they also were committing violence against people that weren't under their protection. Yeah. And I feel like with Kettle, because we got so much access to him and his internal monologue, and we know like he was hurting Arnhide because he was hurt and he was lashing out, and it was violence from a place of weakness.
Yeah.
Even though, like, net on net, does the person who's getting beaten really care?
Yeah.
It gets read for whatever reason in our, like, monkey brains. I think the violence gets read very differently.
Yeah.
And I think that it's viewed as disgusting, whereas the other violence isn't viewed with the same level of disgust. And I'm saying, like, the emotion disgust, right?
Yeah.
Like, even though we're like, that's wrong, we don't feel like the same level of disgust.
Yeah, and disdain.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. All right, you ready?
But it's not
I'm not
like,
ready,
yeah.
but we're going to do it anyway.
Well, maybe Kettle will die.
This always makes me think we're about to watch a totally different show every time. I'm not ready. Feels like these are the Vikings, that time jump 200 years.
I always think the same thing.
ざっと350人。まともに戦えるやつは100人ってとこです。
後で正確な人数を把握しとけ。
マジでやるんですか、兄貴。
旦那がやるっつって聞かねえんだ。しょうがあるね。
It's gonna be a bloodbath. Even he knows it.
正気の沙汰じゃねえ。
You see the sunrise?
叶うと思ってんだ、こいつら。
こいつらみんな旦那に借金してんだ。戦に参加すれば、
Huh.
これを帳消しにしてやるって集められ
That's one way to motivate, man. Imagine student loan for payment. In the U.S., that's a big
Go
political
join the
issue, has been
US
like
Army.
student loan repayment, and they're like, World War III breaks out. Have we got a proposal for you? Student loan forgiveness.
Yeah, right? People would take it.
Brother, that's a pot on his head.
帰れねえ。ノルド男の見栄があるからな。それに人数が揃えば気も大きくなる。勝てるような気がしてくるもんだ。兵が集まるまで敵が王だと知らせなかったのはうまいやり方だな。
They've got so much momentum, it's not going to make a difference.
思ったより戦上手。
Also, you have somebody like him leading you, and they all know Snake is a badass. You would feel a lot of confidence when there's like really strong fighters on your side.
Champions.
Snake knows he's a good fighter.
Hey, Thorfinn. I know the last time we spoke, it was kind of awkward.
兵も集まってる。ここが戦場になるんだ。
They're gonna lose their land.
言った通りだろ。
Whoa!
この農場を出ないと。
We didn't even.
俺たちも巻き込まれるぞ。
What?
アルフィン。
We didn't get to see them reunite.
でも
Take her with you and get out of here. Kettle's about to die anyway.
レイフのおっ
And
ちゃ
he
ん。
doesn't deserve her.
俺たちアルネイズさんをこのままにして農場を去ることはできません。本当に俺なんかを気にかけてくれてありがとう、おっちゃん。
Aww.
変わったな、トルフィン。最初に見たときは人違いかと思ったぞ。
His eyes are completely different now.
いい顔になった。トルフィン。
Not nearly as lost.
やっと会えたんだ。できんよ。お前を置いてわしだけ逃げるなんて。パテルさん、また横を向かせて。吐いたもので喉が詰まるといかん。パテルさん、アルネイズを移動させることは可能でしょうか。いや、今は慎重にすべきかと。意識が戻れば容体もわかるのですが、正直。
Oh, it's blood. She coughed up blood.
彼女の状態を判断しかねるのです。それに、お腹のこのこともある。安静にしておくに越したことはありません。せめて意識が戻るまでは。一日、あと一日だけこのまま様子を見ましょう。
It'll be too late.
I don't think we have one more day. Yeah.
その後はどうすんだよ。
And we're really respecting property rights here that I
兄貴早く来たかはいこの指の先に
Oh, that's not a day. That's
today.
Not a day. Shit.
旦那にてね北洋上に船団を死任王の軍団のお出ましだ
That's okay. If I'm Kettle, that's a smaller force than I was expecting.
I didn't think they needed very many.
So we have 300 with 100 that are like decent fighters. These are crack troops.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about military to be honest, but I even know that like with modern equipment, which is way more this isn't the right word, I just can't think of a better word. Like modern military equipment is way more democratized in the sense that like if you hand somebody a gun,
field.
Yeah, like somebody who's amazing with a gun versus somebody who just is using it for the first time.
Yeah.
Like there's more relative parity than there is with swords.
Yeah.
But even then, I know like crack troops in modern times mess up like with great efficiency, larger forces. So I can only imagine like if we got freaking Yom's Vikings, right? And we're in anime.
They're gonna get annihilated.
Bro, we're in anime.
They don't stand a chance.
Where like champions are there's way how do you say it? Like there's literal regular people and then there's superhumans in anime.
Snake's gonna survive. But not very many other
If Snake
people.
dies, I feel like it will be the biggest waste of an interesting character in the history of anime.
You think Keto's kids die? I think they do.
I think Omar might make it.
Really?
I don't know how to. I think one will survive. I don't know
Omar
which one.
escapes?
One will survive, I think. Whoa! Oh. Shit.
They have
their bows. They must just have bigger bows. Shit, man. I kind of liked him. I don't want him to die. Weirdly, I don't even know why. We're going. Okay. Yeah, they're done. Even if the numbers are the same, they're done.
They're
just with the tactics.
どうやらケティルは世と戦う気らしいな。軍師を出せ、ウルフ。ここに布陣し、ケティル側の返答を待つ。はっ。
You know how usually archers are depicted as kind of like slim?
Yeah.
I read that back in the day, it was the opposite, where like you put the yoked people
because they can pull it back.
Because you had to be able to draw the bows, and the more yoked you were, the further you could draw.
Interesting. That would go against all my young adult novels.
They're like, give the 100-pound little girl the bow, right? But there's different types of bows. There's like little bows, like dupe.
Yeah.
以上の理由により、クヌート王陛下は反逆者ケティルとその一族に対し、今日より10年間の平和喪失処分をお命じになられた。本来死を賜るが妥当の罪状であるところ、ケティル一族を生かしおきくださるは、ひとえに王陛下のご恩情によるものである。
What a weird punishment.
そしてお裁きを受け入れよ。以上。
Bro, look at the guy on the right. He's horrifying.
Whoa.
反逆平和喪失次に乗るがよ若僧げただいまとおう トールヘルどうだクヌート軍の様子はのんびり昼飯食ってたぜ鍋炊いて軍船2隻貨物船2隻上陸地点のすぐそばにテントを張ってる兵力はざっと100人だん 100人ああ奴隷と召使いを除いてな
Did you guys forget the arrow situation?
自ら手抜けばわしらが恐れ入ってひれ伏すとでも思うたか。この地には王などに腐ぬ命知らずがご覧とおるわ。震え皆の者、王の首を上げた者には望みの褒美を与えるぞ。おめでたいね。
Thorgal's wild.
I know.
Thorgal's insane. He's like, haha, these guys are idiots. We're gonna get. I think he's true Valhalla, like
yes.
true.
He just believes
true
in
Norse
fighting.
religious believer, and he's like, this is sick because all these guys are gonna die, and I can go out in a blaze of glory. This will be so much fun. They have matching uniforms, guys. Things.
重視の中でも王の近衛とくりゃデンマーク屈指のつわもの揃いだぜ。トールギルの元戦友たちだ。つまりあれですか、全員トールギルさんくらい。
1, 2, 3, 6 Thorgals. We have 1 Thorgal.
それ以外の白マントたちはこの絵に比べりゃ弱い。なんだお前、見たことねえのかよ。
They're probably each worth one of the king's guard.
Yom's Vikings look so cool. I know we shouldn't like them, but they do look sick. I kind of can't believe they're staying loyal to Kettle and not like deserting.
I would have deserted.
あいつらは朝から晩まで戦争のことしか考えてねえ連中だ。一戦やらなきゃ旦那にはそれがわからねえらしい。お前ら逃げたきゃ逃げろ。クヌートは逃げる時間を用意してくれてる。兄貴はどうするんで？俺は指揮官だ。逃げてどうする？あの350人のお調子乗りども、なるべく死なせねえように頑張ってみるさ。だったらよ、ケテルを縛り上げて引き渡しちまいましょうよ。
Betrayal, like you said.
そうすりゃ戦争しねえで済む。トールギルさんも縛るのか？いや、ビビンじゃねえよ。8人かかりだったらなんとかなる。
いや、トールギルさんだけじゃねえ。音に聞こえた鉄拳ケテルだ。熊を素手で殴り殺した武勇伝は知ってるだろ。
ねえ、もう逃げろよ、兄貴。意地張ってもどうにもならねえって。鉄拳か。
Oh, he knows the truth.
鉄拳のことならよく知ってる。15、6の頃に出会ってな。
I didn't know they went back so far.
戦場の流儀を教えてくれた。
Oh.
マジでめちゃくちゃ強かったぜ。俺にとっちゃ兄貴みてえな人だ。
That's why he's loyal.
何年前だったか、ちょいとしくじってな。俺は追われる身になった。ケティルの兄ならかくまってくれると思ってよ。わずかな噂を頼りにこの農場まで逃げてきた。
Wait, what if it's like stolen valor? He's not.
ところがよ、やっとの思いでたどり着いたと思ったら、
なんだお前は、わしに言おうか？
Like
全くの別人だったんだ、これが。
What?
え？
あ？
なんちゃ
Did he lose his memory? Was it somebody else?
語ってんだよ、あの旦那は。たまたま名前が同じなのをいいことにな。呆れたぜ。
よく今まで変わらなかったな。
さりとて他に行くあてもなし。俺はここで番犬として飼われることになった。ずいぶんただ飯を食わせてもらった。
Where's the real Iron Fist kettle? That's crazy. So we debated. We were like, is he really?
Yeah, because I swear I've definitely met older people who tell you stories as if they were always the same, like, older person. And then you, like, talk to other people or you read firsthand accounts and they're like, no, dude, he was a wild guy. And they're like, I was just a wee little boy. And they were like, no, he was crazy. And then you even see pictures and they're like, it's weird. It's like they think of themselves as physically diminutive as they are in their extreme elderly years.
But they were like a big
they don't tell the story as if they were a freaking ox back in the day. That's what I was expecting.
You were expecting Kettle to have like undermined how crazy he used to be.
So no, it was all bullshit.
And he just went with it.
But he's just freaking spazzing.
He thinks he really is Iron Fist Kettle.
He's just lost the plot. He's just freaking out.
You're putting your life on your line for somebody you don't even know. Well, not well. But he is. Why are you doing that? I think he's just trying to protect the other 350 random villagers, right?
And he does love Old Master. And I think this is something that we struggle with in our society a lot, is a concept of honor.
Yeah, we don't really have
really have that concept anymore. That's like, at least in US, I feel like, I don't know when that concept. I don't want to say nobody has it, because it still is a concept that exists to a certain degree. And I'd say like, I have an attachment to honor, but not an attachment to honor that's attached to like a loyalty towards a land or a structure or an organization. I have an honor that's attached to my family. Yeah. And that's it.
But a lot of people don't. You see it on social media all the time. Like there's a lot of people out there these days who just get like ramrolled and don't stand up for themselves.
But I think that the back in the day, I think that there was like an honor that extended quite a lot more. Yeah. And there was like an aristocratic honor idea that was like, no, my honor extends to the land. Like I will, and my lord. Yeah. And my people. Yeah. And it's like, I'll die for that because that's what my honor demands.
I get the feeling that Snake is trying to redeem himself because there's something he's ashamed of about his past.
I think so. What if he like ran away and his forces under his control like got killed
or something like that.
Like he was like, no guys, we need to leave. This is dumb.
I feel like this is
something like
him trying to redeem himself.
His armor's different than everybody else's.
Yeah.
It's cool.
They're coming. They're gonna die too.
I have started to like them, even though I shouldn't. Like, look what they did to Thorfinn.
There's like 10 of them. It'll demoralize them. He's a big guy too, so you kind of believe that he used to be like cracked back in the day.
It helps having a son like Thorgal who smashes heads like pumpkins too.
Maybe Thorfinn should come talk to Canute. Say, hey, can you like just
No, Thorgal wants to scrap.
No, Thorfinn.
Oh yeah, Thorfinn.
王の軍団はここに2列応対。この丸がクヌート。連中、船は巣に上げちまってるし、背後を全く気にしてねえ。こっちにまともな軍隊がいねえのを知ってやがるんだ。地形は見晴らしがいい。奇襲は効かねえ。オルマル、これをどう攻める？
野襲。
ブー。野襲ってのは上等な戦士のやることだ。素人どもには無理な戦術よ。あんな奴らクソの役にも立ちゃしねえ。100数える間に皆殺しだ。
じゃあなんでそんな奴ら集めたんだよ。
ど素人め。決まってんだろそんなもん。
Distraction。
100数える間、王の注意を引いてもらうためよ。
Damn, that is so intimidating.
They did such a good job. They look like just a bunch of rabble. Yom's Vikings are evenly spaced.
まったく肝心な時。
旦那、全軍整いました。
よし、わしの合図で準備射撃だ。構え！
旦那、最後の忠告です。
やったら負けますよ。しつこいぞヘビ。この鉄拳ケテルがあんな若造に何一つ劣るものか。
All these men have families.
They showed up.
始まった。
Oh, not Pater. I love Pater.
Why is Pater fighting?
Not Pater.
パテールさん。
He's dead.
I wanted Pater to run away with them.
Oh, he's dead.
大丈夫だ。このまま行こう。
Oh, nice. Good. Okay, good. Let's get the hell out of here.
ゆっくり。なるべく揺らさないように。
She's gonna die if she stays behind.
知らねえぞ。これって泥棒だよね。
気にするな。相応の金は置いてきたんだ。
やらときゃやるんすね。親父も。
トルフィンの友達だ。見捨てた。
I'm kind of bummed that they didn't show us like Thorfinn meeting Thorfinn and Einar meeting
I
other
know,
Thorfinn.
that would have been a really
Like
funny scene.
we've been building to this moment for so long, you know? I'm just kind of, I don't know. I feel almost like I've been robbed of something huge. Like I want to see Einar's reaction to other Thorfinn, and then him meeting Leif and being
It would
like,
have been a funny
"What were you doing?
cutscene.
Like collecting blonde Thorfinns? You know what I
It would
mean?"
have really interrupted the intensity
Yeah,
of the story.
like I
but
get it from the direction point of view, but
It would have been fun.
And we've been building to like I wanted to see Leif's face like when he saw that
The
it was
relief.
finally
He's been looking for
Thorfinn.
years.
彼女は殺されてしまう。
You're right. I mean, it is a completely different tonal shift.
大旦那様にお別れを言えなかったな。
Pops. Poor Pops.
Old Master would be glad you're gone, though.
What a sad life. To be grandpa and be like, my sons are unworthy, my grandsons are horrible. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh.
Oh, Wesley, this is gonna kill me. I'm not gonna cry. I'm refusing to cry.
寝たかい、子供たちは。
馬車に揺られるとすぐに寝てしまうから。
Oh, Wesley, I'm already crying.
怖いか。心配するな。じきにこの暗い森を抜ける。ここは痛みと絶望の吹き溜まり、血に乾いた獣たちの森だ。命を育む場所ではない。私たちには暖かな家が待っている。長く苦しい旅だったな。でもその苦しみももうすぐ終わる。
そうね。それでもまだいるわ。ここで生き抜こうとする命が。ガルザル？
彼らにお世話になった者たちに別れを伝えてくるといい。
He looks so at peace
I
now.
know.
子供たちと
Oh,
待ってい
two
る。
Oh, with the children. Oh no. Oh, children.
そうね。エイナルさんたちにお礼を言わなくちゃ。
You know what makes it even worse?
待て！俺です。
ますか？具合はどうです？
Okay, she can speak. Before, oh. Yeah, that's not as bad. You know what's worse?
What?
Because I'm choosing to believe, and I know you disagreed and you were like, I think it's all symbolic. I'm choosing to believe that it's like, this is the afterlife.
Okay.
This means that Gardar would have accepted the baby.
The baby.
Which means, even though I don't blame Arnheid one whit, right? Because how is she to know?
Yeah.
How is she to know, right? But that means like if she had not hesitated in that first moment,
they
would have gotten away, and Gardar wouldn't have rejected the baby.
We hope he would have gotten away. Oh,
that makes it so much worse, because that was always, I know this sounds kind of bad, but my saving grace was like, oh, you know, it might not have still worked out in this life, like
not in this scene. If that's how you're interpreting this as
that's even more brutal, because it's like, oh, so Gardar would have accepted. That's horrible. Oh wow. Floki's not even fighting.
Run! Run! You guys have families! Whoa. That's a sick helmet.
It's like a snake.
It's like anti-Pater.
もはや光栄は不要だ。2列目の重手段はケテルタイプに使え。下がれ！突っ込め！一応見せんかった！わしの息子たちはどこへ行ったのだ？
Be glad they're not here, Pops.
Where the hell's Thorgil? Are they doing an amphibious assault? Yeah, you know what, Steffi? You're right. Because, like, Thorgil is... I'd say Askeladd is one thing, but Thorgil, in contrast to Kettle...
Yeah.
I don't feel nearly... Like, I dislike Thorgil, but I'm not revolted by him. In some ways I am, but it's like an intellectual revulsion. It's not like a belly revulsion.
Yeah.
And I think they're even the best comparison.
Yeah.
Because it's like, Thorgil is strong, and he's misusing that strength.
Yes.
Kettle is weak.
And could be strong, but he chooses not to.
And I don't know.
He gives into his weakness.
It's so weird. Like that, I don't know why. Because Askeladd, there's things about him that I actually really like. There's really nothing about Thorgil that I like, except I think that humans, like, I think we respect strength.
Yeah.
So there's something to respect. Which there's the strength to respect.
Versus Thorgil has pretty much nothing.
That's what. Well, Thorgil.
He's lost any respect I had.
You mean Kettle? You mean Kettle?
Yeah.
Like Thorgil is strong, so I respect his strength, even though I dislike him and I'm not aligned with him whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like, strength is a virtue in and of itself. Dude, that is the coolest moment I've seen in my life. Bro. So he's just like, I'm gonna do an amphibious assault from the rear to take out the king.
Yeah.
Which no one would do because you can't swim with armor.
Typically, yeah. You're just exposing yourself. I don't know, man. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just glad Enar and Thorfinn and Arnheid are getting the hell out of Dodge. That's like all I can ask for at this point. She's obviously lost the baby.
I wanted Canute to see Thorfinn. So I thought we
were gonna we might still run into each other.
But that would be bad. I don't want them at this point. Now that we're getting the hell out of Dodge, right? Like,
I don't think Canute would kill him.
I don't think Canute would kill. Oh, you're right. So I guess if let's say Olmar's the only Kettle line left,
I don't think he'd recognize him. Mostly,
Canute wouldn't.
I don't think Canute would recognize Thorfinn.
Do you think Thorfinn would recognize Canute?
Yeah, well, they'd call him Canute.
And he'd be like, Canute.
Yeah, maybe.
It's silence, peasant. It's me, Thorfinn. What?
That's a scene that's going to play in my mind. I think they get away. I hope they get away.
I thought I wanted them to be contrasted because they've changed so opposite.
Yeah.
I thought that was what we were building towards.
I mean, maybe it's just for us as the viewer to know. They don't have to face each other to get that moment.
No. I need it to be like smashed into my face. Like, what? I can't have something subtle?
This hurt my heart. Would it be better if Arnheid just dies for my sanity's sake? Probably. I am so emotionally distraught by her.
Her whole story.
It hurts my heart. And all these scenes of her possible family that what could have been is killing me. All right. Well, we'll see you next time, and hopefully either Arnheid dies or we don't get any more flashback scenes.
You always know it's going to be a crazy episode when you can see the blood, viscera, and gore going from frame
that's
one.
What that is. I thought
frame
it was clouds.
One. You thought this was clouds?
No, I didn't look that
What
carefully.
kind of clouds you been seeing? These are
know.
scary-ass clouds. It's definitely going to be blood, viscera, or gore.
For sure. You were going to say something, though.
Oh, yeah.
He refused to tell me until we're on camera.
It's nothing that... Don't build it up too much.
Oh.
I'm literally was just going to say, I've really been enjoying Vinland Saga a lot. I've really liked it, but I also think that Vinland Saga is some of the coolest depictions of battles. Because in most of the shows that we're watching, there's not really battles. There's like fights.
Yeah.
And maybe the fights become mini skirmishes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm thinking about Demon Slayer. Where Uzwe is fighting, right?
Yeah.
And that was a really cool skirmish where there was interchanges between like maybe 5 characters, 6 characters.
Yeah.
But Vinland Saga is the only show where we really see
Fighting
a lot
mass.
on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
And it's cool to see because I know that author obviously takes some liberties and animates it up.
Yeah.
But there is still that aspect of like applying the tactics of the time.
Yeah.
And so it's
cool to see it depicted.
It's cool, and I think that they strike a really cool mix where it's still fun and there's still like superhuman attributes. It kind of feels like Troy a little bit to me.
Yeah,
right?
A little bit.
Where it's like cool, there's some historical aspects and there's some superhuman aspects all mixed together and fun. Yeah.
Well, it's not as crazy as Troy as far as the superhuman aspect.
Well, the Thorkel.
Yeah,
well,
that's
I'll send Thorkel back. I think Thorkel would make Achilles. Like, I think Thorkel makes... We send him. Like, there's no...
Thorkel beats Achilles?
I think Thorkel, whichever side he's on, wins the Trojan War, right?
Oh, you were right.
Who? Oh, really?
He's only killed 13 compared to Thorfinn? Oh.
生きがってるやららのガキあの顔ときたら
Oh, he relishes it.
俺の目の前にいる横一列の敵
Wow. Has killed way more than that. Oh.
These people are...
Oh, damn. They're getting maimed.
The other thing that you don't... I know, I paused at a bad place. The other thing you have to remember is, like, even if they survive and live, they can't provide for themselves or their families if they're maimed like this.
If they'd be disabled in our time.
Let alone
like
back
severely
then.
Disabled in our time with the treatment and medical care that we have.
Yes.
And the social safety nets that we have, they'd still have an immensely difficult life. Like, they're
alone
done.
Here.
They're done here. Oh, whoa. Dude, they're horrifying. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought he might have been stabbed.
And he can't go and save him.
Oh, his arm.
He's gonna bleed out.
Come on, Snake. Damn.
Man, that other guy had no idea it was even coming.
No. Bro, you lost your hand.
The adrenaline, it's funny, when I have, not funny, but when I have had the most extreme pain in my life, like the most acute pain in my life, my body goes numb and I actually don't feel it immediately. It takes me probably, I don't know, like 20 minutes before I start actually feeling the intense pain of it.
Was that when you stepped on the can lid?
Yeah, and I know that you're like, I know you're like, that's comparable to losing an arm.
It's not, but it's the most, it's the best analog that you've got.
Yeah.
It's closer than I've got. I don't think I've ever gotten a puncture wound like that.
Yeah, it went into my foot like probably this deep. And you obviously walk on it. But I wore my high heels, bandaged it up, even though it would not stop bleeding. I just bandaged it up and went to church, even though I'm like walking around in blood-soaked high heels. And then
Cardi B.
I didn't know what to do. I don't know. I was in college. I was a freshman. I don't know. I called my parents. They didn't answer. But my mom came over and took me to urgent care. And I told the guy, I was like, hey, it's really deep. And he did not believe me. And he stuck the numbing stuff into like the wound. That hurt more than stepping on it in the first place because it was so numb for the first hour or so. And I've had other incidents of like extreme pain like that, and it just like it doesn't. I'm like, I don't know how bad it is because I can't feel it, and I can only imagine when you're pumped up on adrenaline.
Yeah,
I don't know how that
like
would
in
feel.
A fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe, but he's like seeming very like lucid for the extreme amount that he's going through.
I don't know. I can't. I've gotten really very. I've only ever gotten one injury really in sports, and that was a really bad sprained ankle. And that one hurt.
Yeah.
That one really hurt.
That hurts more,
that
or like
really
a bludgeon, or like spraining or twisting your ankle hurts more than the really acute slicing injury.
I've gotten hit hard, but it's never. When I've gotten hit, the only thing that's been bad was like I got the wind knocked out of me, where it's like, and you can't breathe for a bit.
If any of you guys have been severely injured, like with like a stabby stab, let us know.
I've had surgery, but I was numb, so it's like it hurts after in recovery, but that's not comparable because I had my appendix out.
Yeah, it hurt. My foot killed. I couldn't walk on it for like a month without crutches.
Yeah, I've never gotten an acute injury like this. I've never broken a bone.
Yeah.
But I've seen bones get broken and people are like screaming.
Yes.
And other times I've seen bones get broken and it's like their arms hanging off the wrong way.
Oh.
And they're just like, yeah, I think I heard it, guys. And they're so calm because they've gone into shock. And it seems, at least to me, it seems like there's no rhyme or reason. Yeah. I don't understand it. Because other times I've seen somebody in a heel hook.
Yeah.
Like their tibia just bop. It's like
fractured.
I'm watching it wiggle. And it's disgusting. And they're just like, oh, yeah, wow, you broke it. That's crazy. And I've seen other people who get, like, in a heel hook, same thing. And it goes, like, because you see it's tension, and then it goes.
Yeah.
And that's how you know it's broken. And then they're just, like, screaming. And it's the exact same submission.
But they're two
different reactions. And completely different reactions,
it's interesting. It is interesting, even though it's awful.
Damn.
All right.
Most casualties are incurred in retreat. Honestly, kind of merciful.
Oh, he didn't. Are you an idiot? Yes. Yeah, doesn't matter anymore.
少しは俺たちみたいな貧乏人の気持ちが分かったかい？どんな理不尽な仕打ちでもあんた
Oh, this guy's dead. Please don't kill him.
俺たちがあんたに従ったようにな。
Hierarchy.
力は正義なりだけてるさ。世界はあんたより強いやつのためにあるんだよ。
Whoa! Really?
Is this how he goes out?
Really? Whoa! Oh no, that's...
どうしたウルフ？は、いえ。今、ケティルとおぼしき者が
That's how I didn't think that. You know what? I kind of like it. I know that obviously, like, fiction doesn't supposed to mirror real life 1-to-1.
Yeah.
But I kind of like sometimes when it does, because sometimes like you need a satisfying conclusion to a character arc, and sometimes I don't know, I can't articulate why. Sometimes it's really unsatisfying when a character gets killed in a way that would be more akin to real life.
Yeah.
Where it's like in real life you don't die when your character arc stops.
Yeah.
But sometimes in stories when that does happen, it's like, oh, that feels right. Like
Yeah.
Kettle, I think it's because his hubris got him killed.
It's the consequences of his own actions. So it's just like
I didn't expect it to go down this way. I thought there was going to be a like
dialogue
more prolonged
and
yeah.
capture.
But this
you don't
felt
even know if he's dead.
really
it's just
satisfying.
Like, I think he's dead. That's probably also why we didn't expect it.
I remember we're expecting an attack from the flank too. Ugh. Oh, is this... I was gonna say, is this Omar? And then I saw the yokeness and I was like, it's not Omar. Whoa! What if he gets Canute? What if he gets Canute? Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
That's where we're cutting? Are you kidding? Killing me. Now we're gonna have like
if Canute goes out like this, that's wild.
There's no way.
Because Canute's real. Whoa! Look, his sword. Damn.
At least he...
Whoa!
His sword's broken.
And that's why it's been important. Canute's been practicing. Yeah. And that's why they showed us the practice scene. Whoa! Good job, Canute.
Clever.
Dude, INT Dex build versus strength. Oh. What? Who? Whoa,
he came back.
Damn. He threw his sword.
Oh, you think he's gonna die?
Now we're grappling. Oh, his sword's still implanted. He could still stab him with it.
We've never seen his eyes open before.
Oh! Ah! Now we're not gonna see it again.
He does not care. Oh. He does not care.
He didn't even flinch. Oh.
It's weird I'm rooting for Canute, but I am.
Dang, Canute actually came back to fight.
How's he gonna fight with one eye?
Oh. Oh, Berserk. He's running? I didn't think Thorgo was gonna run. I thought he wanted to die.
Wolf just lost his eye.
After that, that's your response. I think, remember we were talking about why is it that we feel so much more disgusted by Kettle than Thorgal?
Yeah.
When like net on net, if you actually line up what they've done,
yeah,
and you're taking emotion out of it, you're like, well,
Thorgal's
killed way more
awful.
people.
You hate him,
But it's like, why do we still? He's strong.
Yeah.
And I read something and it said strength makes all other virtues possible.
What does that mean?
It means cool. You've got other virtues. You'll fucking die if you're not strong.
Yeah.
in a world like this.
Yeah.
Like strength is what makes all other virtues possible, and so I think like
I see what you're saying. Like if you could defend yourself, then you can afford to be kind. You can afford to be merciful. You can afford to like.
It's kind of like I've said before. I don't deserve credit for not killing somebody because I'm subject to the laws of the United States of America and the jurisdiction that I reside. So like, yeah, I've never killed anybody.
But if you're a politician and, like, I'm not
you trying
can
to
bribe your way out of it.
Or like you're you got diplomatic immunity, or you're Canute, or you're like a king, right?
Yeah.
And you do have the power to enact life and death on people, and you choose not to murder somebody.
That is like, much more respectable.
Yeah, I don't deserve credit for following a law that benefits me.
Yeah, Kettle had power though.
Right. He had, but he didn't have like. I know this sounds weird. Kettle had hierarchical administrative strength.
Yeah.
I think that's the type that we instinctively respect the least. Mm-hmm. Because he neither had internal strength with like character and a moral code that he was sticking to and integrity, nor did he have Thorgil or Thorkell
more overt
like bodily strength, right?
Yeah.
I think that we just have something in our wired monkey brain because we came up in societies that were more like this than where we are now, where it's like, okay, someone like Thorgil, he's still strong, so we'll still
respect that one tiny piece
of
him.
We'll respect
and
that.
And his bravery, right?
Yeah, and that in and of itself is something that we will respect and that we will we'll find it admirable, even if we think that the rest of it is horrendous, you know?
That makes sense.
This has been the most horrific battle to me. I feel like the tone has shifted a lot in the way that portray the fights.
Oh, he thought he was gonna die.
Whoa. No, he's gone. Wait, recovery position? Is he alive? He's alive.
Oh, please, I would rather he die. He sucks.
At the same time, unless Thorgil dies and it passes to Olmar, I don't think there's a peaceful resolution possible.
Vinland.
Do you think... I thought we could just go to Iceland.
I kind of feel like it's time for her.
中をさまよっているみたいだった。一人きりで。でも朝のおしゃべりがエイナルさんのお話。
ダメだ、アルネイさん。
Oh, gentle, gentle.
アルネイさん、アルネイさん。お腹の子、子供を守るって言ったじゃないですか。アルネイさん。
この子は言ったわ。
We figured, but
Yeah.
みんな死んだわ。大切な人はみんなこれ以上生きて何年
That's how I would feel. I'd be like, let me go.
ここには何も。なぜ生きなければならないの。
have to live. That's so brutal.
だって俺はあなたをアルネイさん、アルネイさん、アルネイさん、どいてくれ、エイナル。
Whoa!
昔父から教わった死者を蘇らせる術だ。
She doesn't want to come back.
大声でアルネイさん、行くな。俺はあなたが大好きなんだ。あなたが必要なんだ。また俺の話で笑ってくれ。生きて、また一緒に生きてくれ。生きてくれよ。
I've never rooted against somebody.
I know, I don't.
Coming back
I kind
to
of
life
want
again.
Arnheid to have peace.
Let her go. I think he truly loved her.
In in a very pure way.
In a very pure way.
Like with wanting literally nothing back.
Yeah.
Like,
except for her to stay, maybe. Like
now.
Yeah. He was happy for her to go with her husband.
With Gardo. And he was even like, wow, your husband's still alive. That's awesome. And literally, it wasn't even like, okay. You know what I mean?
There wasn't jealousy.
Completely unselfish.
I mean, maybe there was a tinge of it, but it was mostly like, I want what's best for her. And
frankly, I don't even remember seeing a tinge of jealousy. It was like, as soon as he saw it, he was flip. Okay,
he just
cool.
wanted what was best for her.
Yeah.
And I've never seen a love more like pure than that in this kind of context. You know what I mean? Like, there's always like, oh, I'm jealous and I hate her husband.
I don't even think it's wrong.
I don't even think it would be wrong.
I don't even think it would be wrong.
I just think that
like there is over possessive love, obviously.
Yeah.
But I don't even think a certain degree of like possessivity and jealousy and stuff, as long as it's
resentment.
It's not like pathological.
Yeah, I think it made me really respect Enoch.
Yeah, it's weird because like I kind of want Arnheid to be able to go peacefully.
Yeah.
Especially because I'm like, okay,
her recovery is gonna be awful.
It's gonna be awful. Where are we even going? We don't know. And I don't know. And I don't like blame Thorfinn and Einar though. Even,
yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like they're just trying to save her.
Man, for Leaf and other Thorfinn, they're probably like, damn, this was an eventful day. I'm curious if we're just leaving Snake behind.
I didn't think we would.
No,
unless maybe he'll be part of Canute's storyline. I thought he was going to be part of Thorfinn's storyline though. Poor Arnheid. What a hard life for such a
life.
kind, sweet woman.
遥かな西。大海の向こうにヴィンランドという名の土地がある。そこは暖かく豊かで、奴隷商人も戦の炎も届かない遠い地だ。そこならきっとあなたも苦しまずに生きていける。
Oh, he's trying to bring her back there with a goal.
俺たちと一緒にそこへ行こ
Or he's just
う。ヴィンランドに平和な国を作ろう。
Whoa! What?
And what the Thorgal piece of shit.
なんでまだこんなところにいるんだ
Or Kettle, I mean.
よせエイドル聞いてるお前がレイザーを殺してやるやめろエイドル旦那を殺しても何にもならない
Whoa!
そうかアルネイズが
目を覚ませエイドルお願いだエイドル
Oh!
Whoa!
エイナル、お前の怒りは旦那を殺したって収まりはしない。怒りが怒りを呼んで次々に人が死ぬだけだ。俺はずっとその地獄の中にいた。頼むエイナル、俺と同じ呪いになんかかからないでくれ。
Because revenge.
I mean, I also would like Kettle to die.
I think there's a difference though, because what Thorfinn's saying is like, I lost myself and I lost all those years
in revenge.
Because there's a difference between just like
justice and revenge
and rage and anger.
Yeah.
And like, yeah,
things.
it would be Einar killing Kettle would be two things. It would be both justice would be carried out for Arnheid's sake, but it would also be revenge.
And it would stay in Einar's soul in the way because he did it out of revenge.
Yeah, it wasn't like I don't want to do this. I'm doing this to carry out justice, to maintain order.
Yeah.
In society, like,
and also for the that's the moral consequence of killing another human being.
Yeah, like a higher, like, I think that's one of the reasons, because when a hierarchy protects certain people from the justice of the just consequences of their actions, you don't have a moral society, and you can't have like a stable society.
Yeah.
And you can't have a good society.
Yeah.
So it's like Kettle should die because he killed Arnheid.
Yes, he killed a person.
Irregardless of hierarchy. He killed, like you said, it's not he killed a slave.
I don't care what their moral code is.
Yeah.
My moral code is he killed a person, he deserves to die.
We're talking about like a true, hypothetically optimal, just moral code.
Yes.
Would be like, it doesn't matter who you are.
Yes.
Yeah. Is she...
Yeah, they buried her.
Really? I don't know. Somehow I still kind of thought... I kind of didn't believe it after Thorfinn started to tell her about Vinland.
Yeah. I want Snake to come. I like him, but he's not gonna leave his men.
Maybe Snake could be a good influence on Canute. Canute needs some, I think, like pacifying or moral influence. He needs somebody.
He needs somebody like that. I agree.
I think every king does. Any powerful man.
友を失い、親と子が殺し合う。そんな様のすべてを天空の高みから見下ろしておられるのだろう。
He's angry at God.
I think. How do you experience suffering like this and not be?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, that is not what I expected.
決着がついてないんだ。これ以上死人を出さずに済むかもしれない。バカな！すぐにわしとここを離れるんだ。
That's so brave.
お前がそこまでせねばならん。ドルフィン！今度こそお前をアイスランドに連れて帰らせてくれ。おっちゃん、昔話してくれたよね。
Oh, wow.
Can't believe he remembers.
Looking at the characters as they first appeared in the show is wild.
I know.
そう思ったけど、今はすごく誇らしく思う。ざっと見たところ、クヌートは100人前後の兵士が連れていたはずだ。どんなに悪く転んでも生きて戻るだけだ。
That's insane. Did you hear that statement?
Yeah, he's like, there's only 100 men. I can make it back here alive.
I was kind of thinking, I know that this is like completely not the message of the show, but I was like, we've got Thorgal, Snake, and Thorfinn. If we were actually going to fight, if we just take out Wolf, I feel like we sweep.
Yeah.
This because we have anime power.
And Wolf's now got an eye missing, so...
Yeah, attack from that side too. We 3v1, 2 on his blind side.
Canute's gonna want to keep him and have him fight for him though.
Yeah. Iceland. So we are going Iceland, not Vinland. Man.
That was it. I can't believe that we're gonna get a reunion.
A reunion.
Here.
I didn't actually. Damn. I think Omar's gonna be cured.
There's all the women. This is gonna. I think this is gonna change Almar forever.
Maybe he can become the man that Kettle was kind of pretending to be under Pater. He might not.
He might not.
He might not. But maybe this will do it.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It's just a heartbreaking scene.
It's such a good show, though.
It's making you live through the aftermath too.
Which
because
we've never really had to do that.
No, very few shows make you live through the aftermath.
Yeah. Very few shows even have a realistic like portrayal of people that are injured and not dead. It's like it's very binary. It's like they're either dead or they're fine or mildly like, ooh, I got a scratch.
World War II is like the only one where I've seen like, or sometimes I guess maybe Civil War.
World War I, World War II, Civil War.
Where they make you walk through like the hospital beds.
The tents.
Yeah, that's the only ones I can think of that we've.
But those are so much more contemporary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, these ancient ones are glorified so much more. Like the World War II, World War I, Civil War, they're glorified in a way of they're like, yes, it was.
These were brave men.
But they were brave fighting. And we sacrificed and it was hard.
But look at the sacrifice.
But look at the sacrifice and what we got. And that's how it's viewed contextually, regardless of your opinion on it. Versus this time period is only rah-ha-ha.
Yeah, like in King Arthur, right?
Yeah.
It's like King Arthur comes and they do a cavalry charge and they win the battle.
Yeah.
And then it's like great. Good job, everyone.
Yeah.
Happy ever after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even like Braveheart, you really don't wallow in like the wounded.
Yeah.
Very much. It's like, oh, they're dead or alive. That's not always the case. A lot of time you just have somewhere in between. Okay. This scene was, I don't know why, we finally got to the point where he's about to run away, Thorfinn is, and I'm like, there's no way now that he meets Canute. Like, they missed each other
I gave
like
up on it.
much,
I completely gave up on it.
Just kidding.
I
You
know.
thought you could predict this show? No.
I really, truly, I was like, oh, clearly we're going to go meet Canute now that they're going to the same place.
Yeah.
I gave up on that entirely. I was like, if I had bet the house,
Yes.
I would have been like, absolutely not. They're never meeting again. Like, ever.
This show is very unpredictable to me. Let's go. I wonder where their families are.
Probably. Oh, wow. Oh. They do injuries differently in this show. Like, I've never seen a single other show that showed a decapitated head above the jaw.
Same.
Ever.
Yeah, not
It's
like that. Or if it's kind of like animated, not so graphic.
It's almost like other shows they do. I don't know. It's almost like video game killing where it's very like Fortnite deaths.
Yeah,
where
it
it's
doesn't
like,
really matter.
Boo boo boo! Oh, you're eliminated. You know what I mean? And it's like everything. It's almost people are butchered cleanly.
Yes.
I'd say, and I think Mappa did Attack on Titan also.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense because I was going to say the only other show that I remember seeing this is from Attack on Titan.
Very
Granted,
gruesome.
I don't think Mappa did the earlier seasons, but these are the only two shows where I feel like people get killed in ways that I imagine are more close to accurate.
And I think it's so important in this show.
It makes me really remember. I was like, I'm so excited for a medieval fight, and now I'm like, wow, how could I have said that? This is horrific.
Yeah.
It kind of
it drives home the message.
Yeah, I like that.
He is chill considering his eyes ripped out. Requisition, you mean steal?
No.
農場への立ち入りを禁止する。兵が村落へ入れば略奪が起こる。
略奪は戦勝者の権利です。
この戦の目的は農場全体の接種だ。略奪ではない。そなたたちヨウム戦士団には世が十分に褒美を与える。
I think they it's weird. I bet they want that release. It's more about the
victory
the
in battle.
The action of the pillaging.
Like, this is why I risked my life, because it's so visceral, and now I get what I want.
I take. It's like, I don't know, there's an abstraction when now it's...
I'll
Canute's
get paid when I get
cool,
back
you
home.
did that, now we're going to pay you later.
Yeah.
I don't know. And especially with their value system, it's so different, isn't it?
It is so different.
It's so different. It's like, it's not even about procuring maximum resources. It's like, we defeated you, now we get to do what we want.
Yeah.
これこそが王の仕事なのだ。大いなる目的のために生かす者を生かし、殺す者を殺す。どん底には追えぬ重責よ。
Dripping blood.
まだ楽土には程遠き地獄。地獄には地獄の法がある。クヌータや。 父を殺し、兄を殺し、屍の道が楽土に届くまで殺し続けるがよい。
So very similar to Thorfinn's dreams. This visual.
But Canute's still above it. Like, there's still a detachment that comes from being the king.
And not the one that's killing.
Yeah. Because he's still above the corpses. And, like, Thorfinn was technically above them, but he was being dragged down. Yeah. I could never have predicted Arnhide's plotline either.
Me
I was
neither.
not... I was...
ありがとう、エイナル。
I want Einar to meet a woman who loves him the way that he loved Arnheid.
Yeah. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have no idea what he saw. I'm nervous. I feel like Knut's gonna try and enlist Thorfinn to serve him and kill.
Ugh. Ugh.
Was that the girl he was with? You can't provide for them. She is too nice to him, man.
You remember we were saying that the only time we've ever seen depictions of like aftermath was Civil War, World War I, World War II?
Yeah.
I think I'm right. If I'm wrong, guys, I'd like you to correct me. One of the things that's horrific about this to me is it's so localized. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it was horrible when you would hear in the Civil War, and especially like in World War I and World War II, in the nurses' quarters or the hospitals.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, there was still a level of detachment because you're like, oh, this is horrible. These are like my brother. These are like my father.
But it wasn't. And this is like, this is my family.
This is your family that got butchered. Like, and you can read accounts because they still have diary entries of nurses in World War I, nurses in World War II. Yeah. And they're horrible. Like, I read one a couple weeks ago and it was like, today a soldier came in. He said, am I doing okay, nurse? I kissed him and said like, oh, you'll be fine, Sergeant. You'll be back on the battlefield tomorrow. And he laughed and said, I knew, I was just checking. And then he died. And then they're like, we cry every day, but never in front of the boys.
Oh.
Isn't that never? It was just, I don't know. And think about that. Like, that's so impactful. And they were broken. Like, everybody that worked in those hospitals was crushed and broken. And it wasn't even the people that they didn't know these people outside of this context. And it still broke them. I can't imagine. Like, this is done. I mean, you see an old, like, I don't know this guy. I know we've met him in the show once, right?
Yeah.
But, like, I feel horrible that his hands are cut off. And this is an animation. It's not a real story.
No.
And, like, think about all the layers of distance.
Yeah.
It's his mom and his daughter are caring for him.
Yeah.
He was, like, 50.
What if there's guys here who don't have any like women in their lives to care for them, right?
This is everybody you've ever met. Think about that. Like, you didn't travel the way we travel now.
No.
This is everybody you've ever known in your life, and like 30% of them just got butchered beyond any simplest. They're mutilated for the rest of their lives. Your village, I bet that they're like outside of Canute maybe providing them with labor.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to even run this anymore. Like, this is done.
副勧告があった。ケティル一族全員の投降が停戦の条件だ。
Thorgal's back.
平和喪失というのも変わらない。戦を続けるか投降するか決めてくれ。
冗談じゃないわ。私は嫌よ。国外追放なんて。
Don't care about you.
を離れて古事記をやれというの。エビ、お前が不甲斐ないからこんなことになったの
Can
よ。
we slap her?
この話がない。
I agree.
戦を続けるといえば、エビ、あんたはどうする？
付き合うよ。そうこなくっちゃな。安心しろ、フクロウ。俺に任せとけ。何？20人もいりゃ王の首を取るには十分だ。
They're out of their damn minds. Good luck finding 20 men after that.
I feel like they could do it with just Snake and Thorgal. Imagine if it had been Snake instead of Olmar in the water.
Yeah.
They would have killed. They would have killed Canute. But they're not going to win. Yeah, see, they're not going to win. They're just trying to get a trophy.
いや、俺だろ。親父は意識不明だし、じいちゃんが決めてってのか？わしでもない。当主のケティルが後継ぎと決めた者がおる。
Olmar?
Esau Jacob?
No way.
No way. Oh, look at Thorgal's face.
Kettle named Olmar's successor?
They did such a good job giving him that skull belt.
Good job, Olmar. Snake surprised. I thought he was gonna be scared for himself. He's not even scared for that. He's not scared of people dying. That might be one of the best things he said yet.
I think it's crazy. I still like that they have him wearing that skull belt. Yeah. And it's like everything he wanted to be.
Yeah.
And then he saw like, oh, that was all fake, man.
That was awful.
Did you see Thorgal was kind of like, oh, but he's actually, I mean, he might still get mad.
Yeah.
The Danes, from what I understand, they had a different succession system that we talked about before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah,
so this is another example where, like, in some cultures, it's automatically passes the firstborn son.
Yeah.
No matter what. I believe that the Irish are an example of that, and I believe that the Japanese are an example of that historically. Could be wrong. Mm-hmm. I think that.
I'm trying to remember which
I'm trying to get everything straight. Then there's other where it's like divided equally.
Yeah.
And I believe that egalitarian, Spain is an example of that.
Spain and Italy?
So they would have split between the lands between Olmar and Thorgil, like down the middle.
No matter what.
No matter what. And this is the rarest where it's like from full discretion of parents.
Yeah. Whatever they want.
And then that would be, I believe that's only Denmark, Normandy because of the Danish influence.
Yeah. U.S.
England because, again, only some segments of England because of the Danish influence. And then U.S.
Yeah.
I think those are the only four that do that. And it's interesting. I think it's also interesting because there's a story in the Bible about Esau and Jacob where...
yeah, he usurps his birthright.
Well, they did have a tradition at that time. The culture of the time was that, no, you do automatically pass the firstborn.
Yes.
And there's a story where the firstborn is basically, like, it's heavily implied that he's deemed as not a good successor.
Yeah.
And so there's kind of like a conspiracy to undercut the firstborn in a way that is like makes the hands of the patriarch kind of clean. So he gets to not follow the cultural norms.
And he gets
to kind of be like, oh, it's okay. So my favorite interpretation, I'll tell you the story, then I'll tell you my favorite interpretation. I'll make it short, I promise. So Isaac is the patriarch. Isaac is old and his eyesight's bad.
Yeah.
And so the traditional way the story is taught is that his wife conspires because she wants her younger son to become the heir.
Yeah.
And
Jacob.
And so they send Esau, who's the firstborn, away to go hunt and cook.
Make some soup.
The favorite meal for the patriarch. And while he's away, the mother helps the younger make another meal and puts sheep's clothes on his arms. Because Esau is
arms.
Like the hairiest dude who ever lived, apparently. And then Jacob goes in and Isaac feels his arms and goes, you must be Esau. Here is your birthright.
Yeah. So that's the story. The tradition is that Isaac was tricked.
And the tradition is like Isaac didn't know what was happening. Now as a father, I'm like, ain't no way homeboy was tricked, especially because there's Esau's voice was probably like it's fucking Thorgil and Olmar basically, right?
Yeah.
And there ain't no way that you're
how
like
big their forearms are.
And you've been around these boys every day of your life for 20 years. There's no way that you're like, sheepskin? You must be. No, so my favorite interpretation is Isaac also knew that Esau would have been a bad leader who would lead to the destruction of everything that they built. So he basically like allowed himself to be conspired against to give the inheritance to somebody who he thought would lead better.
Yeah. So
I think this story is so cool because it's like, hey, do not let cultural traditions stand in the way of making the best decision.
The optimal choice.
And the optimal choice. I think it's a cool story.
That is a cool interpretation.
And not everybody agrees with that interpretation. Like, I'm not trying to say
Most people probably don't.
Most people probably don't.
I haven't heard of it.
I think that's the coolest interpretation I've heard. Because otherwise you kind of think Isaac is a moron.
It's true.
Granted, I don't think he's the patriarch in the Bible that comes off the best. But you have to be so dumb. Like, as a dad now, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way that would trick me.
You just offended half the audience.
It's just my favorite interpretation. I'm not saying it's right necessarily.
It was gonna happen no matter what. He was the scapegoat.
Thorgil knows that though. Dang.
でも俺が向こうに戦のきっかけを与えちまった。んなもん、どうとでもこじつけてくんだよ、戦ってのはよ。お前じゃなけりゃ、俺か親父だった。お前はあの時、名誉を守った。な、オルバル、それでいい。
He's being surprisingly chill.
Especially when he found out that he's not inheriting.
もう一度、ゴールド戦士の勇気を見せてみろ。違うなんだもん勇気じゃねえ俺は王の前でしくじった笑われて当然のバカで無能な男だなのに俺には黙って笑われる勇気がなかった俺は兄ちゃんみたいにはなれねえゴールド戦士の名誉もどうでもいい降伏する笑いたきゃ笑えよ
He's like seeing him for the first time.
Dang, look at how differently they drew their posture.
I know.
当主代理の決定が出たな。オルマル。カヌー島にその
That's gonna take balls to do. They made her so despicable.
Literally no redeeming qualities at all.
俺は笑わねえよ。若旦那。
ってらんねえ。どけ、邪魔だ。待て、どこ行くトールギル。うるせえ。あばよ、腰抜けど。
Even that was a pretty chill reaction, all things considered.
I'm surprised he didn't like go into berserker mode, to be honest.
I thought he would kill Omar and be like, I need the birthright.
And lose his temper.
Thorkel is an interesting character in and of himself.
Gramps is proud. So what did he see?
どうしてなぜ行かせたんですか
あ
なたはずっとトルフィンを探し続けていたんじゃないんですかトルフィンを故郷に連れ帰るためにここまで来たんでしょう
Do you think he could stop Thorfinn?
確かにわしはずっとその誓いを支えに生きてきた。何度見失ってもずっと探し続けてきた。友への誓いは破れん。だが今のトルフィンはもっと大きなものに突き動かされた。そのトルフィンが戻ると言ったんだ。わしはあの目を信じる。
I love Leaf.
He's too good for this world.
Vinland Saga writes amazing characters. Like they do a good job of giving their characters truly like admirable qualities and different ones. Sometimes I feel like authors can give characters flaws, but they don't give them anything. What would you call that? Strengths.
Yeah.
They don't. Characters in Vinland Saga have flaws and strengths, and I think that that's such good writing.
Yeah.
Because there's some books you read them and you're like, damn, no one in this story has anything worthwhile about them.
Yeah.
And
that's so depressing when you're reading those. You're like, why am I reading this?
And sometimes they'll even tell you they do. Like they'll be like, this person is this strength. But then when you watch what they do in the story, they don't exhibit that strength.
Yeah.
No, YA does that a lot.
Yeah, they do.
YA does, they're like, this girl is the smartest girl in the world. And then I read what she does and I'm like, this girl is the dumbest girl in all of the world. Like, see, like show don't tell me. You can't tell me a character is one way when you're not showing me that.
Yes.
Vinland Saga doesn't tell us anything. They show us the characters and they bear them like very exposed.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I don't think Einar knows that Thorfinn knows Canute.
And so he's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What do you mean he's going to go talk to Canute?
He's probably confused.
And Einar still runs to help him. Einar still runs to help.
Die.
Who's this bloke?
つまりお前はケティル一族のものじゃねえってことか、チビ。
トールズの子、トルフィンと申します。当農場に奉公している。
Floki's here.
Oh yeah.
ケティルの名代として参りました。
You're right.
王陛下にお取り次ぎください。
奉公人？てめえ奴隷だろ。奴隷はすぐわかる。家畜みたいにくせえからな。お前なんかじゃ話にならねえんだよ。ケテル一族が出頭しなければ戦を続けるだけだ。
私は王陛下と面識があります。名を伝えていただければわかるはずです。トールズの子、トルフィンが来たとお知らせください。
クヌート陛下とお前が死ぬ。
So how the hell did that happen?
4年ほど前、短い間ですが、王陛下の近衛を務めておりました。
They did Thorfinn so dirty the way they drew him.
目が覚めたか、チビ。てめえみてえな臭くてチビのこの絵がいるか、ボケ。
勘に触ったのなら謝ります。でも本当なんです。王陛下に私の名を。
He's like, this is weird.
お前のげんこつがぬるいとさ。目覚めの悪い子で、つまりお前のママみてえに優しく起こして。
Oh, Thorfinn, don't do this again. I don't. Please don't prove your resolve by getting CTE.
Probably already has it.
何の騒ぎか分かったか。
あ、ケティルメが死者をよこしてきました。ケティル自身の投稿ではないので、部下たちが追い返そうとしていますが、どうやら粘り強いもののようです。
ナト身分を確認したか。
はい。農場の奉公人、トールズの子、トルフィンと名乗ったそうです。
Oh, yeah, Floki! That shot was insane.
若く小柄な男か。
はい。まさに。
He's like, wait, this is legit?
ご存知のものなのですか。いかがいたしましょう、陛下。お会いになりますか。
いや。
What?
That surprises me.
トールズの子。
Oh no.
Okay. I'm glad Floki just doesn't believe it. Okay, good. Thank you, Thorfinn. Thorfinn specializes in fighting giants too.
I don't.
分かった。とにかくこの状況を変えないと。
いい加減当てろよ、タラッタ。賭けが成立しねえだろうが。
Oh, he's keeping. Oh!
よっしゃー。まず一発。やれやれ。まだ元気じゃねえか。
Damn, Einar.
大丈夫か。
いいなの。なんでここに。
アホ。お前を止めに来たに決まってんだろ。
すまん。
いいから叩い。とっとと繋がるぞ。こんな奴らに話したって無駄だ。おら、どうすもんだしな。チッ。毎度。
トルフィン。それどういう賭けなんですか。
ああ、何発殴ったらおめえがベソかいて逃げ出すかをかけてんの。
Oh, great.
死亡および気絶含む。一番人気は10発以下だ。20発以上にかけてるのもちらほらいるぜ。ほら、頑張れ。あと一発で寝ている。10発まで耐えろ。なんて奴らだ。
その賭け俺も一口になります。自分にかける。俺が勝っても金はいりません。その代わり王陛下とお話をさせていただきます。
Oh, it's clever, Thorfinn.
It is, but I hate when the strategy is just human punching bag meta.
Yeah,
I
don't
feel
like
so
that.
bad for Thorfinn. I hate it.
みんな聞いたか。面白いこと抜かしたぞ、このチビ。よーし、いいだろう。いい根性だ。だが10発以下にかけるなんて虫のいいことは許さねえぞ。今誰もかけてねえのは。ああ、そうね。90発台までは誰かしらかけてるぜ。じゃ
あ Oh my goodness.
100発耐えればお前の勝ちだ。
Are you kidding? He would have already been dead after 100.
いいでしょ
う。お前、トルフィン。ケテルなんかのためにお前がそこまでする義理があんのか。これは戦争なんだ。一人の力じゃどうにもならない。戦いたい奴らには勝手に戦わせておけばいいだろう。
俺はこの農場に流れ着いてよかったと思ってる。戦以外何も知らない俺を旦那様にパテールさん、大旦那様も 離さずよくしてくれた。お前とだって。
Wow, they look so different even at the beginning of this season. I forget. They do such a good job aging them.
I forgot before Vinland Saga started.
受けたご恩をこのまま返せないままでいいのか。トルフェン、大丈夫だ、エイナル。殴られるのにもコツがある。俺は殴られ慣れてる。おい、マジかよ。いいぞチビ、あんなできるもんやっちゃえ。
熊殺しトロット様がここまでコケにされたことはかつてねえ。殺せ。
What's this trick to taking punches? He knows.
I guess
I
hope it's rolling with them. Oh, don't make us watch it.
100?
100 blows.
I can't watch 100 blows. I can't. If they're gonna make us sit through each one, I will close my eyes and cry.
I'm so proud of Thorfinn, though.
I'm very proud.
I'm proud that he didn't let himself get hit from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because before, remember, he was suicidal?
Yeah.
So that... I'm so glad he's not there anymore. He's
yes.
like, okay, I will let it work, but I'm doing it for an end and a purpose. I don't just want to die.
Yes.
It's not because I don't care.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm glad. It was a bit frustrating at points to be like, oh, okay, Thorfinn, you're not going to fight anybody?
Yeah.
But I mean, he also resolved that really fast. I like that Thorfinn is a character who takes what he's learned up to that point and has a logical conclusion from it.
Yeah.
But then is also willing to revise that conclusion as he gets more information.
Yeah.
I find that really frustrating in stories where, like, a character gets kind of frozen.
Yeah.
And they're like, no matter what happens, I know I'm right, so therefore I won't change my philosophy.
Yeah.
I like that we get to, like, learn and grow with Thorfinn. Mm-hmm. And that it's also challenged a lot of my ideas and presuppositions, and I feel like I've changed.
Mm-hmm. You have?
Yeah, if you watch from the very beginning of our reactions,
yeah.
I think it's difficult to, like, I think it's hard to know where we were and then where we are now.
Yeah.
Because I think we have changed in some of our conclusions about, like, violence and the consequences and the proper way to respond to it. And I think that it has shifted us. Granted, like, nobody who's watching the show is going to change as extremely as Thorfinn and the characters who are living it, right?
Yeah.
Because we're tourists compared to the characters who are living and going through it. But I definitely think that we've had some of our beliefs challenged and we've had some of our, like, ideas and conceptions shifted.
Yeah, I think so. I think for me, it's going to be very hard for me to watch him not hit back. I think that I still very much am on the side of, like, self-defense here, but he also chose to walk.
He hits him back and then he doesn't get to see Canute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's
the bargain he made. He could have made a bargain like, if I can land a blow on you, one blow
or
on you.
Or if I can knock you down.
If I can knock you down, if I can pin you to the ground, then let me see him. Like, this is the one he chose, you know.
That's fair.
He could have chosen a lot of different things. I don't know.
But might not have worked.
It also would probably not feel good for him. So, but mentally versus physically. I don't know. Thorfinn's built different, man.
Guys, don't forget, episodes 22 and 24 are over on our Patreon for free. Linked in the description down below. We couldn't put them on YouTube because we yap a lot. If you guys got to this point, you know it. So we extended the runtime, and YouTube only lets us put 12 hours in a single video on YouTube. But episode 22, 23, and 24 are over on our Patreon for free in one easily consumable video linked down below.
The pinnacle of Vinland Saga.
It's so good.
Everything. The payoff. The wait. The worthwhile. It's over there. You
guys got to this point, so please finish this with us.
Finish it strong.
It's so good.
So good.
So go down to the description down below. Click that link. It'll take you right over directly to the episode. You'll be prompted to create a membership that is free. You are charged nothing, and that will give you access to 22, 23, and 24. Come watch with us.
Come watch with us.
It's so good.
So go check out that link, and we'll see you guys over there.